Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1071, Summoning Michelangelo. Marin's plan was very good, but Julius II disagreed. It's not that the Pope was unwilling to cooperate with Marin, but that he doubted the coinage ability of the North Sea. After all, the North Sea had no history of coinage before, and whether it had experience was a big problem. The Bank of Siena did have a mint, but the dozen or so families in charge were killed by Marin. You know, the mint is a very important department. In order to better control the mint, the banker families in Siena generally choose family children to control the mint and master the core technology. But Marin killed all the members of the dozen or so families, and the Siena mint was equivalent to losing its core technology. Moreover, as far as Julius II knew, the mint needed a lot of craftsmen. For example, the mint in Tours, France, has 3,000 or 4,000 coin craftsmen. Moreover, they are all skilled old craftsmen. New craftsmen are generally assistants. After all, this is casting money, not producing ordinary things. In this era, European countries all forged coins by hand. The mint first lets ordinary craftsmen punch and cut out round gold or silver pieces of the same size. Then, let the experienced coin craftsmen use hammers and stamping dies to hammer out the required portraits and letters on the gold or silver pieces. This is not only time-consuming, but also each forged coin is different. Among them, the best forged is the gold coin. Because there is an unspoken rule in Europe that gold coins are not adulterated. Therefore, most European gold coins are made of high-purity gold. High-purity gold is very soft, and it is easy to shape the portraits and letters when forging with hammers and dies, which is more convenient. Moreover, the reason why the gold coin is only about 3.56 grams in size is because it cannot be made too big. If it is larger, the coins made of gold, which is originally soft, are easy to deform. The same is true for silver coins. However, because countries mix copper into silver coins are harder, so they are not worried about deformation if they are too large. But the problem that followed was that after being mixed with copper, the silver coins became harder and it became difficult to forge portraits and letters. Therefore, forging silver coins is now much more difficult than forging gold coins. Julius II was actually very interested in Marin's desire to mint a batch of gold coins with his portrait printed on them for the Vatican. After all, his life is limited, but gold can last for thousands of years. As long as the gold coins with his portrait are there, his reputation will be passed on to future generations and last forever. However, the Papal States has never had a strong mint, and he has no such idea. As for Marin's desire to mint gold coins for him, Julius II was a little bit untrustworthy of Marin's coinage technology. Marin saw that his father-in-law, the Pope, did not believe in his strength, so he pretended to be cool and said, "At this point, I have to let you see the coinage technology of our North Sea kingdom." Then, he turned around and walked away. Although he was stabbed in the buttocks and could not sit down, there was no problem walking, and came to the barracks of his own army and shouted, "Who has the newly minted copper coins of the North Sea kingdom? Who has the newly minted copper coins of the North Sea kingdom?" The soldiers of the North Sea Mountain Infantry Regiment who came with him were a little confused. What is the boss going to do? Is he short of money? It shouldn't be. How could they know that Marin just wanted his father-in-law to see the strength of the North Sea Kingdom's coinage? It just so happened that the North Sea Kingdom had trial-produced a batch of brass coins some time ago, which were pressed with a spiral coin-making machine. The patterns were clear and beautiful, which was just right for Julius II to see, so that he could see the technical strength of the North Sea Mint. But the problem was that Marin was the ruler of the North Sea Kingdom. He didn't usually carry silver coins, at least gold coins, so where were the copper coins? So, he could only turn to his big-headed soldiers for help. After shouting for a while, a soldier finally reacted. It was definitely worthwhile to lend money to the boss and let the boss owe him a favor. So, a group of soldiers took out the brass coins with the 9-cross golden eagle pattern newly issued by the North Sea Kingdom from their collections, and rushed to hand them to Marin. Marin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't really need money to borrow money, so he could only take a sample. Of course, he wouldn't let his men suffer. He picked up more than a dozen new brass coins from the North Sea Kingdom, but gave back the same number of gold coins to the soldiers who gave the brass coins. Then, he took the dozen brass coins and returned to the backyard of the Lateran Temple where Julius II was. "Look, this is a copper coin that was recently minted in my mint. Take a look at the quality. Is it good? Gold coin." Julius II had never seen zinc brass before. Its color was very similar to gold. Moreover, because it was newly minted and still yellow, Julius II mistakenly thought it was a gold coin. But after carefully observing it in his hand, Julius II realized that it was a copper coin. But after observing these copper coins, Julius II was shocked. How can this pattern be so delicate, and the marks are also very deep? His surprise was normal, because in this era of handmade coins, copper coins are very difficult to make. Because the patterns and texts on the copper coins are all hammered out by coin minters in steps. But the problem is that copper is very hard. Only after returning to the furnace and reaching a certain high temperature will the copper become soft. After the softened hot copper sheet is taken out, the coin minters will speed up the forging while it is still hot and soft. But the problem is that the speed of manual forging is very slow, so slow that it can't keep up with the speed of cooling of the copper sheet. When the copper sheet cools down, it is no longer soft. It is more difficult for the coin minter to hammer out precise patterns and text on the copper sheet. Therefore, the casting of copper coins is often rough and the marks are not deep. Because copper is very hard after cooling down, it is difficult to hammer out deep marks. Marin's North Sea Mint uses a spiral coin-making machine to press coins, which takes a very short time. Just rotate the force arm a few times and press the steel mold against the copper sheet hard, and the casting will be completed soon. The hot and soft hot copper sheet has no time to cool and harden. Moreover, the pressure of the spiral coin-making machine is very high, and the marks are naturally much deeper than the coin minters hammering with a manual hammer. Therefore, the North Sea brass coin that Marin showed to Julius II not only has exquisite and precise patterns, but also has deep marks. Ordinary craftsmen simply cannot hammer out such exquisite coins. Do you think the quality is okay? This is a copper coin. If it is a gold coin, it is easier to make. Julius II nodded after looking at more than a dozen copper coins, but asked again, such exquisite coins are difficult to make, right? How about the manufacturing speed? Can it keep up with production needs? Julius II didn't know that the North Sea Kingdom used machine-made coins, and thought that Marin had top-level coin minters with superb skills. Marin smiled and explained to Julius II that the North Sea Kingdom used a spiral coin minting machine to mint coins. Julius II's eyes lit up immediately and wanted to introduce a spiral coin minting machine for the Papal States. Marin quickly stopped him. Just kidding, the Papal States is not a hereditary territory of his family, why introduce such a good technology for the Papal States? Moreover, if the Papal States wants to mint coins, it can be completely contracted to the Siena Bank controlled by Marin. If the technology of the spiral coin minting machine is mastered by the Papal States, Marin can be sure that those greedy cardinals will frantically make bad coins and disrupt the market. Under Marin's persuasion, Julius II, who felt that he had only a few years left to live, finally gave up the idea of introducing a spiral coin minting machine. However, he still attached great importance to the minting of gold coins with his portrait printed on them. How about this, I will send someone to call the young and promising sculptor Michelangelo, and ask him to help me design a coin mold, and then give it to your people to mint gold coins. As for gold, you can use the existing ones first. For example, the gold ingots, florin gold coins, ducat gold coins, etc. that you seized. What should the new gold coin be called? Ducat or florin? Marin asked. Let's call it Pope Ducat. Julius II thought for a while and said. Before this, the Pope had ordered the minting of gold coins, but they were generally called florins. Julius II planned to do something different, so he planned to change the name to Pope Ducat. In addition to being different from history, it also means to connect with the ducat gold coins issued by Venice. By the way, where is the young sculptor Michelangelo? Well, it seems that he was sent to the Sistine Chapel to carve the ceiling fresco Genesis. I have to send someone to call him over. Hey, go to the Sistine Chapel and call Xiaomi, Michelangelo, to me. Julius II shouted majestically. It seemed that he was not going to invite a great artist, but to summon a guard dog casually, which made Marin a little stunned. Chapter 1072, Holy Spirit Gold Coins and Holy Spirit Warriors. He is one of the three masters of the post-Renaissance alongside Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael. He is a great artist in the art world, but he is ordered around like a watchdog. Marin thought foolishly. But he was relieved after thinking about it again. Who is his father-in-law? He is the Pope, the highest spiritual leader in all of Europe. In front of Julius II, Michelangelo is really not good enough. Moreover, Michelangelo is only 33 years old now, still a young man, not a great artist who was later promoted to the altar. It is normal for him to be ordered around by the Pope. In addition, Michelangelo's fame is also closely related to his two masterpieces, David and Genesis. David has been created, but the statue is hidden in the Florence Cathedral and has insufficient influence. Although the economy in Florence is developed, it is still not influential enough in all of Europe. Genesis is different. It is in Rome, where the Vatican is located, and is the religious center of all of Europe. Western European countries have close contacts with the Holy See. Once the Genesis is completed, this great mural will also be admired by priests from various countries who come to Rome, and its reputation will be brought back and spread throughout Europe. Not long after, Marin saw a young man with messy hair and beard, led by the priests sent by Julius II, into the backyard of the Lateran Basilica. After seeing Julius II, the young man seemed very afraid. He saluted Julius II respectfully, and then waited for Julius II's instructions uncomfortably. Is this the great artist? Marin was a little disappointed with Michelangelo's appearance. Since he is a great artist, how can he not be arrogant at all? Instead, he is like a timid servant. In fact, Marin was wrong. The reason why Michelangelo was timid was because he was afraid of the Holy See and Pope Julius II. You see, he is not so restrained when facing ordinary people. Even, many nobles asked him to help with carving with a lot of money, but he might not be willing to pay attention. Later, Julius II began to instruct Michelangelo to carve a coin mold with his head printed on it. Of course, Julius II did not instruct Michelangelo on how to do it, but asked him to make his head look more domineering, and never make it wretched. After all, this batch of gold coins will make Julius II famous in the future. If it is made into a yuan datu, it will not be famous, but damage the reputation. Later, Marin also participated in the discussion. After the discussion of the three people, it was unanimously determined that the text on the gold coin should be in Latin, the common language of European religion. And Marin made an additional request. He asked that the year 1509 be marked on the gold coin. 1508 is almost over. In addition, like the practice of marking the issuing bank on the old 1 yuan coin in later generations, the cross and the words of the issuer, Siena Bank, were printed on the reverse side. The reason why the words, Bank of Siena, are not engraved on the front is that the status of banks in this era is relatively low and it is not worthy of being engraved on the front. After all, the front is engraved with a large head of Julius II, his Latin title, Julius II, and the year of issuance. Marin did this to facilitate the standardization. Because the quality of coins of the same specifications minted in different years may not be the same. For example, the silver content of the denier silver coins produced by the Tours Mint in France in different years may be different. Maybe the silver content this year is 25%, and it will be reduced to 20% next year. And the year after, it may rise back to 25%. Therefore, Marin's intention of engraving the year on the coin is to prevent the quality of coins of different years from being different. Generally speaking, the gold and silver content of the same batch of coins in the same year is fixed. In this way, it is very convenient when exchanging coins. For example, people can formulate corresponding coin exchange rates according to the different silver contents of coins of different years. Just check the table and the silver content, and you can easily calculate the exchange rate and complete the exchange of different types of coins. Unlike now, coin exchange is definitely a technical job. Because this requires bank employees to be very familiar with money, and to identify the density of coins, and even requires some calculations to determine the exchange rate. Otherwise, if you encounter silver coins of the same model but different years, it will be quite difficult to determine the exchange rate. After discussion, Julius II finally agreed to engrave the words, God Spokesman Pope Julius II, on the front of the gold coin, engraved on the edge of the front of the gold coin. In the middle of the front of the gold coin is the head of Julius II. Below the head is the year, 1509. As for the reverse side of the gold coin, due to the religious background, it is naturally impossible to engrave a flower like the coins of later generations, but first engrave a cross to represent Christianity. The text on the edge of the reverse side is naturally the words, Bank of Siena. With this inscription, as this batch of gold coins circulates, the reputation of the Siena Bank will also spread. After the discussion, the poor Michelangelo went back to slowly carve the coin mold with the task. After the carving is done, it needs to be submitted to Julius II for review. The main content of the review is whether the head portrait is wise and brave, so as not to make a wretched head portrait to damage his image. Then, Julius II also planned to modify the name of the gold coin proposed by Marin, the Pope's gold coin. Because he felt that the name, Pope's gold coin, was not domineering enough. Moreover, it sounds like a gold coin used exclusively by the Papal States, not a gold coin used throughout Europe. The Pope has great ambitions. After repeated thinking, Julius II finally gave the new gold coin a new and domineering name, the Holy Spirit gold coin. Marin rolled his eyes when he heard it. He didn't expect that the Holy Spirit Bank had not yet appeared, but the Holy Spirit gold coin had been created first. It should be pointed out that in English and Frisian, the name of the Holy Spirit is Holy Spirit, which is very similar to the Holy Roman Empire of the Holy Roman Empire. In order to reward Marin for his military exploits in helping to capture the Republic of Siena and to take care of his own son-in-law, Julius II, after naming the gold coin Holy Spirit gold coin, announced that Marin would be canonized as a Holy Spirit warrior, as a reward. That's not all. In the Commendation Edict, Julius II also granted Marin the right to conquer the savage continent and spread the glory of Christ in the savage continent. This is equivalent to rewarding Marin with the American continent in disguise, which made Marin very happy. Of course, Julius II was very smart. In the Commendation Edict, he first used a newly invented title of Holy Spirit Warrior to attract most of the attention of the people. Then, at the end of the edict, seemingly, casually mentioned, he vaguely handed over the colonization rights of the wild continent, America, to Marin so easily. If a separate edict was issued to indicate that all of America would be awarded to Marin, it might cause many people to oppose. However, first rewarding Marin with the cool title of Holy Spirit Warrior in front of the edict attracted everyone's attention. Then, no one paid attention to this one-stroke sentence at the end of the edict. At the same time, in order to share everyone's attention, Julius II also announced that he would hold a coronation ceremony for Maximilian I in Rome, making him a true, Holy Roman Emperor. Moreover, his coronation ceremony was held together with Marin's Holy Spirit Warrior canonization ceremony. Sure enough, the news that Maximilian I was officially crowned as emperor was very attractive. Then, Marin's canonization as the Warrior of the Holy Spirit was overshadowed, not to mention the ambiguous intention that authorized Marin to colonize America. However, the coronation ceremony of Maximilian I was of great importance, and he needed to invite the princes and bishops of the Holy Roman Empire to attend the ceremony to show legitimacy. In addition, it was also necessary to invite the monarchs or foreign ministers of major countries such as France, Spain, and England to attend the ceremony. Therefore, Marin had to wait until the envoys of various countries arrived before the Vatican announced that he was named Holy Spirit Warrior and had the right to colonize the wild continent. Chapter 1073 Before the coronation. It takes a month or so to wait for the envoys from European countries to arrive in Rome. Therefore, Maximilian I simply stayed in Rome and waited slowly. And his 20,000 troops, the 10,000 militia disguised as the main force, were also sent back home. However, before leaving, these people all carried grain bags back. As for where the food came from, it was naturally provided by Marin, the victim. And Marin was not idle during this period. While he was free, he found Michelangelo and talked about inviting him to carve a statue for himself on Liberty Island in New York. What? You want me to go to the savage continent to help you carve a statue based on you as a template? Michelangelo swore that he had never seen such a shameless person. People are still young, and they want to make statues for themselves, and they are huge statues that are 20 to 30 meters high. Generally speaking, statues are made by later generations for their predecessors. Even if there are occasional statues made for themselves, they are old and dying, and want to leave a little trace for future generations. But how old is Marin? He is only 30 years old, and he is thinking about making a statue for himself. Moreover, it is a super large statue of 20 to 30 meters high. You know, the David, carved by Michelangelo before was only 5.5 meters high with the base. Marin directly wanted to make a super large statue of 20 to 30 meters high for himself. It was really shameless. Marin said seriously, well, it's like this. The Pope will order me to spread the glory of Christ in the savage continent, so I plan to carve this statue. In this statue, I hold the Bible in my left hand and hold high the cross symbolizing Jesus Christ in my right hand. You see, does this show that I am trying to spread the glory of the Lord? Michelangelo rolled his eyes. If you really want to spread the glory of the Lord, why don't you make a statue of Jesus? Why shamelessly make a statue of yourself? However, Michelangelo did not dare to violate Marin's wishes. Why? Because Marin is the guest of the Pope. Michelangelo is just a sculptor after all, and he is not yet famous in the world at this time. Only after the completion of Genesis and the praise of visitors from all over Europe to Rome, Michelangelo would establish his status as an artistic master. Now, he is just a young sculptor with a little fame. Moreover, even if he becomes famous, he is not good enough in front of Marin. Unless the Vatican is willing to protect him. But the Vatican and Marin are so close that they are almost wearing a pair of pants, so the Vatican is unlikely to turn against Marin for Michelangelo. In addition, Marin did not intend to let Michelangelo go to New York to carve the statue in person. He planned to let Michelangelo carve near the seaside of Rome and let the stone statue lie first. After the carving is completed, Marin will send a ship to load it. After transporting it to Liberty Island, prepare a lot of pulley tools to pull the statue up. Because there is no need to go abroad, and Marin gave a huge reward of tens of thousands of gold coins, plus he couldn't afford to offend the other party. Michelangelo thought about it and agreed. In order to transport this huge stone statue of 20 to 30 meters high, Marin also planned to let the North Sea shipyard design and build a large ship of more than 1,000 tons according to the needs, which was specially used to transport this stone statue. Even after the stone statue was erected, Marin planned to send someone to paint a layer of gold paint on the stone statue, that is, a golden paint configured with tin sulfide. In this way, the 30-meter-high statue can be seen from a distance, which is extremely pretentious. Of course, in order to prevent the lawless from coveting it, Marin will also clearly tell everyone that this is painted with gold paint, not a real gold statue. Otherwise, it would be miserable to be pushed down by someone as gold. While waiting, Marin also sent 500 cavalrymen to return to the country to bring Felice and Robert to Rome. Before, Julius II mentioned that if Robert was to be protected as a cardinal, he had to show his face in Rome and let everyone know him. Moreover, he was also arranged to be a branch of the Rovere family. After all, the Pope has the right to protect the younger generation of the family as cardinals, just like Caesar Borgia. If the starting point is a cardinal that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime, then it will be possible to get rid of ordinary people for decades. Moreover, as a cardinal, as long as you reach the age, you are eligible to run for the Pope of Rome. Now, Marin has acquired the Siena Bank and can easily mobilize hundreds of thousands of gold coins. At that time, as long as you take out enough money, you will have a great chance to run for the Pope. According to Marin's plan, after the two popes of the Medici family died, Robert was almost 30 or 40 years old. At this age, plus he started as a cardinal, it is very advantageous to run for the Pope. Maybe, Marin will have the opportunity to see his son become the Pope in his lifetime. Marin silently calculated that Clement VII died in 1534, when Robert was only about 30 years old. It seems a little young. However, with Marin providing better Oriental doctors, the Medici family Pope may not die so early. As long as he delayed his death for a few more years, when Robert was older, he would be eligible to run for the Pope. Even if it was 1540, he would only be 62 years old, and he should be able to live to that time. Before the end of the year, envoys from various European countries arrived in Rome. Many German princes also came to Rome in person to show their support. Of course, those who came to show their support were mainly from the emperor's faction and the centrists. As for the emperor's opponents, they mainly sent envoys to show their support. Those with good relations sent the foreign minister in person. Those with poor relations, such as France, directly sent an aide to the foreign minister to show their displeasure. The French were very resistant to the coronation of Maximilian I, because once Maximilian I was crowned, it meant that he would become an emperor half a level higher than the king. In the future, when Louis XII met Maximilian I, he had to salute first. But the French were frustrated. Obviously, France was the strongest country in Europe, much stronger than Maximilian I, who was just a name but actually only owned Austria, the Netherlands and Franche-Comté. However, the monarch of France could only be a king, and could not be on an equal footing with Maximilian I after his coronation. At the beginning, Charles VIII specifically bought the Byzantine crown in order to obtain the throne of the extinct Eastern Roman Empire in order to be on an equal footing with the Holy Roman Emperor. However, the crown was bought by the French. The exiled emperor of the Byzantine Empire, Andreas Palaiologos, refused to admit that he had given the throne to Charles VIII, but only admitted that he had sold the crown to him. Later, under the matchmaking of Marin, Maximilian I spent money to buy the throne of the Byzantine Empire from Andreas Palaiologos and held a coronation ceremony. But the problem was that a group of European powers such as France refused to recognize Maximilian I as the Byzantine emperor. They believed that only by occupying Constantinople could they truly become the Byzantine emperor. Otherwise, even if they obtained the crown or the authorization of the exiled emperor, it would be useless. Chapter 1070 for the Treaty of Rome and the coronation of the emperor. After the arrival of envoys from France and other major powers, Maximilian I asked whether the Pope would help him crown two thrones, one of which was the throne of the Holy Roman Empire and the other of the Byzantine Empire. The reason for this was that the last Byzantine emperor, Andreas Palaiologos, had left the Orthodox Church and converted to Catholicism. According to the rules, the emperor of a Catholic country should be crowned by the Pope of Rome. Because the transfer of the throne that Maximilian I had previously publicly joined forces with Andreas Palaiologos had not been generally recognized by European countries. Although the Holy See verbally supported it at the time, it did not hold a coronation ceremony for Maximilian I. Therefore, countries did not recognize the throne that was bought with money. Therefore, Maximilian I hoped that Julius II could help him crown twice this time so that he could wear two crowns at once. However, after the envoys from France and other countries learned about it, they expressed strong opposition. France and other countries believed that there was no problem for Maximilian I to be crowned as the Holy Roman Emperor in accordance with the tradition of the Holy Roman Empire. However, being crowned as the Byzantine Emperor was a big problem. Because the Byzantine capital Constantinople was in the hands of pagans, being crowned as the Byzantine Emperor was a joke. If Maximilian I really wanted to be crowned as the Byzantine Emperor, he should have sent troops to capture Constantinople and be crowned in Constantinople. In addition to the strong opposition from France, the envoys of the Grand Duchy of Moscow also expressed strong opposition. The representative of the Grand Duchy of Moscow believed that Andreas Palaiologos had no children, and even if he abdicated, the throne should fall on the head of Grand Duke Vasily III of Moscow, the son of his sister Princess Sophia. Moreover, Vasily III was an Orthodox monarch, and the monarchs of the Byzantine Empire had always been Orthodox, and no Catholics had ever served. The various bishops of the Orthodox Church have always supported Vasily III as the new emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. However, this is Rome, the base camp of Catholicism. Everyone scoffed at the Mause's statement. After all, the current Russians are not the European steamroller that they later became. Right now, the Russians are just a Grand Duchy. Even, they are being suppressed by Poland and Lithuania, so how can they have any say? In the end, the monarchs and envoys of European countries unanimously decided that they recognized Maximilian I as the King of Greece. But if you want to become the Byzantine Emperor, you must capture Constantinople and be crowned in Constantinople. Otherwise, no one will recognize it. Marin sighed, but he also understood the ideas of various countries. Maximilian I is about to be crowned as the only emperor in Europe, and he still wants to be crowned as the second emperor. Isn't this a public outrage? People can't get a throne, and you get two at once, which will definitely make people jealous. Of course, countries such as France are very wicked. In the end, they did not deny the deal between Maximilian I and Andreas Palaiologos, and recognized Maximilian I as the King of Greece. Why? This is not for the good of Maximilian I, but to pit him. Who is in Greece now? In Turkey's hands. Turkey currently has the strength to crush any country in Europe. After all, they can easily pull out tens of thousands of cavalry. If they really want to mobilize, hundreds of thousands of troops are also possible. The Turks occupy Constantinople and Greece, and Maximilian I, the King of Greece, is meaningless. If it were an ordinary prince like Marin, everyone might not admit that he had obtained a throne. But for Maximilian I, who is about to be crowned emperor, an empty throne is meaningless. After all, they have a better throne. And everyone unanimously expressed their position, asking Maximilian I to capture Constantinople and be crowned emperor there, which is actually instigating the Habsburg family to attack Turkey. And is Turkey easy to mess with? Very hard to mess with. So, everyone is pitting Maximilian I. Of course, Maximilian I is also an old fox and will not be fooled. However, the Greek king can be hereditary. Maybe his son and grandson will fall into the trap. If they are beaten by Turkey, France and other countries will have the opportunity to cut meat from the Habsburg family. Looking at the envoys of various countries who were smiling sinisterly, Marin's eyes flashed. Crown in Constantinople. If I get the throne of the Greek king, and then send troops to capture Constantinople. Marin was also YY. The throne is in the hands of Maximilian I, and it is not easy for Marin to make plans. After all, no matter how kind Maximilian I is, he is an old fox. But when Maximilian I died, Philip or Charles took the throne. Why run for the Holy Roman Emperor? You have to seek support. At that time, maybe you can switch the Greek throne. Then, find a way to seize Constantinople by yourself. Anyway, the envoys of various countries have expressed their opinions. Whoever can capture Constantinople and be crowned there will be recognized by everyone. Marin dare not say that he can completely defeat Turkey, but he can still capture Constantinople by surprise and hold it for a period of time. At that time, after the hasty coronation in Constantinople, it will be announced that the coronation will be held in another place in the future. Hee. So, at the instigation of Marin, Maximilian I signed a convention with envoys from various countries, the Rome Convention. The convention stipulates that the Byzantine Empire has converted to Catholicism and is considered a Catholic country. Moscow's so-called claim is invalid. Catholic countries are still united in this regard. To become the Byzantine Emperor, you must, on the premise of obtaining the title of King of Greece, send troops to occupy Constantinople, and be crowned in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The Pope of Rome will crown him personally, or the Pope will send a cardinal to the Hagia Sophia to crown him. Only if the above requirements are met will everyone recognize his identity as the Eastern Roman Emperor. Otherwise, he can only be called the King of Greece. Seeing this convention in words, Marin laughed. It might be difficult to occupy Constantinople for a long time, but Marin was still confident that he could occupy Constantinople for a while by surprise attack. With this convention in black and white, he would not be afraid of countries defaulting on their debts in the future. Anyway, the convention did not mention the need to occupy Constantinople permanently. Moreover, it did not mention that after officially becoming the Eastern Roman Emperor, he could not change the place of coronation. Playing word games, Marin can beat people of this era by 8 streets. After signing the Rome Convention, everyone can finally sit down calmly and watch the coronation ceremony of Maximilian I. Needless to say, the scene of the coronation ceremony was grand. After all, this is the only emperor in Europe at present. After wearing the crown, Maximilian I was full of energy, and his whole body exuded the aura of a cuckold. As a minister, Marin naturally stepped forward to salute and congratulate, and half-knelt to swear allegiance. And this ceremony is one of the important reasons why many monarchs are reluctant to come. Facing the only emperor in Europe, the princes of the Holy Roman Empire must swear allegiance. Even the monarchs of other countries need to bow and salute to show respect. Therefore, except for the German princes who have a good relationship with the emperor, other princes, including foreign monarchs, have sent ministers to congratulate. Those diplomats, anyway, are not as high-ranking as the monarch, and it is nothing for them to salute Maximilian I. If Louis XII, the King of France, were to come in person to salute Maximilian I, he would probably be depressed to death. Therefore, France simply sent an aide-de-camp to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This guy is just a baron, and it is not a disadvantage for him to salute Maximilian I. After the coronation ceremony of Maximilian I, Julius II also issued a special edict to commend Marin, the hero who helped him conquer Siena, and canonized him as the Holy Spirit warrior. Michelangelo carved a statue and placed it on the side of the Lateran Square as a reward. This reward really caused a sensation. After all, the title of Holy Spirit warrior had never appeared before. So, everyone was discussing it. Moreover, it is a very high honor to have a statue on the side of the Lateran Square. Generally speaking, those who can have statues in holy squares such as the Lateran Temple are big men who have been canonized as saints and are qualified to be the patron saints of a country. For example, St. George of England. Although Marin was not canonized as a saint, it was also a great honor to have a statue in the center of the Vatican, which aroused the jealousy of many people. As everyone was talking, the priest sent by Julius II to read the edict deliberately lowered his voice and read out the right to authorize Marin to conquer the savage continent and spread the glory of Christ in the savage continent. Sure enough, because everyone was attracted by the previous content, and the newly crowned Emperor Maximilian I was the shining protagonist, no one noticed the last sentence. Chapter 1075 Is Queen Margaret pregnant? Everyone present had no objection to why Marin was canonized as a Holy Spirit warrior. However, everyone had a lot of opinions about the statue erected next to the Lateran Square. Generally speaking, only Jesus and the saints can be erected in the core cathedral of the Holy See. Or, the deceased Pope. But what is Marin? A young man from the countryside. Kings of all countries are not qualified to erect statues in the square of the Holy See headquarters, so why should he? Therefore, representatives of various countries protested one after another, especially French diplomats who protested the most strongly. But Julius II was not in a hurry. He said calmly, "Who can help the Holy See conquer Florence and Siena like Marin, and help the Holy See negotiate to take back the Rimini area? I will also help the monarch of that country to erect a statue in the Lateran Square." At this point, everyone was silent. Because, when it comes to contributions to the Holy See, other countries really can't compare. Everyone knows where the Republic of Florence and the Republic of Siena are. That is the third and fourth economic power in Italy, and its economic strength is stronger than that of the Papal States. If other countries conquer these two places, they will definitely swallow them up instead of offering them to the Holy See. Speaking of which, Marin is really stupid. Is he mentally retarded? However, it is said that this guy robbed millions of gold coins from the vault of the Siena Bank, but heard that the cardinals of the Holy See had deposits in it, and then returned the money in disgrace. Moreover, it is said that this guy was stabbed in the ass. Everyone was very happy to hear this. Of course, this news was deliberately released by Marin. After all, if you get too many benefits, you will be envied. Therefore, Marin deliberately sent someone to release the news and described himself as very miserable. But the messengers did not inquire carefully, and did not know that Marin had killed all the family members of more than a dozen shareholders of the Siena Bank. Although the money was returned, the shares of the Siena Bank also fell into Marin's hands. After all the original shareholders are dead. Under the envious and jealous eyes of the envoys of various countries, Marin rode the second-generation warhorse Carter and came to the gate of the Lateran Temple. Then, he was there to model for Michelangelo. After all, Michelangelo had to let Marin pose and demonstrate if he wanted to carve the statue of Marin. In order to make his image more glorious and tall, Marin specially rode the snow-white warhorse Carter to create the illusion of Prince Charming. At the same time, he also put on a white vest with a black cross to show his piety to religion. As for how to pose on a horse, Marin thought about it and asked a priest to go to the church to get a Bible and a cross. Then, he rode on horseback, holding the Bible in his left hand and holding the cross in his right hand. This pose is good. Julius II praised with satisfaction. The Bible in one hand and the cross in the other hand definitely showed Marin's piety to Christianity, which was very much in line with the taste of the church. After Julius II praised, many bishops and priests applauded Marin's gesture and praised his piety to religion. Bah, flatterer. The French envoy spat privately. Of course, he dared not do it publicly. After all, this would offend the church. But in his heart, the French envoy despised Marin's shameless flattery. But at the same time, the French envoy had to admit that Marin did have a good hand. The Bible in his left hand and the cross in his right hand. This image, if placed in the folk, would definitely make those devout believers like him more. Julius II saw everyone's envious and jealous eyes, but he was very happy in his heart. Because this shows that erecting a statue in the square of the Vatican headquarters is still very attractive to various countries. It will be easy if we can attract everyone. So, Julius II took this opportunity to announce loudly, everyone, the Holy Spirit warriors are not the only ones. The status of the Holy Spirit warriors is below that of saints, and they are warriors among mortals. If you can make great contributions to the great cause of the Lord and the Holy See, you are also qualified to be canonized and have statues erected in the Lateran Square. For example, the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Aragon are fighting to recover Morocco, a region occupied by pagans. If they can successfully occupy the whole of Morocco, then His Majesty Juan III and His Majesty Ferdinand II will also be qualified to become Holy Spirit warriors and have statues erected in the Holy See. In addition, whoever has the ability to recapture the Holy City of Jerusalem will be canonized as a higher-level saint by the Holy See after his death. Saint. 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 When the future Pope Leo X, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, saw it, he immediately raised his arms and cheered, becoming a cheerleader, leading the priests in the square to cheer together to help Julius II. Spanish Foreign Minister Joaquin was also very proud to learn that his king had the opportunity to have a statue in front of the Vatican. However, he proposed that the statue of his monarch should not be placed behind the statue of Marin. In response, Julius II stated on the spot that the statue of Marin would be placed on the left side of the gate, while the statues of the two Spanish kings would be placed on the right side of the gate of the temple, no farther from the gate than the statue of Marin. Seeing that the Pope gave him such a face, Joaquin was very proud and accepted the congratulations of envoys from various countries. Marin glanced at him and thought, "Why are you so proud? No matter how great you are still behind me. I am the first one to have a statue erected at the gate of the Holy Temple. First is first." After the issue of Holy Spirit Warrior and the statue was settled, Julius II announced the commendation of King Edward of England, in view of the fact that the Kingdom of England sent the Newcastle Legion, the 4th Legion, to assist in the siege of Siena, and the royal family of the Kingdom of Scotland has become extinct. I have decided to grant the throne of Scotland to King Edward of England. Wait a minute. At this time, the French envoy Mbappé suddenly shouted. Julius II paused and asked in a bad tone, "Ambassador Mbappé, don't you agree with my point of view?" French envoy Mbappé immediately bowed and said, "Sorry, Your Holiness. You just said that the Scottish royal family has died out. This statement is not the final conclusion." "Oh. Are you talking about Bishop Alexander Stuart of the Stuart family? But he has decided to dedicate himself to God, serve the church forever, and gave up his right to inherit the throne." Mbappé shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about him, but the descendants of His Majesty John Stuart." "What? The descendants of John Stuart? Doesn't he have no children? Do you want to talk about his illegitimate children? Mr. Mbappé, don't you know that illegitimate children have no right of inheritance?" Julius II said angrily. Moreover, he felt that he was offended by the French envoy Mbappé did not panic, but said calmly, "No, Your Holiness. You should know that before Edinburgh was captured, His Majesty John Stuart—" "No, Mr. Mbappé. John Stuart is suspected of murdering His Majesty James IV, so the legitimacy of his throne cannot be guaranteed." A bishop corrected. Mbappé nodded and said, "Even so, Lord John Stuart's identity as the Duke of Albany should be recognized by everyone, right?" Everyone nodded. "That's it. No matter what, Lord John Stuart's children are still royal children and have the right to inherit the throne. But, as everyone knows, Duke John Stuart did not leave any legitimate heirs. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici couldn't help but say. Mbappe shook his head. No, his legal wife, Queen Margaret, found out she was pregnant after fleeing to France. What? Everyone present was shocked. Chapter 1076, Fake Pregnancy. As Mbappe said, if John Stuart and Queen Margaret really had a child, then this child would be eligible to inherit the throne of Scotland. Even if it was a girl, her son would have the opportunity to inherit the throne of Scotland. Regardless of whether John Stuart was the murderer of James IV, he was a member of the royal family of the Stuart dynasty of Scotland, and a royal descendant with a close blood relationship. His legitimate children would definitely be eligible to inherit the throne. Even Julius II felt that the problem was very difficult. Because, as the spiritual leader of Europe, the Pope himself did not have strong power and could only rely on rules to suppress people, not on strength. And it was obviously in accordance with the rules for John Stuart's offspring to inherit the throne of Scotland. Therefore, Julius II also felt it was difficult. At this time, Marin stood up and refuted, John Stuart is the murderer of His Majesty James IV. His descendants should not have the right of inheritance. If they do, then Europe will be in chaos. If His Majesty Louis XII's brother murdered him, his brother's descendants will also inherit the throne. In this way, won't the European royal family fall into a bloody storm? Won't everyone live in fear? Marin's words resonated with many people. Indeed, if the son of the regicide still inherits the throne in order, then won't everyone be busy killing the king in the future? Anyway, at worst, I will die, but my son will still inherit the throne. Mbappe glanced at Marin coldly and said, Grand Duke Marin, please watch your words. The great king of the Kingdom of France cannot be used as a joke. Marin just casually used Louis XII as an example, and it was a negative example, which really offended Louis XII. Marin shrugged indifferently and said, okay, I apologize. However, what I said, although it was rough, was indeed true. Mbappe thought for a while and said, even if what you said makes sense, Duke John Stuart may not be the culprit in the murder of James IV. As far as I know, the result of the investigation at that time was that there was no evidence that it was the English who did it, and there was no evidence that it was John Stuart who did it. Moreover, Duke John Stuart had been imprisoned at the time. If there was enough evidence, he would have been hanged as a regicide. Therefore, there is no evidence that John Stuart murdered His Majesty James IV. That's not right. I heard that John Stuart was about to be convicted at the time, but Queen Margaret relied on the Scottish guards in her hands to force Prime Minister Alex to release John Stuart and took the initiative to marry him. It is said that these two people had an affair and then they had the evil intention to murder James IV. Marin retorted. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? As long as there is no irrefutable evidence that John Stuart murdered James IV, his descendants are eligible to inherit the Scottish throne. Mbappe insisted. Who knows whether Margaret's pregnancy is true or not? How long have they been married? Marin muttered. Hearing this, Mbappe's face suddenly tightened, and then returned to normal in an instant. But this scene happened to be seen by Marin. Could it be that Margaret's pregnancy is fake? Marin guessed. Marin really guessed right, Margaret's pregnancy was indeed fake. In September, Queen Margaret took a fishing boat and made a big circle in the Atlantic Ocean, and finally escaped to France. After arriving in Paris, Louis XII asked her, what can you bring me? Margaret replied, I am the only blood of the Tudor dynasty in England. With me, it will be easier to find the Tudor survivors in England and launch an uprising against Edward. But Louis XII shook his head and said, I'm afraid this doesn't make much sense. It turned out that Edward's trap in London to kill the Tudor remnants had been heard by Louis XII as Jones and other leaders fled to France. Now, the Tudor remnants have suffered heavy losses and can no longer organize a large-scale uprising. Therefore, Margaret's value has been greatly reduced. Seeing that she was about to be dismissed by Louis XII, the unwilling Margaret suddenly had a magical idea. Your Majesty, in addition to being the only heir to the Tudor dynasty of England, I have also been the Queen of Scotland twice. So what? Both Scottish kings are dead, and did you leave any children with them? Louis XII was a little impatient and planned to throw Margaret, who had no use value, to a country village and let her be a stable small landowner. Who said there are no children? Look, John Stuart and I have children. Queen Margaret smiled mysteriously. Louis XII looked at Margaret in surprise and asked, are you pregnant? Margaret and John Stuart were married for only 2 months, and John Stuart was killed by the English army. Therefore, Margaret and John Stuart could not have ready-made children, and it could only be that Margaret was pregnant. But Margaret smiled mysteriously and said, "Your Majesty, I can get pregnant." "What do you mean? I can get pregnant?" Louis XII was a little confused. Margaret explained, "I fled to France, who knows if I am pregnant? At that time, your Majesty can just find a child of similar age and say that I am pregnant and give birth to John Stuart's child. In this way, this child will become the legal heir of the Kingdom of Scotland. And the Kingdom of France can use the name of this child to command the Scots and prevent the English from smoothly annexing the Kingdom of Scotland. Good idea." Louis XII slapped his thigh excitedly. Then, he looked at Margaret meaningfully and thought to himself, "This woman is not simple." With this Scottish prince fabricated out of thin air in his hands, and Margaret herself has some value in disrupting England, Louis XII decided to treat Margaret, a woman of great use, well. This matter was originally a French secret. But Mbappé happened to be involved in this matter, so he knew the truth. When Marin guessed the truth, Mbappé's face changed and Marin suspected him. So, Marin shouted, "How long have Margaret and John Stuart been married? Who knows whether her pregnancy is true or not? You French people will not just find a child to pretend to be a Scottish prince and then make trouble for His Majesty Edward, right?" Mbappé's face flashed with an unnatural look, but he still retorted, "How could it be? We are the great Kingdom of France, a responsible big country, and we don't fool people." At the end, Mbappé himself had no confidence. Marin smiled, then turned to Julius II and said, "In that case, Your Holiness, please send a delegation to France to see for themselves whether Queen Margaret is really pregnant." Mbappé was a little flustered, but he still said, "Let's go, who's afraid of who?" But at the same time, he was thinking, should we find a pregnant woman to pretend to be Queen Margaret? Marin seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, "By the way, I heard that the London Tower Palace has a collection of oil paintings of Henry VII's family, which were created by the original English court painters. When the Vatican's delegation is trying to verify whether Queen Margaret is really pregnant, they can bring these paintings as references to prevent France from finding a pregnant woman to pretend to be Queen Margaret." Mbappé's face suddenly changed, but he still said, "Whatever, whatever." Chapter 1077, Finding a Substitute. Seeing Mbappé's nervousness, Julius II also guessed that there was a problem. Anyway, he was on Marin's side. So he ordered, "In this case, let's send someone to France first to see if the former Queen Margaret of Scotland is really pregnant. By the way, as for Queen Margaret's oil painting." Marin glanced at Sakara, and Sakara quickly stepped forward to guarantee, "I will send someone to London to get it immediately." In the end, Julius II made a decision: first send a team including 3 nuns to Paris to check if Queen Margaret is really pregnant. Then, make other plans. Marin smiled and felt that he had one. The French envoy Mbappé was frustrated. However, he did not admit that it was a lie on the spot, but sent people back to the country to report the situation the next day. In his mind, he hoped that France could pay a lot of money to bribe the members of the Vatican's delegation to make up for the lie. After receiving Mbappé's secret letter, Louis XII was furious. "Damn it, this idiot. Why did you expose it so early? Can't it be a few months later? John Stuart had only died 4 months ago. Even if she got pregnant right after getting married, Queen Margaret should have been pregnant for only about half a year at this time, and it was still a long way from the due date." And after Louis XII chose to ally with Alexander VI, Pope Julius II was no longer on the same side as France. The people who could be sent out by him must be his confidants. How could they be bribed? So, Mbappé is a pig. However, if Mbappé had not spoken out against it at the time, Edward would have been judged as the legitimate king of Scotland. Speaking of which, he had no choice at the time. What should I do? What should I do? Louis XII also had a headache. Maybe, I can discuss it with her personally. Louis XII, who really couldn't think of an idea, simply found Queen Margaret. After telling the story, Louis XII looked at Queen Margaret anxiously and said, "Look, what can we do? If we don't handle it well, Edward, that bastard, will be crowned King of Scotland." After listening to Louis XII's words, Queen Margaret was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, I heard that there is a condition called premature birth." Louis XII was stunned and said, "I know, but the possibility of premature babies surviving is very low. In this era, European medicine was extremely backward. Adults could easily die from a cold, let alone premature babies who were born sick. Even in the Ming dynasty, where medicine was the most developed, the chances of premature babies surviving were not very high. Even if they survived, they would be sickly when they grew up. In Europe, where doctors were popular with bloodletting and opium tincture, the chances of premature babies surviving were extremely small." Margaret said coldly, "It's not that there are no premature babies who survive, although the chance is indeed very small. But, whether they survive or not is up to us, isn't it? Louis XII suddenly realized, you mean, you pretend to give birth to a premature baby? Margaret nodded and said, yes, I can pretend to give birth to a premature baby. Generally speaking, there is a possibility of premature birth after 7 months. Your Majesty, you can send people to cause trouble for the Vatican delegation and delay them. As long as it takes more than a month, I can pretend to give birth to a premature baby. Then, you go to the people to find a boy who is born very thin to pretend to be a premature baby. Good idea, but I have a question. It seems that every woman who has given birth should be able to breastfeed. At that time, if the nuns of the Vatican delegation see if you can breastfeed. Louis XII reminded. Margaret blushed immediately. She had never given birth to a child, so how could she know what breastfeeding was like? Besides, she had never given birth, so she really couldn't squeeze out milk. After thinking about it, Queen Margaret said, it's not like there are women who don't produce milk after giving birth. Louis XII shook his head and said, premature birth and no milk, one of these situations can be considered accidental, but if both situations are combined, it would be strange if they don't suspect. Queen Margaret fell silent. Louis XII was right. If it was premature birth alone or no milk alone, the people of the Vatican delegation might not suspect it. However, if the two things were combined, it would be too coincidental, and it would be impossible not to suspect it. Thinking of Louis XII's previous introduction, Margaret suddenly thought of another way. Your Majesty, you just said that they sent someone to London to get the oil painting for comparison, instead of sending people here, right? Louis XII nodded, yes, what's the matter? Margaret smiled, I have a way. What is it? Louis XII asked happily. As long as Edward could not become the King of Scotland, he would be happy. Margaret cleared her throat and said, since the other party is comparing with the oil painting, why don't we find a woman who looks like me to deal with them? I happen to have a painting of mine collected in London with me. Your Majesty, you just need to find a pregnant woman who looks like me to deal with them. Anyway, they will not confront someone familiar with me, but only look for the oil painting for comparison. As long as your Majesty can find a pregnant young woman similar to the one in the oil painting in France, you can deal with this inspection. Louis XII thought about it and expressed his concern, no, what if the one we find is a civilian woman who doesn't understand Latin? The Vatican investigation team will definitely question them in Latin. In Europe at that time, there was no princess who did not know Latin. Margaret thought about it and found that there was really no solution. She could only sigh and said, there is no other way. Otherwise, let the woman pretend to be sick and have difficulty speaking. It is normal for seriously ill people to have difficulty speaking. No matter how seriously ill she is, she will not be unable to speak. Then give that woman emergency training so that she can speak a few simple Latin sentences. A few simple sentences will be enough to help her pretend to be seriously ill and have difficulty speaking. Okay, that's the only way. Louis XII sighed and began to order his men to search across the country for pregnant women who looked like the one in the oil painting provided by Queen Margaret to play the pregnant Margaret. At the same time, Louis XII also sent several teams to the French-Italian border to try every means to delay the itinerary of the Vatican delegation. Because it takes time to find a substitute for Queen Margaret and train her to speak Latin. Therefore, the later the Vatican delegation arrives in Paris, the better. And in Rome, at this time, Felice also brought little Robert and quietly arrived in Rome under the escort of the North Sea Cavalry. After arriving in Rome, Felice quietly moved into the VIP hotel where Marin was. Robert Jr. was taken to Julius II's private residence and handed over to Julius II's fake parents from the Rovere family who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Led by Julius II, Robert Jr. appeared in public and was introduced to the public. In this public appearance, Robert Jr. spoke fluent Italian with a Roman accent, which did not arouse anyone's suspicion. This is no wonder, Robert's mother Felice and Aunt Angela both grew up in Rome and speak fluent Italian with a Roman accent. Usually, in order to cultivate Robert Jr.'s ability to adapt to life in Rome in the future, Marin deliberately let Angela and Felice speak Italian with Robert. Even in order to help Robert speak Italian well, little Caesar now speaks fluent Italian. Julius II told everyone that this family descendant named Robert Rovere would be protected by him and become a cardinal. Once he turned 18, he could serve in the Holy See. In order to prevent himself from living beyond Robert's adulthood, Julius II directly signed the appointment letter in advance and gave it to Robert the Younger. However, this appointment letter would not take effect until Robert turned 18. After going through the formalities, Julius II found fake parents to cover up for Robert, and took Robert the Younger back to the mountains to continue his seclusion as agreed. In fact, Robert the Younger quietly returned to Rome that night and reunited with Marin. At this time, Marin had nothing to do in Italy. So, he simply took Felice and Robert and followed the army all the way north to return to the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 1078 The situation in Morocco. When coming, Marin's army went by sea. Mainly because Marin didn't want people to know that he had sent troops. After all, in the vast ocean, as long as you stay away from the coastline and main routes, it is difficult to be discovered. But it was different when going back. At this time, the Siena War was over, and Marin didn't have to hide anymore. Therefore, the Mountain Infantry Corps simply chose to return home by land this time. However, Marin left 3,000 soldiers as guards for the Siena Bank and debt collectors. The remaining 11,000 people, thousands of people were lost in this war, followed Marin back by land. However, the 4th Legion of Saqqara, because they had to go back to England, they had to take a ship anyway, so they simply took a ship back to Newcastle. In addition, Marin also sent a fleet to transport the treasure. Although the millions of gold coins robbed from the Siena Bank were sent back during the conquest of the Republic of Siena, they reaped a great harvest because they found the treasures of more than a dozen financial families in Siena for hundreds of years, and actually gained more than 1.5 million gold coins, including more than 100,000 distributed to soldiers. In addition, in several important towns such as Grosseto and Radicofani, important cities in the Republic of Siena, Marin's army looted gold and silver worth 500,000 gold coins and various valuables by relying on the method of finding secret rooms taught by Marin. There is no way. The Republic of Siena has not fought for hundreds of years, and it is a famous commercial country. It is normal to accumulate so much wealth. If Marin conquers the Republic of Venice now, it is estimated that more than 10 million gold coins can be robbed. After all, the annual fiscal revenue of the Republic of Venice is more than 1 million gold coins, which is stronger than France. The reason for choosing to use ships to transport gold and silver back to the country is not only convenient, but also mainly because they are afraid of being too eye-catching. You know, wealth worth 2 million gold coins is absolutely enviable in Europe. Even the richest Republic of Venice has a little less fiscal revenue than this. Think about it, the fiscal revenue of China in the future is more than 10 trillion yuan a year. If so much money is escorted to the market, won't people be jealous and crazy or even have evil thoughts? Not to mention escorting more than 10 trillion yuan to the market, even if it is a sack of money, it will make people extremely jealous. So, Marin thought about it and sent people back to the country as soon as possible, and mobilized a trustworthy fleet to transport the money, instead of letting the Mountain Infantry Corps escort boxes of gold and silver treasures to the market on land. To be honest, when sending troops south to help the Papal States attack Siena, Marin did not think about making a profit. He was originally thinking of losing money to earn the colonial authorization in America. But unexpectedly, Siena, which had not fought for hundreds of years, actually hid so much wealth. The training for finding the secret room, which was originally a whim, actually achieved such great results. If Marin didn't turn over the secret rooms that had been hidden for hundreds of years, he could only find more than 300,000 gold coins, which was about the same as the estimate before the troops were dispatched. In addition, there were various large items of property and artworks worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. But in order to gain favor in the Vatican, Marin donated all the stolen artworks, leaving only non-art property. The main reason is that artworks are very popular and sought after in Italy, but in Germany, these artworks are not valued at all. Because the Germans prefer simple and practical things. I don't know why, Italians have been obsessed with luxurious life and artworks since the late Roman Empire. Then, the once brave and powerful Roman Empire began to degenerate, and its combat effectiveness began to become rubbish. In later generations, although they were descendants of Roman warriors, the Italians degenerated into funny people who were obsessed with art and greedy for enjoyment. The poor and simple Germans became the representatives of European combat effectiveness. Speaking of which, the Ming dynasty was similar. When the whole country was good at literature, the Ming dynasty, which once overthrew the Mongol Empire, also became synonymous with weak chickens. It seems that literary youths are not suitable for fighting. Because, literary youths lack the bravery, or barbarity, that soldiers possess in their bones. Therefore, Marin likes to go to the southern German mountains to select simple and tough mountain people as soldiers. Because these mountain people do not know how to play tricks, they are more likely to obey orders and fight. In addition, they have been walking on mountain roads for a long time and can endure hardships, which is definitely a seedling of elite soldiers. The Swiss are also a group of mountain people, tough and strong. But what Marin can't understand is that Italy is also mountainous, and there are mountain people everywhere, so why can't they become elite soldiers? Could it be that mountain people who are too literary are not good? Marin doesn't understand. When going north from the Duchy of Milan and passing through the Graubünden area in southeastern Switzerland, Maximilian I suddenly wanted to ask Marin for help and lead troops to raid the resistance in western Switzerland, but was rejected by Marin. Just kidding, the resistance in western Switzerland is not the Swiss resistance at all, it is clearly a coalition of Swiss and French. Even the French army has an advantage in numbers. Marin was not afraid of offending the Swiss, but he was afraid of offending the French. If this resistance army was destroyed, it would be equivalent to offending France to death. Therefore, Marin rejected the invitation of Maximilian I, hurriedly passed through the Swiss region, and continued to go north. Maximilian I had no choice but to accumulate strength by himself. Anyway, he now had 30,000 gold coins from selling Luxembourg iron ore and 300,000 gold coins from a loan from the Bank of Siena, which were enough to consume with France. Just when Marin was busy leading his army north to return home, the Spanish war in Morocco also made significant progress. Gonzalo's army finally broke through the Moroccan capital of Fez and achieved a major staged victory. Fez and Marrakesh are the two famous capitals of Morocco. As for the later capital Rabat, it is still a small rural place at this time. However, during this siege, the Sultan of the Ouattaz dynasty of Morocco, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, rushed out of the north gate at night with 8,000 elite cavalry, and then fled south to the old capital of Marrakesh. Spain needs time to destroy Morocco. After the autumn harvest in Spain, Gonzalo crossed the sea with 30,000 Spanish troops and 40,000 to 50,000 civilians, and joined the 20,000 German mercenaries who had crossed the sea. But Gonzalo did not rush to advance, but surrounded Tetuan, an important town in northern Morocco, and surrounded it without attacking. The reason for this is that Gonzalo wanted to surround a point and attack the reinforcements. The tactic of surrounding a point and attacking the reinforcements was mentioned once by Marin when he taught Gonzalo the Marin phalanx, Spanish phalanx. Gonzalo was very interested in it. It happened that Gonzalo was worried about how to deal with the highly mobile Moroccan scimitar cavalry, so he simply surrounded the city of Tetuan and waited for the army of the Ouattaz dynasty of Morocco to come to the rescue, and then took the opportunity to fight a decisive battle with it. The origin of the city of Tetuan actually has a lot to do with the Spaniards. In 1492, the two kings of Spain, Ferdinand II and Isabella I, jointly destroyed the Ala country on the Iberian Peninsula Granada. After the country was destroyed, the Ala Moors on the Iberian Peninsula fled to Morocco across the sea. These people are called Andalusian Moors. After they came to northern Morocco, they gathered near Tetuan and rebuilt this once destroyed city and built it into a fortress city. The Andalusian Moors who fled to Morocco from southern Spain that year basically gathered near Tetuan. After Gonzalo led 50,000 troops to besiege the city, the Ouattaz dynasty of Fez quickly gathered troops from all over the country, gathered 60,000 scimitar cavalry, and attacked aggressively. But Gonzalo had already been prepared. He had 30,000 Spanish soldiers form several Marin squares, Spanish squares, to resist the impact of the Moroccan scimitar cavalry. At the same time, 20,000 German mercenaries were deployed on both wings. After the 30,000 Spanish troops in the center withstood several rounds of charges by the Moroccan scimitar cavalry, Gonzalo suddenly commanded 20,000 German mercenaries on both wings, as well as several thousand Spanish cavalry, to charge into the Moroccan battle formation. Morocco's several charges were fruitless, and its morale had already plummeted. Suddenly, the fierce German mercenaries and Spanish cavalry attacked, and the formation was in chaos, and they fled in defeat. But unfortunately, the main body of the Moroccan army was cavalry, so even if they fled, the losses were not great. More than 60,000 scimitar cavalry, and 50,000 people escaped, which can be said to be a small loss. Moreover, knowing that the Spanish army outside Tetuan was not easy to mess with, the Ouattaz dynasty in Fez simply did not send troops to rescue. In desperation, Gonzalo took Tetuan seriously and marched south again to surround Fez, the capital of the Ouattaz dynasty. This time, the Ouattaz dynasty had no way to retreat and could only fight Spain head-on. Relying on the tall and solid city walls, the Ouattaz dynasty resisted for several months. But the Moroccans' walls were not strong enough, mainly because of their poor wall-building technology. After several months of strong attacks, the Spaniards finally broke through the city of Fez. Originally, Gonzalo had a chance to win the battle. However, the Spanish army and the hired German mercenaries did not cooperate well enough. So, the Sultan of the Ouattaz dynasty found the weakness and rushed out of the north gate with tens of thousands of the most elite royal cavalry overnight, rushing straight to the junction of the Spanish army and the German mercenaries, and really fought a bloody way out. Although he lost 2,000 elite cavalry, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad finally escaped with 8,000 elite scimitar cavalry and fled south to the old capital of Marrakesh, intending to continue to organize resistance there. If Gonzalo wants to destroy the Moroccan Ouattaz dynasty, he must continue to go south and break through Marrakesh. Moreover, he must capture or kill the Sultan of the Waddas dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, otherwise, the Moroccans' resistance will not stop as long as the Sultan is still there. Chapter 1079, Backstabbing and Blaming Others. Just after returning to Auric, Marin hadn't sat down yet when he heard the news that Gonzalo led his army to break through Fez, the capital of the Waddas dynasty in Morocco. What? How come it's so fast? Aren't the Moroccans so useless? Marin was very depressed after receiving the intelligence sent by Kohler. After reading the intelligence carefully, Marin's brows were directly wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Did this Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad's head get kicked by a donkey? With more than 60,000 scimitar cavalry in hand, he actually chose to fight positional warfare and urban attack and defense with the Spaniards, which was a waste of the cavalry's mobility. Morocco has a small population, about 500,000 to 600,000 people. However, most Moroccans are nomadic peoples, and men basically know how to ride horses and are good at using scimitars. Therefore, although there are only a few 100,000 people, the Waddas dynasty can also gather more than 60,000 main cavalry. Of course, among these more than 60,000 cavalry, only more than 10,000 Sudan's imperial cavalry belong to the main cavalry. And the other 50,000 people are mostly tribal cavalry with temporary signs. But even so, more than 60,000 main cavalry are enough to defeat the armies of most European countries. Therefore, although there was only the Strait of Gibraltar between them, Spain and Portugal could never defeat Morocco. They could only build strong fortresses along the coast and rely on them for defense to seek a foothold. This is because, in a wild battle, the Spanish and Portuguese armies are no match for tens of thousands of Moroccan scimitar cavalry. Of course, that was in the past. In the past, Spain and Portugal could only gather an army of 10,000 or 20,000 at most, and could not fight against tens of thousands of Moroccan cavalry. But since Spain obtained Marin's nautical charts and obtained the spice trade of Calicut in southern India, its pockets have suddenly bulged. In addition, the Spaniards learned Marin phalanx, Spanish phalanx, and defeated the French army. In addition, Margaret of Austria also helped hire 20,000 German mercenaries, and cooperated with 30,000 Spanish troops who knew how to use the Marin phalanx, so that Spain was finally sure to defeat Morocco. Under the leadership of the famous General Gonzalo de Córdoba, the 50,000-strong Spanish army first surrounded the enemy and attacked the reinforcements to defeat the Moroccans, and then attacked the enemy's rescue, besieged Fez, the capital of the Waddas dynasty, and indeed defeated the Moroccans. Today, the Moroccan Waddas dynasty, which originally had more than 60,000 scimitar cavalry, only had 8,000 main cavalrymen who fled to the old capital Marrakesh with Sultan Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad. But Marin knew that if Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad still held the foolish idea of defending Marrakesh, it would only be a matter of time before he was eliminated by Gonzalo. But the problem is that Marin's instigation of Spain to attack Morocco was to dig a hole for Spain, not to give Spain territory. Moreover, the failure of the Moroccans was purely due to the incompetence of the commander, which led to such a disastrous defeat. If Marin were to command the more than 60,000 scimitar cavalry of the Moroccan Waddas dynasty, he would never choose to go head-to-head with Gonzalo's 50,000 troops. Unless Gonzalo's 50,000 troops only stay in the coastal areas, it is convenient to supply from the sea. Otherwise, once the Spanish army goes deep into the inland, Morocco's curved cavalry will have the opportunity to use mobile warfare and sabotage warfare to attack the supply lines of the Spanish army. In order to destroy Morocco this time, Spain mobilized 50,000 troops and nearly 50,000 civilians, adding up to nearly 100,000 people. With so many people, the demand for food is huge. If the Moroccans lure the Spanish army deep into the inland, and then use large-scale cavalry to cut off the opponent's supply, then, the Spanish army has only one choice: retreat to the seaside. Otherwise, the consumption of supplies alone can drag itself down. As for protecting the supply line, it is also unrealistic. Because the Spanish army, together with the German mercenaries, has only 5,000 or 6,000 cavalry in total. Moreover, most of the 2,000 German cavalry are heavy cavalry. As long as the Moroccan scimitar cavalry chooses to fight, the Spanish cavalry is no match at all. However, Marin really overestimated the command level of Sultan Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad of the Waddas dynasty of Morocco. Obviously, they had more than 60,000 highly mobile light cavalry, but they chose to confront the Spaniards head-on. After being defeated at the city of Tetuan, they actually retreated directly to the city of Fez. When the Spanish army marched into Fez, they did not send anyone to harass the Spanish supply lines. In short, in Marin's eyes, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad's military talent was probably about the same as that of a pig. Now, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad only has 8,000 regular cavalry left. In addition, more than 10,000 tribal cavalry can probably be recruited from various tribes. In addition, it should be pointed out that the Wadas dynasty, including the previous Marin dynasty, were regimes established by the Berbers. The Arabs, who are more capable than the Berbers, are currently only a minority in the Moroccan population. However, their combat effectiveness should never be ignored. For example, the Arabs of the Saad tribal alliance in southern Morocco are definitely an armed force that cannot be ignored. The Saads are currently in the relatively dry and barren southern region of Morocco, and the population is not large. However, they were very strong and could gather more than 10,000 Arab scimitar cavalry. These Arab scimitar cavalry were better than those Berber scimitar cavalry who copied them. How powerful were the Saad people's scimitar cavalry? Originally in history, around 1554, the Arab scimitar cavalry of the Saad dynasty defeated the coalition forces composed of the Berber cavalry of the Wadas dynasty and the Ottoman Turkish cavalry at that time, and directly destroyed the Wadas dynasty. Then, they defeated the Turkish intervention army and completely controlled the entire Morocco. Turkey in 1554 was at its peak. The Turkish Sultan at that time was the famous Suleiman I, a man known as the Great Emperor. In this way, the Moroccan Arab cavalry of the Saad dynasty still fought back the Turks forcefully, which shows how powerful the Arab cavalry of the Saad dynasty was. Of course, that was the Saad dynasty decades later in the original history. Today's Saad people have already had the intention to rebel. However, the strength is still not enough, with only more than 10,000 cavalry. Moreover, most of them are ordinary herdsman cavalry, not all regular cavalry. But in general, the Saad Arab cavalry is stronger than the Berber nomadic cavalry of the same level. Even, it is not much worse than the regular Wadas dynasty guard cavalry. Marin actually does not care about the combat effectiveness of the Arab cavalry of the Saad tribal alliance, but he is worried that the Saads who have long been rebellious will foolishly stab the Wadas dynasty in the back. Originally in history, the Saads rebelled around 1511. Now, they are almost ready to rebel. Once the remnants of the Wadas dynasty retreating to Marrakesh in the south clash with the Saads who have long been rebellious. Then, the Spaniards will probably laugh to death. Therefore, Marin now hopes to send an envoy to remind the Sultan of the Wadas dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad, to be careful of the Saads stabbing him in the back. If necessary, it is best to persuade the Saads to join him in dealing with the Spaniards first. As for the Spanish people's attempt to win over the Saads to deal with the Wadas dynasty, Marin never worried about it. Why? Because Spain is a fanatical Christian country, and there is a terrible fanatical religious institution like the Inquisition in the country. Therefore, it is unlikely that the Spanish people will join forces with the pagan Saads. Of course, Marin did not expect the Wadas dynasty and the Saads to join forces sincerely. He just wanted the Saads to not be stupid enough to attack the Wadas dynasty from behind at this critical moment. As for the participation of the Wadas dynasty, they still have 8,000 main cavalry, and can recruit thousands to more than 10,000 pastoral cavalry. With such strength, as long as they don't stupidly confront the Spaniards, they can still hold on for a long time. The premise is that someone needs to remind the idiot Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad. For this reason, Marin sent two groups of people to meet with the Sultan of the Wadas dynasty Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad and the leader of the Saad people Abu Abdullah came. Sending people to meet Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad is naturally to remind them to use the mobility advantage of the scimitar cavalry to attack the Spanish supply lines and disrupt the Spanish plan to occupy the entire Morocco. Although the Wadas dynasty now has few cavalry, the number of people used to attack the Spanish supply lines is barely enough. After all, the Spanish cavalry is not many. As long as the Wadas dynasty began to use the advantage of cavalry to fight guerrilla warfare with the Spaniards, who were mainly infantry, would definitely have a headache. As for the group of people who went to see the leader of the Saads, Abu Abdullah came, they naturally advised him to at least remain neutral in this war. If possible, it would be best to help Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad. After all, if the Wadas dynasty was over, the Saads would not be able to escape. However, Marin never wanted to be known as the one who stabbed him in the back. Therefore, Marin specifically asked Kohler to order the Paris branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to hire the French to go to southern Morocco and meet with Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad and Abu Abdullah came respectively. In this way, even if the Spanish investigated, the French would be found in the end. Anyway, France and Spain are enemies, and they fought to the death in Italy before. The Spaniards would definitely believe that the blame was put on the French. Even the French, Spain's mortal enemy, would happily take the blame after learning about it. Because the French would definitely be happy to do something that could bring bad luck to their enemies. The Spaniards, who were so happy about conquering Fez, could not imagine that their close friend Marin was planning to stab them in the back. And King Louis XII of France, who was busy deceiving the Vatican, did not expect that Marin was planning to put the blame on him. Chapter 1080 Prelude to the Battle of Wuhai. After arranging everything, Marin was still worried. You know, this time he played too big a game, plotting against two top European powers at once. If he was discovered, he would definitely be in big trouble. Therefore, he called Kohler back worriedly and added instructions: "This matter is very important and must not be leaked. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Let's do this." The spy of the Paris branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce who is responsible for finding people in Paris this time must find the most reliable person to do it. Moreover, after this matter is done, this most reliable person must also be transferred out of Paris, so as not to be accidentally caught by the French in the future and leak secrets. Let's do this, afterward transfer this person to America as a colonial official. Kohler nodded to show that he understood. But Marin added, "As for the French temporary workers we hired, after the mission is completed, let their ship have an accident and sink into the Atlantic Ocean. Understood, we will never let them come back alive. Wait, the French will definitely investigate this matter afterwards. How about this, you deliberately leave some clues pointing to the Venetians. The Venetians just happen to be at odds with Spain over the issue of Indian spices." Marin thought France was not enough, so he dragged Venice, which was at odds with the Spanish over spices, into the water. Seeing Marin looking uneasy there, Kohler suddenly said, "Master, since you are so afraid of being discovered by the Spaniards, why don't you let the French and Venetians do it? In this way, if it is indeed done by them, we can clear our suspicion." Marin was stunned. "What do you mean?" Kohler thought for a while and said, "Since you want to put the blame on France and Venice, two countries that hate Spain, why don't you quietly notify them and let them do it? I think they will be happy to cause trouble for the Spaniards." Marin nodded, "That's true, but how can we make people unable to see our shadow? After all, secretly notifying France and Venice will also leave traces. Why don't you have your men disguised as Venetians and quietly inform the French? And have another group of people disguised as French and quietly inform the Venetians. In this way, both sides will mistakenly think that it was the other party who informed them, but they will not reveal it. After all, they are happy to see the Spanish in trouble." Marin slapped his thigh immediately. "This is a good idea. If the French and Venetians are indeed the ones who come forward to do the work, it will be easier for us to hide. Well, the people responsible for notifying the two countries will be sent to America as colonial officials afterwards. In this way, our tale will be cleared." "Okay, I'll arrange it immediately." Kohler hurriedly went to select people. Marin sent people to notify France and Venice respectively, hoping that they would send a delegation to Marrakesh and the Saad tribe to offer strategies. In the choice of providing strategies, Marin also gave serious consideration. After repeated consideration, Marin decided to send someone to suggest that Venice send an envoy to Marrakesh to present the strategy of sending the main cavalry to harass the supply line of the Spanish army to the Sultan of the Waddas dynasty, Abu Abdullah Bertukali ibn Muhammad. As for the task of sending people to the Saad tribe to persuade them not to attack the Waddas dynasty from behind, Marin intends to give it to the French. The reason for doing this is that Marin considers that France is a cavalry power. If the French get the advice to the Waddas dynasty and they also understand the tactics of using cavalry to harass the enemy supply line, then the gain will outweigh the loss. Marin is not worried about letting the Venetians implement this suggestion. Because the Republic of Venice is a maritime power, the army is very ordinary, and there is no cavalry. Even if they know this tactic, there is no cavalry to implement it. And France, when persuading the Saad tribe not to stab in the back again, it is impossible to be inspired. Of course, if the Waddas dynasty harasses the Spanish supply line in the future, whether it can bring any inspiration to the French, Marin can't control it. But now, Marin doesn't want the French to get such a good tactical idea from the beginning. What Marin doesn't know is that while he is worried about the results of the Spanish War, France and Venice are also worried about it. The Venetians are currently digging the Suez Canal in order to use the dug Suez Canal in the future to drive the main fleet to the Indian Ocean and fight the Spanish fleet. There will be a war between the two countries in the future. And any situation that strengthens Spain's strength is something that the Venetians are not happy to see. As for France, it is also an old rival of the Spaniards. The two countries fought in Italy before, and France suffered a great loss. It is impossible to say that France does not hate the Spaniards. Even Louis XII considered organizing a large army to launch an offensive on the Spanish border after receiving the news to force the Spanish army to return to the country. It's just that because of the Habsburg family's offensive in Switzerland, the French couldn't get away for a while. Otherwise, they would have sent troops to deter the Spanish border long ago. In addition, Spain's super-large army of 50,000 people made the French a little scared. If Spain was completely enraged and this 50,000-man army attacked France, Louis XII would be a little worried. After all, the war in Switzerland was still going on. Even if the French could withstand the offensive of the Spanish army, they would suffer heavy losses. In other words, without Marin's instigation, the two countries were also rubbing their hands, waiting to pull the Spanish back. However, they suffered from not understanding the situation in Morocco. The transmission of information was too backward in that era, and the two countries had not paid attention to Morocco before, otherwise the two countries would have taken action long ago. In fact, what Marin didn't know was that Venice was digging a pit for the Spaniards while digging the Suez Canal. And Marin didn't know what the Venetians did. What did the Venetians do? They secretly encouraged and supported the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt to fight a decisive battle with the joint fleet of Spain and Portugal in the Indian Ocean. The blockade of the joint fleet composed of Spain and Portugal in the Arabian Sea has seriously affected the economy of the Arab region. Among them, Egypt was the most affected. Because the core of the economy of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt is the transit trade of the Indian spice trade. If Indian spices did not go the Egyptian route, the economy of the Mamluk dynasty would suffer a very heavy blow. After all, the main tax revenue of the Mamluk dynasty came from the spice transit trade. Moreover, the blockade of the Spanish-Portuguese joint fleet cut off the supply of wood steel for the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty to make Damascus scimitars and the Indian Marwari horses ridden by the Sultan's guards. This is a major problem that affects the combat effectiveness of the Egyptian Mamluk cavalry and is related to the country's destiny. Therefore, the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty could not bear it anymore and planned to take action against the Spanish-Portuguese coalition and fleet in the Arabian Sea. To this end, the Mamluk dynasty prepared hundreds of small boats and contacted the Indian princes who were equally unbearable, intending to form a joint fleet to destroy the Spanish-Portuguese coalition and fleet. But the Venetians stopped the Egyptians' reckless behavior, because whether it was the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty or the several united princes in India, there was no decent warship in their fleets. They were all small troop transport boats, which were not suitable for naval battles at all. Thanks to Marin's reminder, the Venetians now also pay attention to the use of artillery in naval battles. However, after receiving Marin's secret reminder, there is still a lot of controversy among the Venetians. Many conservatives in the Republic of Venice expressed opposition to Marin's naval warfare idea of artillery battles instead of jumping boats to fight against each other. But many enlightened people, including the governor, supported naval warfare reforms, so there was a big quarrel within the Republic of Venice. In the end, the Republic of Venice made a compromise decision in the process of supporting the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty and the Spanish-Portuguese Union and fleet naval battle. The warships supported were half and half. That is, the number of improved new warships that mainly use artillery and the old warships that are used for the purpose of jumping boats to fight against each other is equal, both 10. These 20 warships first arrived at the Gulf of Suez, and then were dismantled into wood by shipbuilders supported by Venice on the seashore, and then transported by land to the Red Sea on the south coast of the Sinai Peninsula, and reassembled again to restore the original appearance of the warships. Originally in history, this batch of ships was supported by Turkey, but Venetian craftsmen helped dismantle and reassemble them. In this time and space, affected by Marin, Venice personally provided warships. However, the dismantling and reassembling of 20 warships was very time-consuming and took more than a year. If it weren't for waiting for these ships, the GOC battle in the Arabian Sea would have started long ago. Of course, maybe not in the GOC. But the Indian princes of Geo were indeed active members of this joint fleet. What surprised the Egyptians and Venetians was that when the two sides cooperated to dismantle and reassemble the warships, the Turks, who had always been at odds with the two countries, actually took the initiative to lend a hand and supported 50 artillery pieces. These 50 artillery pieces are all bronze artillery pieces. Although the caliber is not large, they are all suitable for installation on ships and used in naval battles. The reason for this is that the blockade of the Spanish-Portuguese Union and the fleet in the Arabian Sea also hurt the interests of the Turks. Because the trade between Ottoman Turkey and India is also very frequent. Although India has been divided for a long time, it is very rich in products. Even the powerful Ottoman Turkey is very dependent on Indian products. Even the Ottoman Empire's long-term competition with Persia for the Iraqi region and the sea trade route from the port of Basra to India is an important reason. The Spanish-Portuguese joint fleet indiscriminately intercepted and burned merchant ships in the Arab region in the Arabian Sea, which also affected Turkish merchant ships. The Turks could not bear it, but Turkey did not have a strong navy, let alone a navy in the Indian Ocean. It happened that the Turks heard that the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was going to attack the Spanish-Portuguese joint fleet, so they took the initiative to send artillery and gunpowder, hoping that the fleet of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt could drive away the Spanish-Portuguese joint fleet. Otherwise, the trade between the Middle East and India would be destroyed. The Venetians were also happy to use the Turkish bronze cannons because the price of copper was very expensive in Europe. Even one of the reasons why the conservatives of the Republic of Venice opposed artillery warfare was that the price of copper was too expensive. Because the Ottoman Turkey had been trading with India for a long time, there was plenty of cheap copper, and they were not short of copper cannons. This time the Venetians provided warships and the Turks provided copper cannons, which was a perfect cooperation. The Venetians also attach great importance to the upcoming naval battle, because this is the best touchstone to verify which is better, artillery battle or boarding battle. If one side performs better in the naval battle, the future construction direction of the Venetian navy will be based on this. Chapter 1081, Cheating Methods. Although everything was ready, it would take a long time before the real naval battle broke out. Because, at this moment, the fleet of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt and the warships and sailors supported by the Venetians had not yet left the Red Sea. It would take a long time to reach the Arabian Sea from the Red Sea and then to the Indian Sea at the speed of ships in this era. The delegation of the Vatican finally arrived in Paris, and the oil paintings collected in the royal palace in England were also sent over. Edward was so angry that he almost went crazy when he heard that Margaret, a bitch, was pregnant. So, in order to verify the authenticity, Edward took out all the oil paintings of Margaret from childhood to adulthood in the palace and sent them to Paris. But all this was useless, because Louis XII really found a pregnant woman who looked very much like Margaret. There was no way, in France at this time, there were not many other things, but there were many people. I wanted to find a pregnant woman who looked like Margaret, and I really happened to find one. What surprised Louis XII the most was that this pregnant woman named Nancy was actually the daughter of a French knight. As a daughter of a noble family, although the knight family did not attach much importance to the cultural education of their children, Nancy could still speak Latin. But, not very proficiently. After all, the knight family that Nancy belonged to was a family of poor students. However, Margaret had already discussed with Louis XII, when the time came, Nancy pretended to be sick. Isn't it normal for a seriously ill person to speak unfluently? For a moment, after getting Nancy who looked like Margaret, Louis XII had the idea of getting rid of the real Margaret and replacing her with Nancy. After all, Margaret was too smart and not easy to control. How could she be as reliable and easy to control as her own people? However, Jones and others who escaped from England made Louis XII's plan come to nothing. After Jones and other Tudor remnants came to France, they quickly found Margaret and supported her as the exiled Queen of England. These people were familiar with Margaret, so Louis XII couldn't fool them. As for getting rid of Jones and others, Louis XII also wanted to, but he gave up. Why? Because Jones and others were originally illegitimate children or members of the side branches of the great aristocratic families in England. These people are very important to the restoration of the Tudor dynasty, and Louis XII cannot get rid of them casually. After experiencing two disasters of the destruction of the country and the loss of her husband, Margaret's ability to fight in the palace has risen rapidly, almost approaching Jean Juan. She saw Louis XII's eyes that wanted to get rid of her, and in order to protect herself, she gathered Jones and others around her. In addition, she also attracted more remnants of the Tudor dynasty in exile in France to unite around her. In addition, Margaret also attracted Scottish nobles in exile in France to support herself. These people have been in contact with Margaret for a long time, so they are naturally familiar with her. They can also see the difference between Margaret and Nancy at a glance. In this way, Louis XII can't easily touch Margaret. Although there are internal struggles between the two sides, they still remain consistent when facing the investigation of the Vatican. In order to prove that Nancy, who was lying in bed pretending to be sick, was Margaret, Jones and others, as well as Scottish nobles in exile in France, stood up to show their identities, took out their identity certificates, and unanimously determined that the pregnant woman lying in bed was Margaret. In this way, even if the representatives of the Holy See wanted to favor Edward, it would be difficult to decide. In the end, the conclusion given by the Holy See delegation was that it seemed to be Margaret herself. Although the wording of this conclusion was a bit vague, it was almost a conclusion. After getting the news, Marin and Edward were stunned in Ima. Is it really such a coincidence that the woman was pregnant at this critical moment? Marin was okay, just a little confused. As for Edward, he was furious. How angry was he? The oriental porcelain bought from Marin at the last auction was broken into pieces. This bitch is actually pregnant. Mad, if a bastard is born, won't it affect my Scottish throne? After smashing the porcelain, Edward was immediately worried. However, after thinking about it, Edward still couldn't come up with a good solution. In desperation, he could only send an envoy to take a speedboat to Auric to ask Marin, the scheming guy. But what can Marin do? Now that things have come to this point, he is also a little helpless. In fact, the best solution is to assassinate Margaret and put an end to it. But the problem is that the intelligence sent back from Paris shows that the place where Margaret lives now is extremely well protected. Even the manor has been changed to be almost like a military camp. Except for the mansion where Margaret lives, the surrounding area is full of French soldiers, and the killer can't get in at all. Forget it, since there is no solution, there is only one choice. Marin shook his head and gave Edward's secret agent a more rogue idea. What rogue idea? Marin asked Edward to insist that John Stuart and Margaret were the regicides who murdered James IV. At the same time, Marin asked Edward to announce that the children of the regicide had no right to inherit the throne. On the premise that John Stuart and Margaret were regicides, their children had no right to inherit the throne. Then, Edward took this opportunity to ascend the throne as the King of Scotland first. What? You said Margaret denied it? Sure, if you have the guts, come to Edinburgh, let's have a century joint trial and have a good debate. The premise is that you have the courage to come to Edinburgh. If Margaret really dares to come to Edinburgh, she will not be assassinated. Marin's suggestion is to arrest and execute her blatantly. Why? Because Margaret is the daughter of the regicide Henry VII. Edward had previously sentenced the regicide family to death, and she just missed it. If she dares to come to Edinburgh, she will be executed as the daughter of the regicide. You said that there is a doubt about her crime of murdering James IV. I didn't say that she must have participated in the assassination of James IV. However, she is the daughter of the regicide Henry VII. No question, kill her first. And if Margaret doesn't dare to go to Edinburgh, this is easy to do. Edward can tell all of Europe, you see, she doesn't even dare to return to the country to debate, obviously she has something to hide. So, she is most likely involved in the murder of James IV. Therefore, her children are all the bastards of the regicide and do not deserve the right to inherit the throne. Otherwise, Europe will be in chaos. In short, Edward doesn't need to care whether Margaret is pregnant or not, just, temporarily, take over the throne of Scotland. If Margaret is dissatisfied and comes to Edinburgh to debate, their children will be eligible to inherit only when they can prove their innocence and John Stuart's innocence. But can the innocence of the two be proven? Edward, who has already controlled Scotland, obviously won't give the other party a chance. So, Edward will stay on the throne of Scotland first. After receiving Marin's almost cheating strategy, Edward struggled for a long time. But he had no better way. So, he gritted his teeth and carried out Marin's cheating plan. Edward announced that he would temporarily take over the throne of the King of Scotland until Margaret could clearly prove that she and John Stuart were not involved in the regicide of James IV, until the moment the case was clarified. Chapter 1082 Chaos. In addition to asking Margaret to prove that she and John Stuart were not involved in the murder of James IV, Edward also drew inferences from one example and proposed that when the child grows up, he will be compared with the oil painting. He must look similar to both John Stuart and Margaret to prove that this is indeed their child. Otherwise, it will be considered a bastard born by Margaret's affair with someone else, and does not belong to the bloodline of the Scottish royal family. Then, Edward also sent out invitations to envoys from various countries to attend his coronation ceremony as the acting King of Scotland. People all over Europe were stunned. These days, many people's glasses were broken. Nima, can the king still act as an agent? When the news reached France, Louis XII was almost vomiting blood because of Edward's shamelessness. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shamelessness. Do you still want the face of the king? Margaret was also shocked. This is the postdoctoral fellow in the palace fighting world. I only have a master's degree and still need to learn. Then, Margaret, who had reacted, was surrounded by a group of Scottish nobles in exile in France and made a public statement. She had never heard of the existence of an acting king, and as her mother of the Scottish royal blood, she and her children did not recognize the existence of an acting king. Even the title of regent was not authorized to Edward. And Louis XII also quickly voiced his support for Margaret, and stated that France would never recognize Edward's shameless act of stealing the Scottish throne, and called on all countries to unanimously oppose it. But soon, the Habsburg family jumped out to slap their faces. Maximilian I said that as the officially crowned emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, he was willing to recognize Edward as the acting King of Scotland. Moreover, he will send his son Philip, who is based in Ghent, the Netherlands, as a representative to Edinburgh to attend Edward's coronation ceremony. Suddenly, Louis XII's face was swollen and hot. This is not the end. Spain, which has always been at odds with France, also expressed that it would send envoys to Edinburgh to watch the ceremony. Fortunately, Spain was afraid that France would be angry and stab in the back at the critical moment when Spain sent troops to Morocco, so it did not make more intense remarks. Otherwise, Ferdinand II might go to Edinburgh to watch the ceremony in person. So, Louis XII was hit on the left side of his face, and the right side was also hit hard. Seeing that the two top Buddhas of the Habsburg family and Spain jumped out, the younger brothers behind the two families also jumped out to support their respective bosses. And the younger brothers of France, such as the princes of Savoy and Lorraine, also jumped out to support France and oppose Edward. Even the Western Swiss resistance, in the name of the Swiss Republic, jumped out to support Louis XII. Seeing the two major camps confronting each other, people turned their attention to the most important Vatican. As a result, the Holy See made a seemingly neutral judgment, but in fact it favored Edward. Julius II announced that he would not recognize the legitimacy of Edward as King of Scotland for the time being. However, he also urged Margaret to find conclusive evidence as soon as possible that she and John Stuart did not participate in the assassination of James IV. Otherwise, in 5 years, the Holy See will support Edward's legitimacy. This attitude seems neutral, and Margaret was given 5 years to defend herself. However, in this era without surveillance video, how difficult is it to prove one's innocence? Not to mention 5 years, even if it is given 10 or 20 years, it will be difficult for Margaret to prove her innocence. Therefore, in 5 years, Edward will be stable as the King of Scotland. After the Holy See declared neutrality, more European monarchs and princes declared neutrality. But when it comes to positions and views, no one is more bizarre than Marin. Why is Marin so bizarre? He first made it clear in the name of the Grand Duke of the North Sea that the North Sea Congress would be neutral and not get involved in this matter. Everyone looked at it, what's going on? Why is Marin Hoffman neutral? Didn't he just send troops to help Edward? He is also a member of the line of Emperor Maximilian I. What happened? But the next day, Marin announced his unconditional support for his Lord Edward in the name of the Earl of Newcastle, England, and would personally attend the coronation ceremony in Edinburgh in the name of the Earl of Newcastle. Then everyone was confused. Can it be played like this? How shameless it is to do this. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with Marin doing this. You see, he is both the Grand Duke of the North Sea and the Earl of Newcastle, England. As the Grand Duke of the North Sea in the German region, there is nothing wrong with not interfering in British affairs and declaring neutrality. But as the Earl of Newcastle, England, there is no problem in supporting his Lord Edward. This is what he should do. In fact, Marin didn't want this either. But before that, he had helped the Papal States to destroy the Republic of Siena, which had offended France, which was friendly with Siena. If France is stimulated again, France might find fault. Although Marin was not afraid of France, he planned to go to the Ming Empire in the east. Before leaving, it would be best if he could not offend France. At the very least, he could not leave France with a handle to take action. After all, if he was not there, it was hard to say what the French would do. So Marin simply announced that the North Sea Kingdom was neutral, but the Earldom of Newcastle, Northumberland and the Isle of Wight belonged to England, and supporting the Lord was a last resort. In this way, even if the French wanted to find fault, it would be difficult to find fault. In this way, Marin could rest assured to go to the Ming dynasty, so as not to let the French take his own nest. When Marin's remarks and attitude spread to Paris, Louis XII laughed directly. Nima, I thought Edward was the most shameless before. Unexpectedly, this Marin was even more shameless. So, the angry Louis XII sent an envoy to Auric to rebuke Marin's shameless words and deeds. Marin actually wanted to beat up the French envoy, but thinking that he was going to the Ming dynasty, in order to avoid a fire in the backyard, he had to explain to the French envoy with a smile, that, in fact, I didn't want to. You see, my North Sea Kingdom is neutral. But the Earldom of Newcastle is the territory of England. Edward forced it. Then, Marin also sent a bunch of artworks looted in Siena to the French envoy to bring to Louis XII. Marin's attitude was so low that Louis XII's anger could not be released all of a sudden. After all, what Marin said was not wrong. When he became a Prince of England, he had to listen to the King of England. In fact, if Marin hadn't been worried that the French would raid his lair when he went to the Ming dynasty, he would not be so humble and would have fought back long ago. The North Sea Kingdom has too many secrets. If he is not at home and someone comes to the door, even if the capital can be defended, the countryside will definitely not be able to be defended. At that time, the leakage of agricultural secrets was almost inevitable. In order to keep his hometown stable and secret from being discovered, Marin had to temporarily bow his head and pretend to be a grandson. Seeing that Marin's attitude was too good and he couldn't continue to criticize him, Louis XII turned his gun to criticize his old rival Maximilian I. But Maximilian I immediately retorted back, please have enough respect for the only emperor in Europe. Louis XII's old blood suddenly surged up and almost gushed out. Although Maximilian I's words were light and might not have much lethality to others, they were too lethal to the French. The throne of the emperor is the pain in the heart of France. The Kingdom of France is the largest and most populous top power in Western Europe, and its financial strength is second only to the Republic of Venice. But the French monarch is only a king. The neighboring Habsburg family has scattered and small territories, and its finances are even poorer. But the Habsburg family has the throne, which is half a level higher than the King of France. Moreover, Maximilian I had just been crowned in Rome, and the French could not deny his position as emperor, so he was hurt by his words. This is why Napoleon insisted on destroying the Holy Roman Empire in later generations, because the French also wanted the crown of the Roman emperor. But at that time, European countries were no longer so rule-abiding. Even if they could no longer be called Roman emperors, the Habsburg family still created an Austrian empire and continued to be called emperor. And the instigator, Marin, after pretending to be a grandson, shrank behind the scenes, watching the whole of Europe in a mess with a smile. Chapter 1083, Spreading Rumors and Slandering. The next period of time is the process of Edward preparing to be crowned as the acting king. Of course, Marin will also attend the coronation ceremony as the Earl of Newcastle. For this reason, Marin had already planned that this time when he went to Edinburgh, he would not use the North Sea Kingdom ceremonial guard, but only the ceremonial guard of the Earl of Newcastle in England. Moreover, Marin would act low-key so as not to irritate the French at this juncture. While all of Europe was arguing over Edward's move to serve as the acting king of Scotland, England took action again. Under Edward's suggestion, a group of great nobles who were captured or stayed in Scotland, including James Hamilton, Earl of Allen, John Stuart, Earl of Buchan, Alexander Erskine, Earl of Mar, and John Leslie, Earl of Ross, spoke out to support Edward to become the official king of Scotland. While supporting Edward, these bitches were also instructed by Edward to publicize Margaret's unruly and dissolute life during her tenure as Queen of Scotland. James Hamilton, Earl of Allen, said that when His Majesty James IV was still alive, Queen Margaret had seduced him many times, but fortunately he remained calm. John Leslie, Earl of Ross, also talked about the affair between Queen Margaret and him in the back garden. Finally, John Leslie, Earl of Ross, concluded that the child in Margaret's belly might be the son of a Scottish guard named So-and-so, and it could never be a royal descendant. So-and-so took the opportunity to be the leader of the palace guards and went to the backyard of the palace every day to fool around with Queen Margaret. These explosive news spread across Europe at a very fast speed. And Europeans also like these gossips. Because it's too exciting. The Queen is unruly and seduces men frequently like a nymphomaniac, and has sex with the guards. Isn't it too exciting? This is definitely the best topic of conversation when drinking in a pub. Gossip and scandals have been people's favorites from ancient times to the present. Of course, in modern times, gossip and scandals spread more freely and quickly. But in ancient times, it was not so easy to spread. For example, King Louis XII of France strictly prohibited the spread of such gossip, and those who violated it would be imprisoned. After all, France still needs to use Margaret to make a fuss, so how can it allow such gossip that slanders Margaret to spread? However, except for France and its younger brothers, other countries don't care. Anyway, the Scottish Stuart dynasty has perished, and the Tudor dynasty of England is also over. The identity of the princess and queen of the fallen country is really not respected by everyone. Then, in other countries, these gossips are flying all over the sky. Later, in taverns in many countries, drunkards bet on who is the father of the child in Margaret's belly. The results show that only 2% of people believe that it is John Stuart. In fact, the shadow of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce is behind this. Marin's North Sea Chamber of Commerce, relying on the whiskey produced by the North Sea, has opened many taverns and hotels in various European countries. Its purpose, in addition to selling alcohol, is to collect intelligence and spread public opinion. After all, people always like to brag when they drink. A place like a tavern is the best place to get information and spread it. Even the drunkards in the tavern opened a bank to bet on who the biological father of the child in Margaret's belly was, which was secretly promoted by the spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. The purpose was to completely discredit Margaret. And Margaret was indeed furious. When she heard that only 2% of the people believed that the biological father of her child was John Stuart, she fainted on the spot. After waking up, she ran to Notre Dame in anger, and in front of the Bishop of Paris and many guests, she swore on the Bible that she was absolutely a good woman who followed the rules and had never had sex with men other than her 2 husbands. If it was false, she was willing to go to hell after death. Of course, before going to Notre Dame, she did not forget to stuff something into her clothes on her chest to pretend to be pregnant. The spies of the Paris branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce learned that Margaret ran to Notre Dame and felt that the opportunity was rare, so they quickly organized killers to go there. However, when the assassins of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce were ready, Margaret returned to her residence. There was no way, there were no walkie-talkies these days. Margaret's trip to Notre Dame de Paris was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce were caught off guard. When they reacted and organized the assassins, the other party ran back. Because he had to attend Edward's coronation ceremony in Edinburgh, Marin set off early by boat. But Edward specifically asked Marin to go to London to meet him first, and then go north together. Moreover, the escort force going north this time was the 4th Legion of Sakara under Marin. Edward was actually very worried about getting into danger on the road, so he decided to take Marin north with him. Edward felt that the 4th Legion was Marin's people, and with Marin accompanying them, they would definitely pay more attention to safety issues. But in fact, even if he didn't take Marin with him, Marin would not do anything to him. Because Edward was still very useful to Marin. Unifying Scotland and Ireland is a very offensive job, and it is easy to be hated by the people. Marin naturally hoped that Edward would finish all the dangerous work by himself. In this way, when Caesar came to take over, there would be no danger. Therefore, before Edward completely pacified Scotland and Ireland, Marin never wanted him to have any problems, and would even try his best to protect him. In London, Marin also met the lovely future daughter-in-law, Princess Margaret. The little girl was jumping around in the garden of the Tower of London Palace, and behind her were the Mongolian doctors sent by Marin, in addition to the maids and guards. With the Mongolian doctor, it would be a small matter even if little Margaret broke her leg or arm. However, Marin was still worried. So, Marin said to Edward with a worried face, "The Mongolian doctor seems to be not good at pediatrics and gynecology. It seems that I still have to go to the Eastern Empire and find her a doctor who is good at pediatrics, so that she can grow up more healthily." Edward was very amused and felt that Marin, an outsider, cared more about little Margaret than his own father. However, Our Majesty Edward did not know that his balls were broken and he would not have any other children. Therefore, he did not cherish Margaret, his only daughter. After all, he was still young, and if he did not know that his balls were broken, he might have children in the future. Of course, he would not refuse Marin's concern for his daughter. So he said to Marin, "I support your idea, but are you sure that the medical skills of the Eastern Empire are better than those of Europe?" Marin rolled his eyes and said, "You have also seen the medical skills of the Mongolian doctors I sent. The medicine of the Eastern Empire is more developed than that of Mongolia, of course it is stronger. That's great, please help me invite an Oriental doctor with excellent medical skills. By the way, let them help see why we don't have a second child. It would be best if we could have a prince or something." In the past few years, Edward and Queen Anna have had sex a lot, but they just didn't have a second child. So Edward was a little anxious. Marin agreed on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart, "Your balls were broken by the French, and you still want to have a second child. Perhaps, we can consider exposing this problem and let England and France fight." But Marin quickly rejected this idea, because Edward's most important thing at the moment should be to stabilize Scotland and completely annex Ireland. If Edward knew about the bad things the French did at this time, it might not be a good thing, and it would distract Edward's attention. Wait until Edward pacifies the British Isles, and then tell him this sad news. It is estimated that England will fight with France in anger. Chapter 1084, Scottish Highland Infantry Regiment. Annexing Scotland and Ireland is what every generation of British kings is determined to do. However, the Scots have been allied with France for a long time. Once England attacks Scotland with all its strength, the French will attack England from the south, forcing the English to return for help. In addition, Scotland's rugged terrain makes it difficult for the English army to advance, resulting in England's inability to annex Scotland for a long time. Scotland has not yet completed the annexation, let alone Ireland across the sea. In fact, England once annexed Ireland. When William the Conqueror invaded England, the Scottish King Malcolm married the fallen English princess, which angered William the Conqueror, who had just annexed England, and was considered to be a challenge to his royal power. Then, William the Conqueror's army sent troops to capture Scotland and forced Malcolm to surrender. However, after that occupation, William the Conqueror did not formally annex Scotland, but only asked it to surrender. Because William the Conqueror has not yet completed his complete control of England. After all, the Normans are conquerors and foreign invaders to the English. It takes a long time to control England. Therefore, even if he conquered Scotland, William the Conqueror was unable to completely control Scotland, and could only adopt the method of supporting puppets to indirectly control Scotland. However, the indirect control method has sequelae. Later, the Scots launched an uprising and completely got rid of the control of the English. Then, when King Edward IV of England was strong and planned to destroy Scotland, the 100 Years' War between England and France broke out because of the dispute over the succession to the French throne. Then, the annexation of Scotland was delayed again. Frankly speaking, if James IV had not been looking for death and wanted to fish in troubled waters, he would have led his army south to England, but was cut off by Marin's army and the whole army was annihilated. Scotland would have been difficult to break. If the Scottish army shrank in the country and defended based on the dangerous terrain, it would be very difficult for the English to destroy Scotland. Even if the English mobilized the whole country to march north, it would depend on whether the French agreed. With the capture of James IV and more than 10,000 Scottish main forces, these problems were solved. With the lack of troops in Scotland, Marin ordered the Fourth Army to attack Edinburgh by sea, and indeed quickly destroyed Scotland. However, occupying Edinburgh and destroying the Scottish regime is just the beginning. Because, in the future, the Scots will definitely rise up in rebellion because they are dissatisfied with the rule of England. The most troublesome thing is that Scotland's terrain is mainly highlands and rugged. If the rebels fight guerrilla warfare in the mountains, it will be difficult for England to suppress them. In this way, England is busy suppressing the Scottish rebels every year, and may not have time to do something serious. Edward obviously knew this, so he raised his concerns in his conversation with Marin. At the same time, he wanted to ask Marin if there was any way to solve it. Moreover, Edward has an urgent problem to solve at the moment, the problem of more than 10,000 Scottish prisoners of war. As Edward is about to be crowned king in Edinburgh, the identity of these prisoners of war is no longer enemy prisoners of war. After the coronation ceremony, these prisoners of war should be released. However, Edward was very worried that these more than 10,000 prisoners of war would take the opportunity to rebel after returning to Scotland. These people are all regular troops. If they meet on the front battlefield, Edward is not afraid of them. At most, he will let Marin's army go up to them. But if these people hide in the mountains and fight guerrilla warfare, then, even if Marin's army is strong in combat, there is nothing they can do. Facing the guerrilla warfare of local mountain people who are familiar with the terrain, Marin's exquisite battle formation is useless. Facing Edward's inquiry, Marin also felt very difficult. These Scottish regular army soldiers have good military literacy. At present, they have indeed expressed their surrender. However, God knows whether they will recognize Edward's status as king after returning to Scotland. Therefore, letting these people go back is definitely letting the tiger return to the mountain. However, after Edward's coronation ceremony is completed, it is impossible not to let them go. After all, you have become the king of Scotland, so how can you not release your subjects? To be honest, Marin really wants to suggest that Edward learn from Bai Chi and kill more than 10,000 Scottish surrendered soldiers. But this is impossible. After all, this is Europe, where rules are followed, not China, where winners and losers are the rule. However, if we really let these people go back and let them return to the mountains of Scotland, they will also become a disaster. Once they raise the banner of rebellion, England can only be busy suppressing them. What should I do? What should I do? Marin fell into deep thought. It is obviously not possible not to let them go back. But I am not at ease to let them go back. The fighting power of the Scottish mountaineers is very strong on the British Isles. In the British Army of later generations, the Highland infantry is the most elite part of it. For example, during the Battle of Naples, the elite of the British Army, in addition to the King of England's German Legion, KGL, and the Hanoverian Army, the most elite infantry from the British mainland came from the Scottish Highland Infantry Regiment. To put it bluntly, the Scottish Highland Infantry is an infantry unit composed of Scottish mountaineers. This is similar to the reason why Marin used the German elite infantry composed of mountaineers from Württemberg and other places in Germany. In short, the mountain people are very brave, very good at fighting, and very dangerous. The Scottish mountain people are very good at fighting, that's for sure. If Marin hadn't transferred the 1st Legion composed of German mountain people who were also very good at fighting better from the mainland last time, plus the elite trained by Sakara, he might not be able to destroy the opponent. But the question now is, how can we use reasonable means to prevent those very good Scottish mountain people from going back? Edward has already used the trick of replacing fiefs. Among them, James Hamilton, Earl of Allen, and John Stuart, Earl of Buchan, 2 Scottish nobles with Scottish royal blood, have been replaced by Edward and settled in England. However, there are so many Scottish nobles, and it is impossible for everyone to exchange their fiefs to England. The main reason is that there is not so much land to exchange. Moreover, the English nobles will not be happy to be exchanged to cold Scotland. Moreover, those Scottish nobles are not actually the focus is those Scottish mountain people who can fight, that is, the Scottish Highland Infantry. The nobles' fiefs can be exchanged, but those Scottish mountain people, you can't give them land and let them move to England, right? There are more than 10,000 people, and there is not so much land. If each family is given 100 acres, that is more than 1 million acres of land. Edward will definitely not be willing to give it up. But if it is put back like this, it will also be a disaster. Once it is used by someone with ulterior motives. Marin was thinking, Edward suddenly said, or, Marin, you form a Scottish legion and absorb these people. I will form a Scottish legion myself. Marin was stunned. That is a legion, not a group of sheep. The North Sea Kingdom has a legion of more than 10,000 people. If no one is paid 3 pfennigs a day, the daily salary alone will be as high as 30,000 pfennigs, which is 500 gold coins. In a year, it will cost 182,500 gold coins just to pay the salary. This is still the basic. Marin also has to pay for the daily military rations, as well as equipment, gunpowder, lead bullets, and artillery shells. How much expenses? However, Marin thought about it and felt that he really needed an army. Now, the German princes in the south have begun to resist Marin's recruitment in the southern German mountains. Even immigration was restricted. Where could we recruit enough soldiers? And we had to ensure the combat effectiveness. Obviously, the Scottish Highland Infantry is a good choice for Marin. Although the combat effectiveness of the Scottish Highland Infantry is weaker than that of the German Mountain Infantry, it is not much worse. After training, it is definitely better than the English soldiers of the 4th Legion of Sakara. Moreover, recruiting soldiers in the Scottish Highlands can not only break the blockade of the German princes against themselves, but also solve the problem of Scottish rebellion. Most of the mountain people in the Scottish Highlands were selected by themselves to serve as soldiers, and those who wanted to rebel could not recruit enough soldiers. If Marin had no idea about Britain, he might not agree to Edward's suggestion. However, considering the need to maintain the stability of Scotland in the future, Marin thought about it and agreed, okay, I will form a Scottish Highland Infantry Corps. Chapter 1085, Fancy Selection of Soldiers. Okay, I will form a Scottish Highland Infantry Corps. Marin nodded and agreed to Edward's request. But immediately, Marin began to complain. Your Majesty, I can form a Scottish Infantry Corps of 10,000 people for the stability of Scotland. However, the funds are a bit tight. You know, it costs so much to support 10,000 troops. Edward's heart tightened immediately. What, you want me to pay for the military expenses? No way. But he couldn't refuse Marin bluntly. So, Edward thought about it, and suddenly smiled. Military expenses? No problem. Let's do this, I will give you military expenses, but the right to appoint and dismiss officers of this corps. I'd better find a way to get it together myself. Marin quickly interrupted Edward. Damn, if the right to appoint and dismiss officers is given to you, then I will form an army for you. What am I still busy with? Edward smiled and said in his heart, I knew it was like this. After working with Marin for a long time, Edward found that Marin was more fond of money, and in addition, he loved military power. He didn't care so much about administrative power. Therefore, military power is Marin's bottom line. Speaking of this, Marin refused to give in. As for other things, he didn't care much. If Marin knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him that he knew the truth of political power comes from the barrel of a gun when he was a child in his previous life. As for administrative power, without the protection of guns, it may be taken away at any time. Moreover, Marin's ambition is too big, and he wants the whole of England. Therefore, before really taking action, Marin will gather all his edges. Except for military power, nothing else is needed. In this way, even if he takes action in the future, no one will doubt him. Of course, it is impossible for Marin to take this thunder for Edward without any benefits. Edward can't give money and food. However, Edward can still afford everything that doesn't cost money. For example, land. How about this, as compensation, I will confer you the title of Earl of the Scottish Highlands, and the Northern Highlands will all belong to you. You see, this condition is generous, right? The Scottish Highlands are so big. The Scottish Highlands are indeed very large, with an area of more than 25,000 square kilometers. But after hearing this, Marin was not happy, but almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Why? The Scottish Highlands are indeed very big. But, you can tell from the name that it is the Highlands. Not plains, nor hills. In later generations, the area of the Kingdom of Scotland is 77,000 square kilometers, and the Highland County has more than 25,000, almost accounting for 1/3. But this is useless. The population of Scotland in later generations is 5.3 million, but the population of the Highland County is only 230,000, accounting for only 1/23 of the total population of Scotland. Moreover, most of these 230,000 people are also distributed near several cities with narrow river valley plains around them, such as Inverness. As for the vast highlands, there are actually not many people. At present, the population of the entire Kingdom of Scotland is only about 500,000. As for the Highland County, it is said that there are only 20,000 to 30,000 people in such a large area, and most of them are shepherds who graze sheep. If you want to grow food, you can't grow it so far north and in the highlands. Even if there is planting in some river valley areas, it can't be scaled up. Moreover, the climate change here is very complicated, with frequent rains and low temperatures. It seems that the sunlight and accumulated temperature are not enough for crops to grow. Therefore, most of the Scottish Highlanders can only raise livestock and become herdsmen. As mountain people and herdsmen, it would be strange if they were not fierce. In fact, the most authentic Scottish Highland infantry does not refer to the people in most mountainous areas of Scotland, but refers to the army composed of Highlanders in the northern Highland county of Scotland. These residents living in the northernmost mountainous areas of the British Isles live in such a harsh environment. In the process of fighting against nature, they have developed strong physical fitness and barbaric and fierce character. Therefore, after England and Scotland were unified, the King of England liked to recruit soldiers in the Highland county very much. This is like the later Jean regime. In order to obtain enough death squads, Yazhupi sent people into the deep mountains and old forests in the northeast to capture those barbaric Shengnazen who ate raw meat and drank blood, and let them wear armor and charge in front to block the firearms of the Ming army. Anyway, the more bitter and cold the place, the more barbaric and fierce the people are. Just like the Mauzi in later generations, living in a bitter and cold place, they are much more barbaric than the Huaxia people in the south. Similarly, the people in the northeast, a place of bitter cold, are much tougher than those in the south, and boys often fight from childhood to adulthood. Of course, this is about the poor times in the past. Later, when China became rich, the people in the northeast were not so tough. Moreover, it was not worthwhile to pay a lot of money if someone was injured in a fight. Marin actually had a complicated heart when he got the Scottish Highlands. On the one hand, he was happy to get the entire place where elite soldiers were produced in the Highland County. On the other hand, being able to produce elite soldiers also means that the people here are very tough and difficult to manage. Moreover, there are very few people here. There are a population of 20,000 to 30,000, and at most 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers and horses. This number of people is not enough. So, the final result is that Marin had to gather people from other parts of Scotland to form a not-so-authentic Highland infantry corps. After discussing with Edward, Marin took people to the prisoner of war camp to select soldiers and horses. After arriving at the Scottish prisoner of war camp, Marin asked someone to find the list and first crossed out all the Scottish noble officers. Because these people are not easy to manage, and they have many ideas. Since it is not easy to manage, it is better not to have one. In addition, people with many ideas are not suitable for being soldiers. The best source of soldiers is those who don't like to use their brains. When the superior gives an order, they rush to grab the weapons. Therefore, when Marin came, he cleared out all the Scottish officers who were difficult to manage and had too many ideas. Then, the second step is to clean up the old soldiers. Many people may mistakenly think that the old soldiers are veterans of hundreds of battles and the elite in the army. In fact, it is not the case at all. If it is a traditional feudal army, these old soldiers are indeed very important. After all, the new recruits need them to lead. But in modern armies that emphasize discipline, old soldiers are dispensable. Even these old soldiers who are good at escaping and surviving may be a disaster in the army. In fact, the Ming dynasty had a great opportunity to establish a modern army. Qi Jiguang's Qi family army is a typical modern army that emphasizes discipline and does not advocate bravery. Unfortunately, the party struggles in the late Ming dynasty ruined the last Qi family army. They were dragged to the northeast to die without receiving any support. In the end, they perished under the siege of the Hojin army without any support. Marin's method of cleaning up the old soldiers is very unique. Take off your clothes and look at your back. What are you looking at? Look at the wounds. Once, in his previous life, Marin read a very interesting novel. During the Ming dynasty, a general showed off his scars all over his body and boasted that he was very brave. Then, the protagonist suddenly revealed his true nature, proving that he was just a coward who was used to running away. How did he reveal it? The protagonist proposed that if a brave warrior fought bravely and faced the enemy head-on, the wound should be on the chest or side. As a result, this guy had wounds all over his back, but his chest was very smooth. Obviously, these wounds were all caused by running away. Therefore, this guy is not a brave general, but a coward who runs away. Therefore, Marin used it here. He asked the veterans with long military service to take off their shirts to check their injuries. If there are many more wounds on the back than on the chest, they are old sly guys who are good at running away, and they are all rejected. In addition, veterans who have no wounds on their chests and backs are also rejected. Why? How can a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles have no injuries? If he has no injuries, it proves that he has been hiding in the back without doing anything, or even ran away early. Even a veteran who is good at fighting always has minor injuries. If he has no injuries at all, it proves that he has not participated in the war. What, you said that he is not easy to get injured when wearing plate armor? Sorry, the gentlemen wearing plate armor were fired by Marin at the beginning. The rest are ordinary Scottish mountaineers who can't afford plate armor. Those who can't wear plate armor and have no injuries are decisively driven away. These two types of veterans must be cleared out of the army. Otherwise, the new recruits will be led astray by them. However, this selection method has greatly reduced the number of tens of thousands of Scottish surrendered soldiers who meet the requirements out of tens of thousands of people. Marin finally only selected 6,000 people, just enough to make up the number of a Roman legion. Chapter 1086, The Fruits of Victory. Only selecting 6,000 people obviously cannot meet Marin's expectations. So, Marin plans to think of other ways. For example, he set his sights on those Scottish militiamen who transported military rations with the army but were captured in the end. Marin came to the militia camp, and then asked the translator to check the household registration. Why check the household registration? This is also a way for Marin to select soldiers. What? You are from Highland County? Very good, pack up and report to the military camp. As soon as the translator in charge of registration opened his mouth, he asked about the household registration of the captured militiamen. As long as he heard that they were from Highland County, they would be accepted. However, there were only more than 1,000 militiamen in Highland County, and Marin still couldn't get enough 10,000 people. So he relaxed the requirements again. The militiamen with household registration in the southern border counties of Scotland were also accepted. Because Marin will be the lord of the southern border county in the future, and these people are considered his own people. However, there are still not enough people. In desperation, Marin had to let the remaining militiamen compete. Then, the old rules, the brave and unyielding ones stay, the cowardly ones get out, and it's useless to win. In the end, Marin finally gathered 10,000 troops and began to disband and reorganize, planning to retrain. But Edward came again and expressed his dissatisfaction and concern. It turned out that Marin only selected 6,000 people from nearly 10,000 Scottish regular army prisoners of war, leaving 3,000 or 4,000 people. Unfortunately, those who were eliminated by Marin were the noble officers and veterans that Edward was most worried about. In this way, Marin got the benefits of recruiting soldiers, but the Scottish officers who were unstable factors were all returned to Edward. Speaking of it, when the rebellion broke out, although the people picked up by Marin were the main force. However, the leaders were all the noble officers eliminated by Marin. Even if those people picked up by Marin did not participate in the rebellion, they could still persuade other Scots to join the rebellion. In other words, Marin was very happy to recruit people this time, but he did not help Edward solve the problem. Therefore, Edward came to the door angrily to ask for an explanation. Is that so? It is indeed my fault for not considering it carefully. Marin thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution. Your Majesty, it is indeed risky to let these people go back. How about, in the name of the King of Scotland, you organize them into an independent small army of 4,000 people and send them to Ireland? Send to Ireland? Edward was a little confused. Yes, send them to Ireland. These people, especially those noble officers, will only be dangerous if they stay in Scotland. If they are stationed on the island of Ireland, their threat capability will be greatly reduced. It just so happens that you also plan to unify the island of Ireland. These thousands of officers and 3,000 veterans can be used to conquer the indigenous forces on the island of Ireland. Having said that, you look down on them. Are you sure they have the strength to defeat the indigenous people on the island of Ireland? Edward expressed his doubts. Marin smiled, Your Majesty, I didn't say that I expect these people to unify the island of Ireland. Besides, even if they can't beat the indigenous people, what does it matter? Whether they kill the indigenous people or the indigenous people kill them, it is a good thing for Your Majesty. Because both sides are actually people that Your Majesty wants to get rid of. Well, what you said makes sense. How do we do it specifically? And what if they refuse? Specifically, after you are crowned, in the name of the King of Scotland, order them to form a small army of 4,000 people and station them on the border between the British King's direct territory and the local indigenous control area on the island of Ireland. Then, secretly order these people to provoke and harm those indigenous forces to anger those indigenous people. Then, if those indigenous people are really angry, that would be the best. At that time, the indigenous people will definitely send troops. If these Scottish officers and veterans defeat the other side, you just need to take over those territories. Then, give points to those heroes according to their military merits. If the indigenous people defeat them, it will be easy too. You can send another army to attack the indigenous people who sent out troops. After all, those Scottish officers and veterans are our own family. If they are beaten, it is normal for you, the king, to send troops to help your subordinates, and the reasons are also sufficient. As for their refusal, that's the easiest to deal with. Anyway, they are still prisoners. If they are unwilling, they will continue to be imprisoned in the name of opposing the king. As long as they continue to be imprisoned, they can't return to the country to organize a rebellion against you. After hearing this, Edward thought about it, and then said with satisfaction, "Very good, let's do it." After a while, the fleet of the Fourth Army passed by the mouth of the Thames and was ordered by Marin to stop at the London dock. Then, Edward and his wife Queen Anna followed Marin to board the Fourth Army's troop transport ship and went north to Edinburgh together. With the Fourth Army guarding, Edward didn't have to worry about safety issues. After arriving in Edinburgh, under the shameless flattery and persuasion of a group of surrendered Scottish nobles, Edward reluctantly accepted the temporary throne of Scotland, and asked the Bishop of Edinburgh to help him crown him as the acting King of Scotland. Strictly speaking, without the recognition of the Holy See, Edward's coronation ceremony was actually not legal. But who cares? Anyway, Edward was not crowned as the official king, but as the acting king. Moreover, the church actually favored him. The church stated that if Margaret could not produce conclusive evidence within 5 years to prove that she and John Stuart were not involved in the murder of James IV, the church would recognize Edward as the legitimate king of Scotland. How difficult would it be for Margaret to find evidence to clear herself and John Stuart of the charges if she did not dare to return to Scotland? Therefore, the church's move was also biased towards Edward. After ascending the throne as queen, the next step was naturally to reward the three armies. As the number one contributor to the military force, Marin naturally reaped a lot, a border county with an area of more than 4,700 square kilometers and close to Marin's current fiefdom in England, Northumberland, plus a highland county with an area of more than 25,000 square kilometers. Moreover, along with the two huge fiefdoms, there were also titles, Earl of the Scottish Border and Earl of the Scottish Highlands. Then, there were rewards for the heroes who participated in the war, such as Sakara and Sivag. However, Edward was very cunning. He believed that since these two men were Marin's men, most of their contributions should go to Marin. Then, their fiefs should also be within Marin's large fiefdom. So, Sakara and Sivag were both granted the title of Deputy Earl, Viscount. But their fiefdoms were all arranged within Marin's fiefdom. Moreover, Edward cunningly let Marin arrange it himself. Marin couldn't treat his men badly, so Sakara's viscountship was granted in the River Valley Plain near Inverness, the richest city in the Highlands, excluding Inverness, after all, it is the capital of the earldom. And Sivag's viscountship is in a river valley area in the southern border county of Scotland, which is also pretty good. Chapter 1087, Britain's number one coal boss. In addition to several senior generals such as Sakara and Sivag, many middle and lower level officials also need rewards. The people of the main British army led by Sivag were naturally rewarded by Edward himself. But the rewards for the middle and lower level officers under Marin were very interesting. First of all, there are two kinds of rewards this time. One is the reward of property, which is a common practice, and the other is the most important fiefdom reward. Edward is responsible for all the rewards of property, which is fine. After all, the war is for him. Fortunately, Edward had killed all the great nobles in England before, and he got a lot of benefits from the confiscation of their homes, so he had some family assets to deal with. As for the fiefdom rewards, especially the fiefdom rewards of the 4th and 5th legions under Marin, there were some special situations. The fiefdom rewards of the meritorious soldiers of the 4th Legion of Sakara were all arranged by Marin, which was no problem. The problem is that the officers of the 5th Legion stationed in London had different situations in the reward of fiefdoms. Edward actually bypassed Marin and rewarded more than a dozen of the officers with very good fiefdoms, all near London. Marin's eyes narrowed immediately. This is to dig my corner. In fact, Edward wanted to dig Marin's corner, which Marin knew a long time ago. While Sivag led the 5th Legion to station in London, Edward was trying his best to win over the officers of the 5th Legion and seek their service for him. And Sivag had reported the situation a long time ago. Sivag himself was not tempted, in fact, he was worried that he was not an Englishman and could not be really reused, but the composition of officers in his 5th Legion was more complicated. At the beginning, when the 5th Legion was formed, only a dozen confidants brought by Sivag and a group of Frisian officers supported by Marin were sent by Marin. Other officers, especially middle and lower level officers, were mainly natives of England. However, a 10,000-man legion is divided into 8 phalanxes, each of which has a chief and deputy phalanx leader, which has 16 chief and deputy phalanx leaders. Then, every 250 people formed a company, so there were 40 companies, with a total of 80 captains and deputy captains. As for the 425-man squads, there was no need to talk about it. There were 800 captains and deputy captains. Of course, Edward would not condescend to win over those captains and deputy captains. He basically won over the 16 phalanx commanders and deputy phalanx commanders and 80 captains and deputy company commanders of the 5th Legion. In addition, Sivag and his deputies were also won over. However, Sivag and his deputies, including the Frisian officers sent by Marin, basically did not agree to Edward's winning over. However, there were English officers in the 5th Legion. These native English officers obviously had a stronger sense of belonging to Edward than to Marin. Therefore, in the end, more than a dozen phalanx commanders and company commanders accepted Edward's winning over and secretly surrendered to Edward. Of course, it has now come to light. These dozen officers of the 5th Legion were not the main officers, but some deputy phalanx commanders and deputy company commanders. The main reason is that the middle and senior positions of the 5th Legion are all occupied by Frisians. Then, even if the natives of England are outstanding, they can only serve as deputy positions. And this is one of the important reasons why those English officers turned to Edward. Because Marin trusts the Frisians more. After the reward was over, Edward found Marin again and asked him to let Sivag take half of the 5th Legion soldiers to station in Edinburgh. This request is normal and abnormal. Normally, after taking Scotland, England must always station enough troops in Scotland to ensure that it maintains its rule in Scotland. The 5th Legion has good combat effectiveness, and it seems to be no problem to be sent to station in Edinburgh. The abnormal place is, why is it half? You know, the 5th Legion has 10,000 people. Although its combat effectiveness is the bottom of Marin's 5 legions, it is stronger than the King of England Legion formed by Edward himself. If you really value the combat effectiveness of the 5th Legion, you should send them all to station in Edinburgh. But in the following personnel arrangements, Marin saw Edward's idea. He wanted to swallow up the other half of the 5th Legion. According to Edward's arrangement, Sivag was stationed in Edinburgh with 5,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion. But at the same time, Edward also selected 5,000 recruits from the new recruits to supplement Sivag's command and station together in Edinburgh. Because there were 5,000 new recruits, Edward asked whether to arrange experienced officers to train them. Then, the other half of the 5th Legion, officers who belonged to Sivag's confidants, were all on the list. And the dozen or so deputy phalanx commanders and deputy company commanders who were won over by Edward all stayed in office. Obviously, Edward wanted to swallow up half of the 5th Legion through a series of means. And the 5,000 new recruits were regarded as compensation for Marin. Marin was very unhappy and his face was a little depressed. Seeing this, Edward just had to appease him personally. The reason given by Edward was also very simple. He was the King of England, a European power, and he could not be without a confidant legion with strong combat effectiveness. Then, Edward also confessed his next plan. He planned to use the 5,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion as the theme, and then draw the most elite 5,000 people from the existing King of England Legion to reorganize a new King of England Legion with them. As for the other half of the soldiers of the original King of England Legion who were eliminated, they were downgraded to local troops, responsible for stationing in various important cities in England. In fact, the foundation of the King of England Legion that Edward originally formed was not bad. Especially the quality of the soldiers was better than that of the 5th Legion. But the main problem lies with the officers. Strictly speaking, the King of England Legion was trained with the help of officers of the 5th Legion such as Sivag, and everyone's training methods were similar. However, the officers of the two legions are different. The officers of the 5th Legion are either Sivag's confidants or the most talented grassroots officers drawn by Marin from the original army. Some phalanx leaders were originally just soldiers under Marin, but because of their good talents, they were discovered and promoted by Marin and his generals to become middle-level officers and were awarded the title of knight. The original King of England Legion was different. The officers of that King of England Legion were all selected by Edward from the middle and lower-class aristocratic families in England who had surrendered to him. But the problem was that Henry VII was a relatively capable monarch. Before that, the more capable nobles among the English nobles had basically joined Henry VII's army. Then, because of the defeat, they were either killed or abandoned. As a result, when Edward took the throne, the range of people he could choose from was very small, either incompetent or incompetent, mainly the stuff that Henry VII had looked down upon before. In this way, even if Edward copied the training methods of the 5th Legion in its entirety, it would still be useless. One incompetent general will tire out the entire army. What's more, Edward's King of England legion had incompetent generals. Moreover, when Edward had just succeeded in taking the throne, he did not dare to offend all the English nobles, so he could only pinch his nose and promote the noble children of the families who surrendered to him to become officers. But later, Edward also woke up, officers are really important. But even so, Edward still did not dare to promote talented civilians easily. Because this would cause the nobles to become alienated from him. In the end, he could only turn his attention to Marin's 5th Legion. Although many officers of the 5th Legion were actually refugees that Marin asked Sivag to recruit in England. But the problem is that after being promoted by Marin, they are no longer civilians, but officers who have proved their strength. In particular, as time goes by, they have also made military exploits. If these capable officers are introduced from the 5th Legion, the nobles will have nothing to say. This is like a certain proverb in China, foreign monks are good at chanting scriptures. If you promote civilians in England, those English nobles will definitely be furious. Are you going to abandon the aristocracy? However, digging people from the army of Marin, the North Sea Kingdom, which has achieved brilliant results, even if they were once English civilians, those English nobles can't say anything. Why? Because these civilians are not the original English civilians, they have been gilded in Marin's North Sea army. This is equivalent to a child from a peasant family in the future who went abroad to study at Harvard, Oxford and other universities, and came back different. Moreover, those nobles could not object to poaching people from Marin, but would applaud, this was taking advantage of foreigners. Then, the problem that those capable officers of the 5th Legion were once English civilians was downplayed. Edward talked a lot for a long time, and summed it up in one sentence: he did not dare to offend the English nobles and rashly promoted civilians to officers. Therefore, he could only find another way and poach people from Marin. Marin rolled his eyes when he heard it. Nima, you don't have the courage, so you come to harm me? Although what you said makes sense, I just feel unhappy. Because my interests have been damaged. So, Marin expressed his dissatisfaction. Those are not ordinary veterans, they are 5,000 veterans who have experienced several wars and have seen blood. Well, the compensation is a little bit small. Marin was very annoyed at first, but then he thought, anyway, you are making wedding clothes for my son Caesar, it doesn't matter if you take advantage of it, anyway, it will be a benefit to my son in the end. But, it's not okay to let Edward take advantage of it. So, compensation must be made. Then, the two sides began to discuss how to compensate. Giving fiefdoms again is not okay, because generally, fiefdoms can only be rewarded for military merits. However, if you give money, Edward can't afford it. What should I do? Marin thought about it and had to get enough benefits. He finally thought of a condition: Your Majesty, please give me the ownership of all coal mines in England and Scotland. Coal mines? Edward was a little confused. In Europe, land belongs to the king, nobles and the church. However, the mines belong to the king. Ordinary people must buy mining rights from the king to open a mine. And the richest mineral in England is probably coal mines. The Newcastle coal mine that Marin has now obtained is actually only an important coal-producing area in Britain, not all of it. Mainly, the Newcastle coal mine is close to the sea, and sea transportation is convenient. It was once the main source of coal for London. Therefore, it is particularly famous. Other areas, such as near the steel centre Birmingham, have rich coal resources. Marin asked Edward for coal mines all over England and even Scotland, and he wanted to be the first coal boss in Great Britain. At this time, the Industrial Revolution had not yet emerged, and coal resources were not taken seriously in Britain. Although coal salt boiling is an important industry in Britain, it is not in the hands of the king, but in the hands of local nobles. Therefore, Edward did not know much about coal. So he nodded and agreed to Marin's request. Okay, I agree to give you all the coal mines in England and Scotland. Of course, the coal mines that have been sold before cannot be given to you. After all, they are all on record, and I can't let the royal family lose their credibility. Marin, the newly promoted #1 coal boss in Britain, waved his hand with a smile, indicating that it was no problem. Of course, he had already made plans. Although those coal mines were sold, I could also take them back at a high price. Before the rise of the Industrial Revolution, coal mines were not of high value and were not taken seriously. Marin planned to take advantage of the opportunity to buy at the bottom and acquire all the coal mines in England, becoming an energy monopoly like PetroChina and Sinopec in the future. When he started to promote the steam engine, he could lie on the coal mine and count money. After getting the authorization letter, Marin laughed, "Ahahaha, I am now the #1 coal boss in the UK. In the future, I will be equivalent to an oil tycoon. In the future, I will live a luxurious life of using money to light cigarettes." No, there is no paper money now. Well, then I will use bank checks to light cigarettes. Chapter 1088, Proposal for Population Replacement and Integration. That night, Marin woke up laughing many times in his sleep. After waking up, he still laughed. You know, Marin is really the world's #1 coal boss now. He has taken over most of the Ruhr area, plus most of the coal mines in the UK. He is now the #1 coal boss in Europe. How could Marin not know the importance of coal? In later generations, the coal reserves of the 3 top countries of China, the United States and Russia happen to be the top 3 in the world. Even in the 21st century, thermal power generated by coal-driven steam turbines still accounts for 70% of China's electricity supply, even though a large number of water conservancy projects such as the Three Gorges project and nuclear power have been vigorously built. It can be seen that coal has such a great role that it has not been outdated for hundreds of years. In addition to asking for the ownership of coal mines in England and Scotland, Marin proposed the next day that the recruits should be selected by his own people, not provided by Edward himself. The main reason is that Marin was afraid that Edward would stuff a group of cowardly people into his army. You know, in the process of selecting soldiers, Marin's army only looked at courage, not physical fitness. Some strong men may be full of muscles, but they are cowards. Don't look at them showing off their muscles everywhere, but they will run away when they are on the battlefield. Therefore, when Marin selected soldiers, he never looked at the winner, but only looked at who was braver. Of course, if both of them were brave and not afraid of being injured, they would both be admitted. Soldiers who fight need to be brave, or a barbaric character. Therefore, the civilized and wealthy Rome was destroyed by the barbaric Germanic people, and the civilized Song dynasty and Ming dynasty were destroyed by the barbaric Yuan dynasty and Qing dynasty. Especially in the era of cold weapons, the more barbaric the soldiers, the stronger the army. When fighting, it doesn't matter whether you are a civilized person or not, whoever is barbaric will be the most powerful. Even the Manchu Qing dynasty, which was known as the Barbarians, had to send people to the Baishan Blackwater to capture the more barbaric Shengnuzan as a death squad. Of course, if they were all barbarians, that wouldn't work either, as they were easily calculated by others. And because of the backward productivity, the army often couldn't scale up. But if the barbarians had a smart leader, it would be terrible. For example, the barbaric Yuan dynasty produced a powerful military strategist like Genghis Khan, and the Mongolian cavalry swept across the Eurasian continent. The barbaric Jurchens produced a cunning leader like Nurhaci who had read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and the Qing dynasty immediately rose. Although the Qing dynasty entered the pass with a lot of luck, the Qing dynasty's combat effectiveness was indeed very strong at that time. The barbaric army, coupled with a smart leader, suddenly became more powerful. Of course, this refers to the era of cold weapons. In the era of hot weapons, barbarism is useless. During the Crimean War, the Russians launched a barbaric bayonet charge and were beaten into dogs by the mini-rifles of the British and French coalition forces. Before returning to England, Edward came to talk to Marin again, mainly to ask Marin how to manage Scotland, a foreign country. After all, Marin has experience in this area. The current Jutland Peninsula is a foreign region dominated by Danes. It is said that the Jutland Peninsula is now developing very well. So Edward came to learn from it. Marin thought about it and decided to tell Edward everything. Because Scotland will also be under the rule of his son Caesar in the future. Now, it would be great if Edward could lay a good foundation. After organizing his words, Marin said, "Your Majesty, if you want the Scots not to resist in the future, first of all, Scotland should not be full of Scots." "Not all Scottish? Do you mean to immigrate the English?" "Yes, you should immigrate some English people here and live with the Scots. Then, immigrate some Scots to England. In this way, when Scotland is not full of Scots, it will be difficult for the other side to become independent. You see, if the Scots want independence, can those English people who immigrated there agree?" Edward nodded, "That's the truth, but how can the English be willing to immigrate to the bitter and cold Scotland?" "That's easy. There should be a lot of poor people in such a big England, right? There are even a lot of beggars. In short, all those poor people with no property should be sent to Scotland and given land. Even set up a bank, lend them money, and support them to gain a foothold in Scotland." Edward thought for a while and said with a sad face, "It's okay to send the poor English to Scotland, and it's okay to give them land. The problem is that I don't have money, and there's no bank that can lend them money. Even sending those poor people to Scotland for resettlement is a huge expense, and I may not be able to afford it." Edward sighed. Although Edward made a lot of money by confiscating the homes of those great English nobles, this money had to be used to feed the army and to pacify Scotland and Ireland. And the army was the most expensive to fight, and Edward really couldn't afford the extra money to engage in economic construction. I still have to do it. Marin sighed and thought melancholy. After a pause, Marin said, Your Majesty, I'll find a way to provide loans to immigrants. It just so happens that I know Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, the bishop of the Medici family in Florence, and I have become a brother with him. Through his relationship, I can introduce banks into Scotland to specifically support those English immigrants. Don't make the interest rate too high, otherwise, they won't be able to survive. Edward said worriedly. If the wealth of those immigrants was taken away by the bank, it would be a loss. Marin sneered, What do they have to lose? They are all poor people with nothing. If someone is willing to lend them money, it must be God's blessing. Marin thought to himself that if there was a bank willing to lend money to him without collateral in his previous life, he could also make a fortune. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. Therefore, he could only become rich after traveling through time. Scotland is such a big place, although most of it is mountainous, there are many good places. Moreover, Scotland now has a population of only 500,000. Even if they are all farmers, there are 100,000 strong men, and according to the high standard that each strong man can cultivate 100 acres of land, they can only cultivate 10 million acres, equivalent to 6,666.7 square kilometers. But Scotland has an area of 78,000 square kilometers. Even if the cultivated land area is only 10%, there are still 7,800 square kilometers. Moreover, among the 500,000 people in Scotland, many of them are herders and fishermen. Moreover, the proportion of herders is very high. Therefore, the development of the Scottish region is far from over. As long as 200,000 poor people are emigrated from England, after a few generations, Scotland will no longer be pure and it will be difficult to have a unified national character. Another intermarriage will directly blur the national boundaries. In addition, Marin's suggestion also includes the immigration of some Scots to England, which further reduces the proportion of local indigenous people and makes it impossible to rebel against independence. As long as a large-scale population replacement is carried out, so that the ethnic groups in Scotland are no longer single, then the idea of resistance by the locals will become weaker and weaker. And through large-scale intermarriage, the Scottish nation will be integrated into the more populous English people, and finally achieve complete unification. Didn't the ancient northern Hu people, such as the Xianbei people, disappear in the north of China in this way? As long as the restrictions on intermarriage are relaxed and intermarriage is encouraged, within a few generations, the ethnic groups with a small population will be digested by the ethnic groups with a large population. Then, everyone is one of us, so why are we still fighting? Chapter 1089, Language Problems and Study Abroad Plans. Of course, Marin's suggestion is not only about population replacement and integration, but also about education. Moreover, this is the core. For example, in Jutland, Marin asked the church to establish a church school, allowing local children to enroll for free in teaching local Danish children to learn German. At the same time, those who want to open Danish schools are secretly suppressed. However, most of the educated Danes were cleared out by Marin and let them follow the Danish king Hans. Therefore, there are no local literati willing to open any Danish schools. The most important thing is that the German schools run by other churches are free, and you can't compete with a paid Danish school. In addition, when issuing official documents, Marin always issued them in German. But considering that the locals do not understand German, missionaries who know both German and Danish are generally asked to explain to the Danes. These missionaries who know both German and Danish are mainly from Schleswig province. This is an area where Germans and Danes live together, so missionaries often speak both languages. Otherwise, how to save, fool, these lost lambs? After a few generations, when more people have attended church German schools, everyone will gradually get used to using German. Then, Danish will become a dialect. Although it exists, it has degenerated into the so-called dialect. If everyone recognizes the mainstream culture, there will be no rebellion. Marin originally planned to suggest to Edward that he train a group of missionaries who can speak both English and Scottish, and promote English church schools in Scotland. However, after thinking about it, he gave up. Why? Because even if he made a suggestion, Edward would not implement it. The main reason is that Edward has no money to promote free English education throughout Scotland. You know, education requires investment. Edward is not as rich as Marin, so this suggestion is equivalent to saying nothing. Of course, Marin still made an abridged version of the suggestion. He suggested that Edward promote English learning throughout the Scottish Church. The specific method is to let young Scottish priests go to Oxford University and Cambridge University in England to study English at public expense. After they return to their country, they also have the obligation to teach local children to learn English. At present, in addition to the London University of Political Science and Law that Marin had previously suggested to Edward to establish, which is dedicated to training administrative talents, the only two universities in the UK before, Oxford University and Cambridge University, are actually classical universities with the theme of theology, mixed with some philosophy, management and law majors. Edward can ask the Church of England for alms, and ask them to sponsor young Scottish priests to study theology at Oxford University and Cambridge University, without examination, teach them to learn British culture, and win them over to become the spokespersons of Britain. This method is also very common in later generations. For example, many liberal arts students who go to the United States to study are deeply influenced by the old Americans. Then, after returning to China, they are not adapted to various things, and feel that the motherland is not good at all, and the things of the old Americans are all truths. Therefore, in the previous life, Marin had two views on international students who studied in the United States. Science and engineering are no problem, they all go to learn technology. As for liberal arts, it is hard to say. Maybe, after studying abroad for a few years, the person who comes back is not a person who is willing to help the motherland become strong, but a person who despises the motherland in every way. He speaks a lot of English, and thinks that others who think differently from him are backward and barbaric. Of course, this is not a common phenomenon, but it is true that there are many. In addition, the liberal arts education in the United States is not that scary. According to seniors who have studied in the United States, except for science majors, which are relatively fair, first-class universities with liberal arts as the main disciplines, such as Harvard and the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, are mostly second-rate students. They are mainly children of the rich and powerful. They don't go to school, but to expand their network of contacts. The reason why they are called second-rate students is that their talents are not the best. However, they are the top among the children of the rich and powerful. Therefore, they can barely be considered second-rate. These people have good talents, plus a strong background, and if they get a top diploma from Harvard, their future will be very smooth. So, it is not that Harvard and other famous schools are easy to produce presidents and other politicians, but that they have a very high starting point before entering. They have backgrounds and IQs, and their classmates are a group of future elites with the same background. Therefore, the probability of producing presidents and other politicians is naturally high. Even many wealthy families are often happy to donate money to Harvard and become sponsors. Why? Because with such a status, even if the son is a poor student, as long as the donation is enough, he can still go to Harvard. Only children from poor families need to be stupid enough to take exams for admission. Just like the children of many top wealthy people in China in later generations, they all go to world-renowned universities. But if you have the ability to check carefully, you will find that their fathers are important sponsors of the universities they attend. Foreign universities accept donations and are happy to provide admission opportunities for the children of those sponsors. In other words, they just give diplomas. So, don't think that those rich children who have attended foreign famous schools are really awesome. Only those who study abroad at public expense and enter those world-renowned universities by hard exams are real academic masters. And many rich children enter world-renowned universities, in fact, through donations. This is a routine in Western countries. Those universities will not sell admission indicators at a price, but if you donate tens of millions and get the reputation of a kind person who is enthusiastic about education, then your son can go to college even if he is a fool. In the years before Marin traveled through time, there were many wealthy Chinese who donated money to Harvard and other world-renowned universities. Do they have a lot of money? This is actually a private PY transaction. With the identity of a donor, your children will be able to enter a prestigious school. However, those second generations who are uneducated will definitely not study those complicated science and engineering majors, mainly because they are too brain-consuming and they really can't do it. Therefore, generally speaking, these wealthy children who donate money to enter schools often study liberal arts majors. If they really want to study science and engineering, they will go to schools like Stanford or Caltech. They are really academic masters. To be precise, it is the most fair to go to college through the college entrance examination in our country. But this is useless, because the wealthy children who can't get into Huaqing, Peking University, have already found another way to go to famous schools abroad. Finally, their academic qualifications are better than yours. Then, the situation remains the same as before. Of course, those who are really good students can also improve their situation. At least, they can use their natural intelligence to go from poor to middle class. It should be pointed out that, in addition to the real good students, those who go to world-renowned universities are from wealthy families. Those who are not considered wealthy families, but have a little money at home, cannot afford to donate to top schools such as Harvard, so they have to go to a fake university abroad to fool the Chinese people. But this does not work, because, with the rise of the internet age, fake universities abroad can no longer fool people. So, don't think that those who have studied abroad and attended a famous university are real good students. If you went to Huaqing or Peking University for undergraduate studies in China, and then went abroad for master's and doctoral studies, then you are indeed a good student. And if you go abroad to a famous university for undergraduate studies, and you are a liberal arts major, well, this is hard to say. Of course, it does not mean that those who go abroad to famous universities for undergraduate studies must have donated money. After all, wealthy families also like to compare. Is your son studying at Oxford? No, I have to send my son to Harvard. Then, this circle became popular. It is not necessarily that those who donate to famous schools are bad students. Perhaps, they have the ability to get into ordinary undergraduates in China, but if they get an ordinary undergraduate degree in China, they will be laughed at in the circle. Therefore, they must be sent to famous foreign universities. Then, it is difficult to distinguish who is talented and who is a bad student among the children of wealthy families. And poor people like me always make malicious guesses, thinking that they are all bought in by bad students. After all, hatred of the rich. After waking up from the memories of the previous life, Marin and Edward calculated and found that it actually did not cost much to recruit young Scottish priests to Oxford University and Cambridge University without examination. Because Scotland has a population of only 500,000, and the total number of priests is at most a few thousand. As for young priests, there can be 2,000 or 3,000 at most, and it is estimated that there are only 1,000 or so. For a team of international students of this scale, the Church of England must be able to afford the expenses. Moreover, these people will be of great use in the future after they finish their studies. Right now, Edward has no money to build many English schools in Scotland, but Marin does. As long as he takes over England and Scotland, he can learn from Denmark to set up free English church schools. Just like in Jutland, after a few generations, young people in Scotland will be able to speak fluent English, and their sense of identity with Britain will be greatly increased. Chapter 1090, Sheep born in East Foreland. The language problem is a big problem, and it cannot be solved overnight. It takes several generations of efforts to achieve the effect. Specifically, even if you promote English teaching for all, and want English to become the mainstream in Scotland, you have to wait until all the old guys who only speak Scots die. Then, the traditional old generation is gone, and the ideas of the new generation can become the mainstream. For example, it is the problem of feudal superstition. Once, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the feudal superstition of praying to gods and Buddhas was strictly prohibited, and many temples were destroyed. However, after the movement, no one cared about this. Everyone was only busy with money, and did not suppress feudal superstition, and praying to gods and Buddhas immediately revived. Why? Because the group of old people from the old society are still alive. But with the popularization of scientific education, when entering the 21st century, as those old people born in the old society died one after another, many young people no longer pray to gods and Buddhas. When the people born in the 1950s and 1960s, who were in the transitional years, passed away one after another, and when the people born in the 1970s and 1980s, who were in the trendy thinking, became the dying elderly, I am afraid that few people would pray to the gods and worship Buddha. At least, this is the case among the Han people. Of course, it is not to say that praying to the gods and worshipping Buddha is bad. In fact, most of the elderly who pray to the gods and worship Buddha are very kind. Because they believe in karma and will not do bad things at will. And the elderly without faith are often easy to become shameless people like the old man who touches porcelain. However, old ideas are old ideas. In addition, with the vigorous promotion of science in national education, old ideas will eventually be abandoned by young people. When the old people are still there, they may agree against their will. But once those old people are dead, there will be few people who have grown up learning science since childhood and will pray to the gods and worship Buddha devoutly. Although there are still such people, the proportion is definitely very small. Therefore, even if English education is promoted in Scotland, England can only truly complete the annexation of Scotland after the old people who have a strong sense of identity with the original independent kingdom of Scotland have passed away. And this process will take dozens or hundreds of years. After talking with Edward about the big matter of assimilating Scotland, Marin will be busy with his own little things next. What little things are? In fact, they are not small at all. They are the economic problems of Marin's newly acquired territory. Marin wants to make the Scottish Highlands his own source of troops. First of all, he must make the Highlands have more population. If there is no population, where can Marin recruit soldiers? Therefore, what Marin needs to do is to let the Highlanders find a way to survive first, and then have the opportunity to have more people. Marin even plans to recruit immigrants from other places to live in the Scottish Highlands, and then integrate into the local area, forming a rough and fierce style of the Highlanders, and eventually become his own source of troops. However, the premise of all this is that those people must survive in the Scottish Highlands. Only by living can Marin select warriors from them. If they all starve to death, who will he look for? In addition to the Northern Highlands of Scotland, the southernmost border county is also very important. This county is also a mountainous county, which meets the requirements of breeding the mountain people needed for Marin's recruitment. Similarly, Marin also needs the local economy to develop. Otherwise, we can't feed so many mountain people. How to revitalize the local economy and let more people survive? In fact, the most important point is food. The ancients didn't have too high requirements. In fact, they just needed to be well fed and clothed. As for other material requirements, they didn't dare to expect them. As for spiritual needs, they didn't exist. And how to solve the problem of food sources for the mountain people in the Highland County and the Border County? Farming is impossible, because the Scottish mountains are not suitable for farming. Moreover, the climate here is relatively cold. Some hilly areas are suitable for grazing. Moreover, the Scots are currently mainly grazing. Then, in terms of food, they have to follow the nomadic people. For example, the Crimean Tatars and so on. Therefore, in the absence of food, the best source of food for the Scottish mountain people is probably cheese. Like the Mongols, including the Tatars, they rely on cheese as their main food. Moreover, the nutrition is not low. Haven't you seen that the nomadic people are quite strong? However, the problem is that the Scottish Highlands and the southern border counties are all mountainous, and there is no vast land suitable for grazing like the Mongolian steppes and the Eastern European steppes. Without enough pastures, there will not be many cattle and sheep. Without many cattle and sheep, there will be insufficient milk sources, and it will be difficult to feed many people. Well, since there are few pastures, we can only take the high-yield route. Marin said to himself. The so-called high-yield route is to use livestock breeds with high milk production. Under limited natural conditions, obtain enough milk sources and make cheese as food. First of all, Marin naturally thought of the famous Dutch black and white dairy cows. This kind of dairy cow has a high milk production. Although the annual milk production is not as high as the 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of later breeds, it is also 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms per year. However, the biggest problem now is that Marin now has very few black and white dairy cows, and he cannot supply them to Scotland on a large scale. Moreover, it is indeed not cost-effective to send black and white dairy cows to a bitter and cold place like Scotland, and it even affects milk production. Even if they are sent there, they may not adapt to the local climate. So, choose milk from dairy goats as the main source of food. Marin suddenly remembered a love affair that ended in vain in his previous life. At that time, he was dating a girl who loved dogs. The family raised a husky, and the dog wanted to drink milk, not cow's milk, but goat's milk. So, Marin was instructed to find goat's milk. During that time, Marin checked some information and did have some understanding of goat's milk. Generally speaking, the main goat milk-producing sheep in later generations, if not Saanen goats, produce 600 to 1,200 kilograms of milk per year. It can't be compared with black and white dairy cows, but sheep eat less. However, it seems that goats are more adapted to the climate of warm areas, and the Saanen goat breed may not be available now. And in cold places like the Scottish Highlands, sheep are more suitable. Sheep. Dairy sheep. Which breed is good? Which breed is good? Marin paced back and forth in the hall. At this time, a Frisian guard in charge of guarding the door suddenly couldn't help but interrupt. Grand Duke, there is a kind of sheep in my hometown that can produce a lot of milk. Marin stopped suddenly and asked, where is your hometown? It's in Norton by the North Sea. The herders there often use goat milk products as food, and sometimes eat fish. The sheep in our place are very good at producing milk, and can produce more than 500 or 600 pounds of milk a year. 500 or 600 pounds. Marin lowered his head and calculated, and it felt that it was quite a lot. You know, in this era, there were no professional breeding experts, and a breed that could produce 500 or 600 pounds of milk a year was already considered an excellent breed. Moreover, people in this era did not know how to feed dairy cows and dairy sheep with professional feeds such as alfalfa, so the milk production was certainly not high. If Marin sent someone to breed them, it would definitely be better. Norton. East Frisian Norton. Damn, could it be the famous East Frisian sheep in later generations? The fighter among dairy sheep. Chapter 1091, The Dairy King. Marin gnashed his teeth. He hated the bastard who translated the name of sheep milk in his previous life. Can't East Frisia translate? Why did he have to translate it into East Frisia? But Marin checked the Chinese information and almost forgot that this East Frisia should be East Frisia. In short, Marin was fooled by the poor translation. Otherwise, Marin knew that there were high-yielding milk sheep breeds under his rule, and he would have promoted and developed them vigorously. The best thing is that according to the guards, the base of this kind of local sheep with high milk production is very large. There are thousands of ewes that are good at producing milk near the Norton area alone. As for other places, it is estimated that there are many. Even the coastal areas of West Frisia have introduced dairy sheep breeds from here as an important supplement to local food. And the people in the coastal areas of the North Sea, such as Norton, their main food is marine fish and sheep milk products produced by local sheep. Interestingly, the residents along the coast of East Frisia are divided into two major groups. A group of people who go out to sea to fish in fishing boats are the main body of coastal residents. But there is also a group of people in the coastal area who graze local sheep near the swamp, that is, milk-producing sheep translated by Quoby as East Frisian sheep, and use goat milk to make cheese and other foods. Then, there will be an exchange between the two major groups. The fishermen exchange salted fish with the seaside herders for products such as goat milk cheese and yogurt. Goat milk products are rich in nutrients, and it is not enough for fishermen to eat fish alone. Therefore, they often exchange salted fish with herders for goat milk products to supplement more comprehensive nutrition. And the herders also like salted fish. Because salted fish has enough salt. The herders can't afford refined salt, but they can eat salty smelly salted fish to supplement salt. Marin suddenly felt a little fortunate. Why? Because he almost ordered the abolition of this excellent local dairy sheep breed. After Marin obtained the hybrid breed of Spanish merino sheep and British fine wool sheep that produced high-quality wool, Marin had always planned to use this new fine wool sheep to completely replace local sheep. Fortunately, the total number of new North Sea fine wool sheep is not large at present, and they are still being cultivated in the ranches in Oldenburg. Otherwise, once the promotion is rolled out, Marin may order the elimination of this local dairy sheep. At that time, the world will lose an excellent dairy sheep breed. Although it is said that the current East Frisian sheep can only produce 500 to 600 pounds of milk per year, which cannot be compared with the 500 to 800 kilograms in later generations. However, this is mainly because people in this era do not pay attention to the cultivation of excellent breeds. If the best batch of male sheep and female sheep are selected for crossbreeding and carefully cultivated for several generations, a stronger milk-producing breed can definitely be cultivated. Moreover, according to Marin's estimate, there are tens of thousands of East Frisian sheep in the entire coastal areas of East Frisia and West Frisia, including the Frisian Islands. Breeding is not only simple, but also easy to scale. Not only that, sheep reproduce much faster than cows. Sheep can have 2 babies a year, while cows can only have 1. Moreover, ewes mate earlier than cows, which is more conducive to the rapid reproduction and expansion of the population. Speaking of which, Marin admires the Frisians. Needless to say, the West Frisians in the Netherlands have bred the famous black and white dairy cows, which are the world's #1 milk-producing overlords. The East Frisians in Germany are not weak either, and later generations also created the most milk-producing sheep East Frisian sheep. Moreover, the West Frisians also created the famous Frisian horse, which is the Heurus horse, this damn translation. It seems that the Frisians have been competing with milk, and they have bred 2 milk-producing overlord-level livestock, the black and white cattle and the East Frisian sheep, in one go. If the Swiss hadn't taken away the honor of the Saanen dairy goat, the Frisians would have monopolized the dominant breed of cow and goat milk. You are in a treasure mountain and don't know it. Marin suddenly regretted it. He had acquired East Friesland for several years, but he didn't know that there was such a great dairy sheep breed under his rule. However, this can't be blamed on Marin. The main reason is that goat milk is not as famous as cow milk in later generations. He knew about dairy sheep thanks to his ex-girlfriend. However, his ex-girlfriend loved dogs so much that she even slept with a dog. As a result, Marin couldn't do it at night. Who would be willing to have a husky in the bed when sleeping with his girlfriend? Even if it's a female, it won't work. Then, this relationship ended. It was because of this unpleasant relationship experience that Marin later became an opponent of dog lovers, and even upgraded to an opponent of animal protectionists. But this short relationship experience that annoyed Marin was not without any benefits. At least, Marin remembered the East Frisian sheep, a breed that produces sheep milk. But the Pitt translation made Marin not react immediately after crossing over, and missed several years. Otherwise, a better breed would have been bred by now. At this moment, Marin had already forgotten about the black and white dairy cows. He only had eyes for the East Verde sheep. Why? A dairy cow can only have 1 baby per year, and it takes more than 2 years for a cow to get pregnant after giving birth. Sheep can have 2 babies a year, and ewes can get pregnant 1 year after giving birth. In this way, sheep give birth twice as fast as cows. Considering that the time of sexual maturity is half that of cows, the population expansion rate of the two species is at least 4 times different. Moreover, this does not take into account the difference in the number of babies per litter. And ewes often give birth to more babies per litter than cows. Therefore, the difference is even greater. Moreover, Marin calculated another account: even if each ewe only produces 500 pounds of milk per year, according to the ratio of fresh milk to cheese of 10 to 1, 50 pounds of sheep cheese can be produced. 10 East Frisia ewes can produce up to 500 pounds of goat cheese per year, which is definitely enough for an adult to eat for a year, and the nutrition is much higher than grain. If you raise 50 East Frisia ewes, you can feed a family of 5. Actually, the elderly and children can't eat that much, so you don't need that many sheep, and the nutrition is very rich. In addition, raising sheep is much easier than farming. As long as you send a border collie, you can easily raise hundreds of sheep. If you want to engage in colonial expansion, it is actually easier to colonize with dairy sheep than farming. Of course, cheese can't be sold at a high price in Europe. From an economic point of view, it is still not as good as farming. However, in the early colonial activities, it can provide enough food and nutrition. In addition, this is very suitable for bitter and cold places like the Scottish Highlands. There is no farming there, and the climate is still cold. But sheep can still be raised in hilly areas. After all, sheep wool is cold resistant. As long as you take good care of it, 50 dairy sheep can feed a family of 5. Raising more is profitable. So, after returning to East Friesland, Marin immediately signed an order to register and number all local sheep with high milk production in the coastal areas of East Friesland and West Friesland. Then, breeding and selection were carried out according to official guidance. Moreover, in the future, all local milk-producing sheep with registered numbers will never be slaughtered privately. Otherwise, they will be put in prison. After a lot of trouble, a total of 6,000 East Frisian sheep ewes with an annual milk production of more than 300 pounds were registered in the coastal areas of East Friesland and West Friesland, and there were more than 50,000 sheep of the same type. Although the number of 6,000 milk-producing ewes is a bit small, it is less than the number of black and white dairy cows. However, the reproduction speed of East Frisian sheep is fast. It is understood that this kind of sheep ewe can produce more than 2 lambs per litter, and produce 2 litters per year, and the reproduction speed is definitely fast enough. Then, Marin asked people to select 1,000 excellent dairy sheep with an annual milk production of 500 pounds, and purchase them at a high price. They were concentrated in several pastures for further cultivation. As for the remaining 5,000 high-yield dairy sheep with an annual milk production of 300 to 500 pounds, they were handed over to the people for cultivation. The breeding principle is to use the strong male offspring of high-yield dairy sheep to breed with the strong female offspring of other high-yield dairy sheep to breed better varieties. Then, continue to select excellent varieties and breed them by number until a higher-yield excellent variety is cultivated. After arranging the breeding of the East Frisian sheep milk-producing varieties, Marin still felt something was wrong. After lying in bed and thinking all night, Marin figured it out: dairy sheep cannot adapt to tropical and subtropical humid climates. After all, sheep's wool is too long. And the sweat glands on the sheepskin are not well developed, making it difficult to adapt to the humid and hot climate. Goats, on the other hand, can adapt to the southern climate. In later generations, sheep are generally produced in the north, while goats are generally raised in the south. Moreover, goats have another title, called summer sheep. It can be seen that goats are more adapted to the southern climate. For example, in Marin's colonies in America, it is natural to raise dairy sheep in temperate areas such as New York. However, in southern Florida and other places, sheep cannot be raised, because it is too humid and hot there. Therefore, if you want to promote dairy sheep, you really have to get a kind of dairy goat. And the most famous dairy goat in later generations is probably the Saanen goat. Saanen dairy goat. Saanen. Why does it feel so familiar? Marin thought carefully and suddenly found that there seemed to be a Saanen plain in Switzerland. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that it seems that the Saanen plain also produces Simmental cattle. Simmental cattle have 2 origins, namely the Simmental plain and the Saanen plain. In this way, the Saanen plain actually has 2 excellent livestock breeds in later generations. Although like the East Frisian sheep, it is estimated that the Saanen plain in Switzerland has not yet cultivated a high-yield dairy goat breed. However, there must be a tradition of cultivating dairy goats there. So Marin ordered quickly send people to the Saanen plain in Switzerland to find goats with high milk production. All dairy goats with an annual milk production of more than 300 pounds will be introduced at a high price. After being introduced, they will be concentrated for selection and breeding. In the future, in Marin's colonies in the Americas, sheep will be raised in the temperate north and goats will be raised in the hot and humid south. Goat milk is made into cheese or milk powder and supplied to children across the country. In the future, milk powder will become a national welfare. Of course, the breeding of black and white dairy cows will not be abandoned. After all, milk is also a very good nutritional product. However, due to the problem of breeding speed, it may not be as fast as the expansion of dairy sheep and dairy goats. At the same time, Marin also ordered that the black-faced border collies be bred in the southern border counties of Scotland with great efforts to cooperate with the sheep farming industry. After all, with the help of border collies, it is easy for a family to raise hundreds of sheep. Alas, I am going to become the king of the dairy industry. Marin rubbed his head. The images of Niu Gensheng, the general manager of Mengniu, and Pan Gang, the general manager of Ely, suddenly appeared in Marin's mind. Could it be that I, a dignified time traveler, came here just to become the king of the dairy industry? It seems a bit unpromising. Chapter 1092 The Successor. Although he felt that he had no future, Marin still arranged for the technical team of Bright Dairy to select and breed East Flemish sheep with high milk production in order to obtain a more productive variety. At the same time, Marin also ordered, based on his memory, to remove the horns of newly born lambs when cultivating dairy sheep. Because, in his previous life, Marin heard that there are tan glands in the horns of sheep, which are the main organs of dairy goats that emit tan smell. In addition, attention should be paid to the hygiene of dairy sheep. Because the tan smell is often mixed with the sheep's sweat on the wool. If it is not carefully mixed into goat milk, it will also have a tan smell. But if you pay attention to hygiene when milking, there is generally no tan smell, or the tan smell is very small. In addition to paying attention to hygiene, it is necessary to separate rams and ewes, except for the mating season. Because the tan smell on rams is very strong, it is easy for ewes to be infected. Moreover, goat milk has a magical characteristic absorbing tan smell. If there are sheep with strong mutton smell nearby, the mutton smell emitted from their bodies may be absorbed by the fresh goat milk. As long as these preventive measures are taken, the mutton smell of goat milk will be reduced to a minimum. Moreover, even if some mutton smell is still left, it can be removed through processing. For example, a very simple way to remove the mutton smell is to cook the mutton with radish slices, so that the radish can absorb the mutton smell. Similarly, when processing goat milk, you can also boil radish with goat milk to absorb the mutton smell. Then, take out the radish and discard it. Oh no, you can use it as feed for pigs or sheep. And the remaining goat milk without mutton smell can continue to be heated and dried to get goat milk powder. But the problem is that it seems that there are no radishes in Europe right now. Although there is a thing called turnip in Europe that looks like radish, it is really not a radish, but a cousin of cabbage. Therefore, Marin cannot guarantee that it has the effect of radish in absorbing mutton smell. Carrots are also available in Europe, and they also have the ability to absorb mutton smell. However, radishes that have absorbed the smell of mutton cannot be eaten. If sweeter carrots are used for this purpose, it would be a waste. Therefore, Marin decided to take advantage of his trip to Daming to bring back more radish seeds and plant more radishes so that the smell of mutton can be removed when processing goat milk powder. As for the radishes that have been cooked with goat milk, they can be used as feed for pigs or something, which is not a waste. However, if pigs eat this kind of radish, will they get the smell of mutton? In fact, what Marin didn't know was that he, a modern man, and many nobles of this era would dislike the smell of mutton. Ordinary people of this era don't dislike the smell of mutton at all. The main reason is that they are not qualified to dislike it. It's good to have something to eat, how dare you dislike this and that? Therefore, goat cheese has a smell of mutton, but Europeans still eat it with relish. Even in later generations, goat cheese is an important delicacy in France. Later, Marin did introduce radishes from China and used them for co-cooking of goat milk to absorb the smell of mutton. But the radishes that had absorbed the mutton smell were not used as feed, but eaten by the serfs. 8. Yes, those serfs didn't care about the mutton smell at all. The radishes that had just been boiled in goat milk had a milky aroma. Even if they had a mutton smell, they were still very popular. The serfs were reluctant to feed them to the pigs, but ate them themselves. Of course, this is a later story. Strictly speaking, the only people in the world who don't like the mutton smell are probably the Han people and a few ethnic groups with developed farming. The premise is that they eat pork as their staple food. Most ethnic groups in the world, especially nomadic peoples, cannot avoid the mutton smell because they have a close relationship with sheep in their lives, so they don't taboo the mutton smell. For example, Allah believers are not allowed to eat pork. Then, if you want to eat meat, you can only eat beef and mutton. But beef is expensive, and mutton is cheap. Therefore, eating mutton with a mutton smell is inevitable. Over time, they don't feel the mutton smell. What's the feeling if you eat it every day? Just like a sloppy single man who is used to being sloppy in his room, he doesn't feel any peculiar smell in the room. Europeans and Americans are also very accustomed to the smell of mutton, because they are originally half farming and half grazing, and the sheep farming industry is very developed. For example, in the early years of the United Kingdom, there was a land enclosure movement of sheep-eating people, and the sheep farming industry was very developed. How do you ask them to avoid the smell of mutton? Only the Han people and some pure farming ethnic groups who eat grains, vegetables and pork will rarely come into contact with the smell of mutton and be allergic to it. And in this era, let alone the common people, even some vulgar nobles will not care about the smell of mutton and eat it with relish. So, later Marin made goat milk powder, and simply made two kinds. One is a high-grade goat milk powder that is cooked with radish to remove the smell of mutton. It is very universal and expensive, and is mainly supplied to nobles and rich people. The other is ordinary goat milk powder without removing the smell of mutton. Anyway, it is supplied to the common people, and there is no need to worry about no one drinking it. In addition, when making goat cheese, you can also use goat milk without mutton smell that has been cooked with radish to make high-grade goat cheese without mutton smell, which is often eaten by aristocratic families. As for the goat cheese of common people, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, Marin gave them radish seeds, and they can cook radish to remove the mutton smell or not, as they like. Just when Marin was thinking hard in the office and competing with the sheep, suddenly the old Hoffman couple sent someone to announce the good news: his eldest sister-in-law Liv gave birth to a boy. Give birth now? Marin was a little surprised, but after reacting, he felt it was normal. After the eldest brother Adler married his eldest sister-in-law Liv, he gave birth to a daughter married before Marin, who was 1 year older than Caesar and is now 8 years old. But Adler has long wanted a second child, especially a boy. After all, having a boy is considered an heir. However, Adler and Liv tried hard, but there was no movement in the past few years. Not only Adler and Liv were anxious, but the old Hoffman couple were also anxious. Although Marin is their most promising son, Adler is the eldest son. Moreover, old Hoffman actually prefers Adler, the eldest son who looks like him. After all, although Adler is a little stupid, he looks like himself. Both of them are strong and muscular. Therefore, old Hoffman has a stronger sense of identity with him. And Marin, because of his handsome face and thin body, is actually more like Lady Mary. Therefore, Lady Mary prefers Marin. Therefore, the preferences of the couple are actually different. Moreover, if she had not fallen on hard times, Lady Mary might not be willing to marry old Hoffman, a rough man. Adler is now stationed in Oldenburg city. He is the military commander appointed by Marin there, responsible for managing the local army of the Earldom of Oldenburg. But Liv gave birth in the city of Auric, in the East Villa where the old Hoffman couple lived. This is mainly because Liv has been pregnant with this baby for several years and attaches great importance to it. So, she moved back to Auric to take care of the baby. The main reason is that there are two great doctors, Morigen and Bader, in Auric, so it is not easy to have problems. Morigen and Bader, two doctors from Mongolia, can be said to be the top great doctors in Europe. After all, they are not only proficient in Mongolian medicine, but also have knowledge of Han medicine. Therefore, their medical skills are the best in Europe. Originally, Liv wanted to ask one of them to go to Oldenburg to take care of her pregnancy. However, Angela disagreed. Because the palace also cannot do without the two great doctors. Moreover, the students of the Auric University Medical School opened by Marin cannot do without the two people's teaching. So, the final result is that Angela sent someone to use a shock-absorbing carriage to take the pregnant woman Liv from Oldenburg to Auric to take care of the pregnancy, so that the two great doctors can check her frequently. And Liv was not convenient to live in the palace, so she lived in the villa in the east of the city where the old Hoffman couple lived. Anyway, she is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Hoffman family, and it is natural for her to live in the villa in the east of the city. During the time when Marin was sent to Italy, Liv stayed in the villa in the east of the city to wait for delivery, and was carefully taken care of by Mrs. Mary and a group of maids. Morigen and Bartle would also go for regular checkups. In addition, there was a group of the most experienced midwives on call at any time. Now, Liv finally gave birth and successfully gave birth to a son, which made the old Hoffman couple overjoyed. Because this is the eldest son of the old family. According to feudal sayings, that is the eldest grandson of the eldest house. According to the feudal system, this grandson is the number one heir of his grandfather. Of course, the situation of the Hoffman family is somewhat special. Marin's country was conquered by himself, and old Hoffman did not have a North Sea country for this eldest grandson to inherit. However, this did not prevent old Hoffman from liking this grandson. After ordering people to hurry and notify Adler to come back, old Hoffman personally named this eldest grandson of the eldest house Nachfolg. Nachfolg's German spelling is Nachfolger, which means heir. But when Marin heard this name, his expression froze. Then, his eyes began to flicker. Chapter 1093, Marin's Thoughts. Not only Marin, but also Schwartz, Kohler and Saul who came to celebrate with Marin all frowned. Only Kahn, the fool, didn't feel anything. These four people, as well as Garland and Tara, were originally Marin's servants, and now they all regarded themselves as retainers of the Hoffman family. Adler's birth of a son was not a big deal for the North Sea Kingdom, but these retainers still had to come to congratulate. However, Garland and Tara were in America, and only they were in Auric, so they followed Marin to congratulate. The main reason was that old Hoffman was Marin's father after all, and he was an old man, so he had to give him some face. However, after hearing the name that old Hoffman gave to Adler's son, the other three retainers, except for the stupid Kahn, felt uncomfortable. Why? Because they were retainers of the Hoffman family, but they were Marin's subordinates, not subordinates trained by the Hoffman family. Even though Saul was born in Hoffman Manor, he has always followed Marin and never followed old Hoffman or Adler. Therefore, in the eyes of several retainers, Marin is the real master. And Marin's legitimate son, Little Caesar, is also their recognized heir. And old Hoffman publicly named Adler's son heir, isn't this disgusting? Speaking of which, the Hoffman family is also very special in Europe. In general, the eldest son of the eldest branch of aristocratic families must inherit the family business. Moreover, there is no problem of other sons replacing the eldest son. However, the Hoffman family is different. The Hoffman family was originally just a lowest-level knight family, and had nothing to do with great wealth. The family can have today's prosperity entirely because of Marin's wisdom and skills. Originally, there was no problem with this, but the problem lies in the issue of bloodline. At the beginning, in order to legally obtain the East Frisian state and avoid opposition from other countries, Marin had to use the problem of his own bloodline. In fact, because Lady Mary's father was a noble and commoner marriage, Lady Mary was actually not eligible for inheritance. However, Marin forged the noble status of his grandmother's family and made himself one of the legal heirs. But the problem is here, because according to the principle of inheritance, Adler is the real legal first heir. Because he is the eldest son. Although Adler once publicly gave up the inheritance of the Earl of East Frisia in writing, his status as the eldest son is there. Even if he has no other thoughts, there are always villains who want to get to the top through special means. For example, instigate Adler's branch to seize Marin's position. Of course, Marin is not worried about Adler. Because Adler is a rough man with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. Not to mention that he has no ulterior motives, even if he does, Marin can eat him to death. However, Adler's son is different. Before he grows up and his personality is fixed, no one knows what kind of person this little guy will be in the future. Marin is afraid that when this little guy grows up, he will be dissatisfied with his father's giving up the inheritance rights, and then want to usurp the throne. What? You said that Adler had the right of inheritance at that time and was unable to take back the Earl of East Frisia. But who cares? Once Adler's son wants to rebel, it is enough to hold on to the fact that Adler is the eldest son. As for publicly announcing his renunciation, just say that Marin forced him to do so. Anyway, there will always be people who believe it. Although Europe will not engage in yellow robes and launch bloody coups like ancient China, hostile monarchs who go into exile in other countries often appear. These exiles often have no shortage of supporters and shelters. For example, France often shelters and supports England's hostile kings. The purpose is to harm England. Henry VII, for example, once went into exile in France and launched a rebellion to seize the throne. Edward IV was also driven out of England. Later, he regained the throne with the support of Charles the Bold of Burgundy. If Adler's son Nachfolg grows up and has a different mind, even if his rebellion fails, there are still countries that are willing to accept and support him. Marin estimates that the country that is most willing to accept Nachfolg and support Nachfolg is probably France. In Germany, there are probably many princes who are willing to support him in making trouble. For example, the Elector of Saxony, who was once beaten badly by Marin. Moreover, through the naming behavior of old Hoffman, Marin deeply felt the preference of old Hoffman for the eldest family. Heir, can Adler's son bear such a name? Will such a name send a wrong signal to others? If it were normal, Marin might not care too much. But now Marin is going to the Ming dynasty. On the vast sea, who knows what will happen? Maybe he will be killed in a storm. If he dies, Caesar should succeed him. However, looking at the old man's posture, he actually named Adler's son, heir. This made Marin worried about the old man. Originally, in Marin's plan, he planned to let old Hoffman sit in Auric and guard the North Sea Kingdom after he left. After all, it would take 1 or 2 years for him to go to the Ming dynasty. Having been away for such a long time, someone has to stay in his hometown to avoid accidents. In order to prevent accidents in his hometown in the past 1 or 2 years, Marin made concessions to France, fearing that they would make trouble while he was away. And old Hoffman is his own father, and it is unlikely that he will betray him. Therefore, Marin had planned to let him take charge of the power and sit in the rear. Although old Hoffman is average in ability, he can still defend the North Sea Kingdom for 1 or 2 years. However, after such a fuss, Marin did not dare to trust old Hoffman. It would be fine if he could come back safely, but what if he could not come back alive? If old Hoffman holds power like last time, and he has an accident again, the old couple will definitely be regents in the future. Then, his power will become greater and greater. At that time, if old Hoffman commits an old confusion and wants to change Adler's son to the Grand Duke of the North Sea, he will have no choice. Because he is already dead. As for Angela's father Julius II, he will not live for a few years, and he can't protect Caesar for a few years. So, this matter made Marin's face look bad, and the sharp-eyed Lady Mary also saw Marin's ugly face, and then suddenly woke up. Oh no, the second son is resentful. Lady Mary thought nervously. Lady Mary is not a fool like old Hoffman. She has received aristocratic education. From childhood to adulthood, her father had given her a systematic aristocratic education before he was killed. Therefore, she knew the fighting drama of the aristocratic family very well. It was precisely because she knew the filth of the great aristocratic family that she remembered that it seemed that the name given to the grandson by the old man was taboo. Before, she was busy holding her grandson and didn't notice these. At this moment, seeing that Marin looked ugly, and Schwartz, Kohler and others were also a little unhappy, she realized that something big had happened. If this grandson really used the name Naforge, heir, Lady Mary could be sure that the future of this grandson would be bleak in the future. Even if Marin couldn't bear to kill him, he would ruin his future. So, she quickly put her grandson down and called the old man to the inner room. Old man, you are confused. How can you give Adler's son such a name? Old Hoffman was a little confused. What's wrong? Nafolk is not a good name. Of course it's not a good name. Didn't you see that Marin and his men's faces changed? What? Is there such a thing? Why? Old Hoffman was a rough man who hadn't figured it out yet. You stupid old man, you named Adler's son the heir. Where does that put Caesar? Do you want Adler's son to replace Caesar? Marin was good-tempered for not getting angry on the spot. Moreover, even if she didn't get angry, the future of this grandson would be over. Not really. Old Hoffman scratched his head. He still didn't fully understand the taboos of these superiors. After a pause, he continued, when I say heir, I mean the inheritor of the knight tradition of our Hoffman family. You see, I am a strong knight, and so is Adler. Even this little guy's mother, Liv, is a strong female knight. So, I am sure that this little guy will definitely be a strong knight in the future. I mean, he will become an outstanding knight like his grandfather and father. Lady Mary rolled her eyes after hearing this. I know you don't have any other ideas, but this name will cause misunderstandings. You think your grandson will be a strong knight in the future, inheriting the strength of you and Adler. However, others may not think so after hearing this name. They also think that you want the little guy to replace Caesar. After making it clear, old Hoffman was also a little dumbfounded. He really didn't mean to choose such a misleading name. Fortunately, this matter has not been officially finalized, and old Hoffman only gave the name verbally, and it has not been put on paper yet. So, when Adler came back, Mrs. Marie asked Adler to give his son another name, Mutig, which means brave. However, although the remedy was made, Marin's doubts remained. So Marin turned around and issued an order. Little Mary and Mutig all stayed in Auric to grow up. The reason was that Auric had famous doctors like Morgan and Bartle, who could ensure that the possibility of their premature death was minimized. But in fact, Marin's plan was, he planned to interfere with little Mutig's education. Marin secretly gave Kohler an order, to prepare a suitable teacher for Mutig, and when little Mutig reached a certain age, he would be trained to be a rough knight like Adler in a planned and step-by-step manner. The specific approach was to attach importance to little Mutig's martial arts training, and deliberately indulge him in skipping classes and sleeping in cultural classes. If he loves reading, then he can deliberately send someone to lure him out to have fun. Eventually, he can train little Muti to be a brave but unintelligent warrior like Adler. In this way, his threat to Caesar can be minimized. Chapter 1094, The New Arrangement with Adler. Of course, these are all arrangements for the future. Moreover, they cannot be seen in the light. On the surface, Marin seemed as if nothing had happened. When Adler came back, Marin specially summoned Adler to the palace. The two brothers drank and talked happily, and recalled what happened in their childhood all night. Those who didn't know thought that the two brothers really had a deep brotherly love. Moreover, even Adler thought so. Because Marin's performance was really too natural. When they went to bed at night, the two brothers slept together like they did when they were children, and they talked until midnight. But after sending Adler away, Marin was thinking about a solution to eliminate the trouble forever. Of course, this solution to eliminate the trouble forever is not to murder Adler and his son. The father and son did not do anything bad, and Marin couldn't mess around. However, Marin must make a break now to avoid entanglement in the future. How to end it most simply? Of course, it is to return the title of Count of East Frisia to Adler. After all, if we put aside the truth of the marriage between nobles and commoners, Adler is indeed the first heir to the Count of East Frisia. However, Marin's foundation is in East Frisia. The high-yield agricultural areas of the North Sea using new agricultural technology are mainly concentrated in the province of East Frisia. Moreover, the East Frisian earldom is different from other principalities. Because almost all the old nobles were killed, Marin alone occupied most of the arable land in the East Frisian earldom. Unlike other principalities, the land is actually scattered in the hands of various small and medium-sized nobles. Although the East Frisian earldom also distributed a lot of land to his subordinates, the main land is in the hands of Marin. If East Frisia is returned to Adler, it would simply be Marin's life. Therefore, it is impossible to return East Frisia, which is the economic lifeline of the North Sea. However, Marin can give Adler a large piece of land that is almost the same. In the end, Marin's decision was to publicly compensate Adler for the loss of the earl's title. The specific method is to give Adler a large fiefdom. At the same time, Adler was canonized as a count. Of course, it is the Count of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, not the Count of the Empire. Once this is done, it is equivalent to Marin returning the original earl inheritance rights. Although the place is no longer in East Frisia, as long as the land area is large enough, it is enough to offset Adler's original losses. Moreover, if Marin had not sent troops, the Hoffman family would not have been able to take the East Frisian county. Marin Lincoln also gave Adler a count title and the equivalent of a county, which was simply too kind. After all, if Marin had not sent troops, Adler would not have had the opportunity to get the East Frisian county even if he had the right of inheritance. Now, getting a count title and the corresponding land is definitely a profit. In fact, Marin thought a lot. The reason why he planned to repay Adler a count was because he knew very well that if he was lucky enough to become a king or even an emperor in the future, he would eventually canonize Adler as a count or even a duke. Because Adler had the great merit of letting the wise there. Without Adler's giving way to others, Marin would not be able to become the Earl of East Frisia, and there would be no premise for future expansion. Therefore, since he would have to be made an earl sooner or later, it would be better to give it to him earlier. Moreover, giving it earlier can also make a conclusion earlier, without leaving any handle for people to talk about. If Adler is made an earl after becoming a king or emperor in the future, it would not show sincerity. After all, it is normal for a king of a country to make his brothers earls. If he becomes a monarch, let alone canonizing Adler as an earl, it is normal to make Simon and Albert as earls. Now that he is just a vassal, he repays the earl's title and land, which is a deep brotherly love, and also to make a conclusion for the previous things, so as not to leave any handle for future talk. So, Marin spread out the map and began to look for places to compensate Adler. East Frisia is impossible, that is Marin's granary and core territory. The capital Auric is also here, how can it be handed over to Adler? Oldenburg and West Frisia are not acceptable either. These two places are also the areas where the North Sea Kingdom uses new agricultural technology. The benefits are huge and cannot be handed over casually. Moreover, the Oldenburg region and West Frisia are too close to Auric. If Adler's son launches a rebellion in the future, he can reach Auric in one day, which is not safe. Similarly, the North Munster region is the same reason, it is too close to Auric. Then, the only options for Adler are Bremen, Schleswig, Jutland and Ruhr. However, Marin will never give Adler the Ruhr province. Because it is a coal mining area, which is as important as East Frisia. Therefore, the Ruhr province must be excluded. Bremen province is not acceptable either. It is used by Marin to settle the old nobles of several provinces. The land must be distributed to those nobles. Even if Adler gets Bremen, he can't get much land. Schleswig province is not acceptable either. It is a strategic location. If he loses control of that place, his control over the Jutland Peninsula in the north will decline. So, it seems that the most suitable one is Jutland province. But Jutland province is too large, with an area of 20,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to several principalities. Therefore, Marin will not give all of Jutland province to Adler. Just when Marin was struggling to decide which piece of land to give to Adler, Marin suddenly glanced at another map. It was a map of the British Isles. Marin was on the British Isles and the Irish Isles, but there were still a few pieces of land. Marin first looked at England, then shook his head. Northumberland is not okay, it's a coal-producing area, very important. The Isle of Wight is not okay either, it's a future naval base. Then, Marin turned his attention to Scotland. But the two pieces of land in Scotland are not okay either. The Highlands are a famous bitter and cold place. If it is given to Marin, he will be accused of being immoral. Moreover, it is also an important place for Marin to recruit soldiers. Similarly, the border counties in southern Scotland are not suitable. They are also mountainous, and their large area is useless. Then, in the end, only County Wicklow on the island of Ireland is left. County Wicklow in Ireland is actually a very good place. As we all know, the island of Ireland faces the North Atlantic warm current and has a lot of rainfall. But too much rainfall is not a good thing. Because too much rainfall will cause crops to lack sunlight and reduce yields. Moreover, if it rains during the autumn harvest season, the crops will rot in the fields. Therefore, most parts of the island of Ireland are not suitable for agriculture. However, this does not include the eastern region. Because the eastern coast is in the shadow area of the water vapor brought by the North Atlantic warm current, it happens that there is less rainfall. But even if there is less rainfall, it is still a lot compared to other places. In this way, it is also suitable for agriculture. Of course, County Wicklow is one of the few areas in the eastern part of the island of Ireland with more mountains. However, its mountains are not like the high mountains in Scotland, but mainly hills. In other words, most areas of County Wicklow are still suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry. Even in hilly areas, animal husbandry is also very good. Wicklow County is about 2,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of an ordinary county. It is definitely enough to compensate Adler. Moreover, because the island of Ireland is not peaceful at present, there is still war in County Wicklow. Therefore, Marin's current development of County Wicklow is not high. In addition, the island of Ireland is currently a remote and poor place, and Marin has no time to take care of it. But the unrest there may be a disadvantage for Marin, but for the warlike Adler, it is probably a paradise. Adler is relatively brave and warlike. However, in order to suppress Adler and prevent him from holding heavy troops, Marin did not take him to the war at all, but only gave him some tasks such as guarding the city, which made Adler depressed. At the beginning, Marin's main excuse for refusing Adler to go to the front line was "You don't have a son yet, so you are not suitable to fight on the front line." But now that Adler has a son, this excuse is not valid. However, Marin is unwilling to take him to fight, so as not to let him grow up in the army. So, in fact, Marin also needs a place to settle Adler, a militant. Originally, Marin was going to let Adler go to North America to fight the Indians. However, North America is Marin's backyard. Adler is a brainless man. Marin has been promoting the poor mountains and bad waters of America. If Adler, a rough man, sees the richness of America and accidentally tells the truth about the richness of America after returning to Europe, Marin will be in trouble. In the future, Spain and France will definitely come to rob. Therefore, Marin gave up the idea of sending Adler to America to fight. It just so happens that after England conquered Scotland, it is estimated that it will take a year or two to attack the island of Ireland and conquer the entire island. By then, Marin, as an important vassal of England, is expected to send troops and make efforts. Therefore, Marin simply planned to hand over Wicklow County to Adler, and then let Adler raise a troop of soldiers and horses to make trouble on the island of Ireland. For example, to have border frictions with neighboring countries. It is estimated that Adler, a warmonger, will be very happy. Moreover, the enemies on the island are not very strong, and Adler probably has no problem dealing with them. And if Marin allowed him to form his own team without giving him money, Adler probably wouldn't be able to raise a large-scale team. After all, it costs a lot of money to raise an army. The pastures in County Wicklow alone could not provide Adler with enough funds to raise an army. While giving County Wicklow to Adler, Marin would also take back most of the fiefs previously given to Adler, except for the manor in County Lisle. With the annual harvest of tens of thousands of gold coins from that manor alone, the team Adler could raise would be very limited. However, as long as he could fight and charge, this warmonger would probably be crazy. In addition, when Edward attacked the island of Ireland, Marin might have gone to the Ming dynasty and couldn't follow Edward. At that time, letting Adler represent himself and send troops to follow Edward to conquer the indigenous tribes on the island of Ireland would also be considered helping him deal with his errands. Moreover, this guy Adler would definitely be very happy. Chapter 1095 Brothers. To be honest, Wicklow County is really a good place with a mild and humid climate. Even if there is a risk of rain during the autumn harvest, it is absolutely suitable for herding sheep. Because the island of Ireland is warm in winter and cool in summer, the temperature in winter rarely drops below zero, and there is no situation of freezing to death of livestock in winter. Moreover, it just so happens that Marin has now discovered the East Frisia sheep, a dairy tyrant in Mianyang. As long as this kind of milk-producing sheep is promoted locally, the locals will not lack food. Not only that, the excellent local animal husbandry conditions can also raise cattle and horses on a large scale, providing cattle and war horses for the North Sea Kingdom. Adler may not be interested in raising cattle, but raising horses is definitely Adler's hobby. Although he is a viscount, Adler still insists on brushing his own horses every day and cultivating feelings with war horses. Now, there are more than a dozen top horses in Adler's stable. It seems that breeding excellent war horses has become Adler's hobby. So, when Marin found Adler to talk, Adler was very interested. What? Give me Wicklow County. No, no. Adler waved his hands quickly. In his opinion, being a viscount and having so many fiefs was a great bargain. After all, he also knew that the Hoffman family's territory was conquered by Marin. Without Marin, he could only be an official knight of the Mark state at most. How could he be as rich as he is now? Marin smiled and explained, Adler, I want to give you Wicklow County for a reason. Then, he told the story of how old Hoffman named his son Nafolk, and then explained, I'm not worried that you have other ideas, but I'm worried that others have ideas. If they encourage your son to take back the position of Count of East Frisia since he was a child, Muti may turn against Caesar in the future. So, I give you Wicklow County to shut everyone up and avoid conflicts between Caesar and Muti in the future, do you understand? I won't let Muti have any ideas that he shouldn't have, don't worry, if he dares to have wild thoughts, you don't have to do it, I will beat him to death myself. Adler patted his chest and promised. Anyway, he would never take Wicklow County. Marin was very satisfied with Adler's attitude. Moreover, he saw sincerity in the other's eyes. However, this matter still needs to be resolved. So, Marin said sincerely, Adler, I have never worried about you. But I am worried that my enemies will make a fuss about this. What do you mean? Adler was a little confused. So Marin told him that he was worried that foreign hostile forces would instigate Muti and Caesar to fight for the right of succession, just like France did to Britain. Then, he gave Adler, who was a poor student, a general knowledge of the hundreds of years of grievances between Britain and France. So complicated. Adler, whose muscles had grown into his brain, was very troubled after hearing this. He had never thought that there would be so many troubles between monarchs. Marin nodded and said, so, I gave Wicklow County to you to prevent foreign hostile forces from causing trouble. If you don't accept it, they will have an excuse to cause trouble. Besides, your son Muti will inherit Wicklow County in the future and become the local ruler. Isn't that good? Adler waved his hands and said, I don't care about the ruler or not. Besides, I was scared when I heard what you said just now. The affairs of the monarch are too complicated. I can't handle it, and I don't have so many ideas. I just like to fight. By the way, Marin, I have a son now. Can you take me with you next time you go to war? I will lead the cavalry to charge. Adler said with shining eyes. Marin smiled, took out the map and showed it to Adler, then said, I tell you, Wicklow County is a good place for grazing. The climate there is mild all year round, which is very suitable for raising horses. You can build a huge horse farm there and train war horses. Moreover, after becoming the master of Wicklow County, you have the right to build a cavalry unit yourself. What? Build a cavalry unit yourself? I don't need your consent. Adler immediately stood up in surprise. Everything is good under Marin, no worries about food and clothing, and a noble status. But there is one bad thing, that is, no military power. Because there is only the power to garrison Oldenburg, Adler can only garrison Oldenburg city with a group of second-line militia. However, Adler's real ideal is to become the commander of the cavalry. Adler has been coveting the Lancers of Marin's First Corps for a long time, and has repeatedly requested to become the commander of this cavalry team, but Marin refused. At that time, the reason for Marin's refusal was you don't have a son yet, you can't go to die. After all, cavalry is a branch of the army with high casualties. If you are not careful, you will be like a car accident scene, either dead or injured. If the infantry is stabbed, as long as it is not fatal, they can recover after treatment. As for the cavalry, even if they win the battle, they may fall off the horse and become disabled. They may even be trampled to death by friendly war horses. However, cavalry are handsome and have a high status. Adler has never been afraid of casualties. His ideal is to become the leader of a cavalry army and command thousands of cavalry to charge into battle. As for tens of thousands of cavalry, he dare not think about it. After all, poverty limits his imagination. Moreover, even Marin does not have 10,000 cavalry now. The population of Wicklow County is not large, but it is not small. It is estimated that there are more than 20,000 people, basically all native Irish. This place originally belonged to the MacMorrough dynasty, a local Irish force, but it was conquered by Edward with the help of Marin, and used it as a springboard to go north and capture Dublin. Later, in return, Wicklow County was rewarded to Marin by Edward. However, Marin has been busy with wars in Europe and England, and he really has no time to manage Wicklow County. Therefore, in Wicklow County, Marin actually only stationed 1,000-man infantry in Wicklow City. However, these infantrymen can only control Wicklow City and the surrounding areas. Anything farther away cannot be controlled at all. When Edward was stationed in Dublin, he was able to manage these areas. After all, he had tens of thousands of troops, including a lot of cavalry. But after Edward fought back to England, the management here was abandoned. The 1,000 infantrymen in Wicklow City are not cavalry, and they can't manage far-away places at all. Marin actually planned to send cavalry to take over the entire area, but now he happened to encounter the Adler incident. So, Marin simply decided to let Adler manage the affairs of Wicklow County. Adler, I plan to appoint you as the Earl of Wicklow in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, and you will be in charge of the military and political power of Wicklow County permanently, and use force to restore the Hoffman family's rule over Wicklow County. Of course, when I need it, the Earldom of Wicklow needs to send troops to help. What do you think? Adler scratched his head and said, it's no problem for me to take charge of the military of Wicklow County, and it's even more no problem to use force to restore the family's rule over Wicklow County. However, I'm really not good at governing a county. This is not Adler's modesty, but he really doesn't manage administrative affairs. In the county of Oldenburg, it is usually the Prime Minister Heidel who is responsible for the political affairs of the county of Oldenburg. And Adler, with the group of militia brought from the county of East Frisia, stayed in the barracks all day long. Even when Liv went there, he lived in a villa next to the barracks. Seeing that Adler had no ambitions, Marin felt relieved and said, okay, I can select a palace minister for you to help you handle government affairs. However, you will have to pay for the salary and fiefdom yourself. Also, you can recruit 50 knights as your vassals. Then, you can take them and gather more cavalry to conquer the entire Wicklow County. Can I recruit 50 knight vassals? Adler opened his mouth wide. He had never dared to think about this before. Although Marin promoted him to Viscount, he was a Viscount who was subordinate to Marin and was not qualified to recruit vassals. Because, in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, only Marin was qualified to confer titles on vassals. And having vassals is also an important symbol of the independence and autonomy of the princes. Adler didn't care about having autonomy, but it was cool to have 50 knights as vassals. Adler was very happy to lead troops to fight. Although the opponents were only some Irish indigenous forces, it was better than staying in Oldenburg. Moreover, Marin allowed him to have 50 knight vassals, which made him even more excited. Adler himself was born a knight and had a strong sense of identity with knights. Don't be too happy when you think that you will have 50 knights as your brothers. Looking at Adler with an excited face, Marin reminded him, don't give too much land to the knights. According to English standards, 600 acres of territory is enough for each knight. Moreover, don't give all good land. It's normal to mix some mountain land in. Otherwise, you will have no place for yourself. The reason why many princes of old vassal states are poor is that there are too many nobles who have been enfeoffed in the past dynasties. How much land is left after all the land is divided? They who rely on land for food are naturally poor. The same is true in the Ming dynasty. Every generation of emperors gave birth to so many princes, and they had to be enfeoffed as princes. The sons of princes had to be enfeoffed as county kings, and there were also generals who guarded the country. Then, by the end of the Ming dynasty, the royal nobles became a heavy burden on the court. 50 knights, each with 600 acres of land, a total of 30,000 acres, equivalent to about 121.4 square kilometers, which is not too much. If we follow the French method of enfeoffment, with 1,500 acres per family, the land will have to be doubled by 2.5 times, or 303.5 square kilometers. But Wicklow County is only 2,000 square kilometers, and nearly half of it is mountainous. If so much land is divided, there won't be much left. What about the barons? It seems that most counties have barons. Adler asked. According to the early standards of Charlemagne, the barons are given a maximum of 3,000 acres of fiefdom, doubled or even more in the later period, mixed with some mountainous land. Moreover, the number cannot be too many, and it is best to control it to about 2 or 3. Moreover, it must be a reward for accumulated military merits. In addition, a court baron title without fiefdom is reserved for the prime minister. The court title is actually a title of honor, and there is no actual fiefdom. The favored may also be granted land. This title is generally prepared for important civil servants and favorites. After all, in this era of strict hierarchy, without a title, it is useless. If the prime minister is not given a baronial title, the people below will probably not be able to control him. Therefore, the court title is a noble and honorary title that the monarch gives to elevate the status of important officials, but does not want to give them fiefdoms. But in Europe, where the hierarchy is strict, it still works. In later Europe, this kind of honorary title without fiefdoms became the mainstream, and was specifically used to reward meritorious civilians or low-level nobles. It can fool people and save money. After all, the scale of the army in later generations is too large, with hundreds of thousands of troops and an astonishing number of middle and high-level officers. If all fiefdoms are given, even if the king is sold, it can't be afforded. Adler rubbed his dizzy head and said listlessly, "It's too complicated. Please help me arrange these. I just want to lead the knights to charge." "No problem, leave it to me." Chapter 1096 Knights Gala. Marin soon publicly announced the return of the eldest son's inheritance rights and the news that Adler was canonized as the hereditary Earl of Wicklow in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, which caused a shock in the German region and surrounding countries. The story of the rise of Marin, the Grand Duke of the North Sea, from a wandering knight to the Grand Duke of a Grand Duchy, is widely circulated in Europe. Because this is simply a myth of grassroots counterattack, which is more incredible than the bloody plot of the knight marrying the princess in the Knight novel. However, many nobles know that Marin, as the second son of the Hoffman family, has a big brother above him even if he has the blood of the former East Frisian Count Block family. Therefore, many German princes who are hostile to Marin often question the legitimacy of Marin on the grounds that Marin has violated the rule of primogeniture. Moreover, this statement has many supporters. After all, the European aristocratic circle is very particular about rules. In addition, this is also a very important stain on Marin, which happened to be used as a reason for attack by his opponents. These princes who opposed Marin completely ignored the fact that the Hoffman family's kingdom was conquered by Marin, and they clung to the old rule of primogeniture, believing that Marin should return the title of Count Adler. As for Marin's contribution to the country, they thought that it was natural for the younger brother to help his elder brother to conquer the country. Marin was speechless about their shameless statement, but many conservative European nobles agreed with this view. Moreover, this view can be used to question the legitimacy of Marin's status, and Marin's opponents naturally enjoy it. Therefore, taking the opportunity of Adler giving birth to a son, Marin finally made up his mind to announce this time that he had indeed borrowed Adler's inheritance rights before. However, giving him a count title and adding a large autonomous earldom is absolutely clear in conscience. This statement has been recognized by most people. Indeed, what Adler gave up at the beginning was only the inheritance right of an earl title that could not be inherited, rather than a ready-made earl title and earldom. Therefore, it is absolutely very nice of Marin to return Adler a countship and an autonomous earldom. Of course, some people have raised objections since it is a return, why not return East Frisia? But this is purely looking for trouble. Marin's capital is now in East Frisia. If you ask him to return East Frisia, wouldn't it force him to give up the core area of the capital where he has been operating for many years? Isn't this clearly unreasonable? Marin's old rivals, such as Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, think that it is okay to return a countship somewhere else, but isn't County Wicklow in Ireland too remote? At least, you have to take a good place in your hometown, such as Bochum, your hometown on the banks of the Ruhr River. Marin suddenly had 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart, damn, the Ruhr area is his future industrial core area, how could it be divided out? But Marin couldn't refute Frederick III's words, why? Because from the perspective of an outsider, it is indeed quite appropriate to enfeoff Adler in his hometown, the Ruhr area. Of course, this is the view of outsiders who do not know the huge potential value of the Ruhr area. In the end, it was Adler who helped to solve the problem. Adler said that he was very satisfied with the Wicklow county as his fiefdom. At the same time, Adler also announced that he would enfeoff 50 knights as vassals in his earldom in the future. This news is more attractive than his announcement of his satisfaction with the fiefdom, because it is an opportunity. For the German region, wandering knights are a very common creature. After all, in addition to the eldest son as the heir, those knight families often have second sons, third sons, fourth sons, etc. Once they come of age, these non-eldest sons who have no inheritance rights have to leave the family to make a living. If there are connections, maybe they can help to contact the connections in advance so that they have no worries in the future. And those who don't have connections can only wander around like Marin did at the beginning, leading the horse, carrying weapons and armor. If you are lucky, you can meet a noble who is willing to hire you and get a stable job. For example, serving as a guard or something. If you are luckier and have some military exploits, you may get a fief and become a formal knight. But most knights are not so lucky. Many people may not even have enough food after wandering. Then, some wandering knights succumb to reality and choose to serve as guards for those wealthy civilian merchants. And some degenerates even choose to be robbers in order to survive. For these wandering knights, the best result is definitely to become a lord like Marin. However, they also know that the possibility of such an outcome is too low. Because they don't have that IQ. So, in order to become as smart as Marin, many wandering knights even went to the haystack where Marin had slept on the Rhine River, hoping to be favored by God like Marin and send a great sage to enlighten them. Of course, no one succeeded. Therefore, after the Cashel Abbey that made 20 haystacks and charged for money for cheating for several years, there is no foolish wandering knight to be deceived anymore. After returning to reality, the highest dream of those wandering knights is to get a formal knight title and then get a manor. Often, the quota of a fief knight can be scrambled for. Now, there are 50 opportunities in front of them at once. Suddenly, wandering knights from all over Germany are rushing to Aurich. But then Adler announced that he would never want any wandering knights who had been robbers and done evil things, as long as they were decent people. Moreover, even if they got away with it, they would be deprived of their knighthood and their fiefdoms would be taken back if they were found out later. In this way, many wandering knights stopped going to Aurich. Because they did do bad things. Then, considering the safety factors, Marin announced that the selection site of the Earl of Wicklow Knight would be transferred from Aurich to Emden Port. Because after the assessment, Adler would take the knights who passed the assessment to County Wicklow, Ireland. Moreover, the title of knight is not granted after being selected. One must fight with the Irish natives and gain military merit before being granted the title of knight and a fief of 600 acres. As for why it is 600 acres instead of the 1,000 acres popular in the Holy Roman Empire, Marin's explanation is that the island of Ireland is a territory under the rule of the King of England, and must follow the rules of England. Although a little unhappy about the size of the fief, for most wandering knights, it is a great fortune to be able to obtain the title of knight and the fief, so how dare they be picky. Moreover, the fief of the English knights is indeed 600 acres, and Marin is not talking nonsense. Therefore, wandering knights from all over Germany continue to rush to Emden, the site of the selection, to participate in this knight event to gain wealth. Chapter 1097 Cossacks for Population. Marin did not give Wicklow County to Adler for nothing. For example, when the King of England was fighting in Ireland, Adler had to send troops to help on Marin's behalf. According to the rules, as the Earl of Newcastle in England, Marin had to send a large army to help the King of England when he went to war. The reason why Marin gave Adler 50 knights was that he hoped that after the war in Ireland, Adler would take these 50 knights to fight with Edward. Of course, it is obviously too small for an earl to bring 50 knights. Therefore, Marin also asked Adler's knights to bring squires. Generally speaking, a knight brings at least 5 knight squires. Among them, 2 knight squires serve as servants. For example, one is responsible for taking care of horses and supplies. And the other is responsible for running errands for the knight. The other 3 squires are mainly responsible for combat tasks, following the knights to charge into battle. It should be pointed out that there is a difference between knight squires and squires. For example, the attendants who are responsible for taking care of horses and supplies are usually from common people, or they are still young, and they mainly do the work of servants. They are sometimes called page boys. And the 3 or more combat attendants are not necessarily the children of common people. It is possible that they are the children of nobles. Some famous knights and barons will even send their non-eldest sons to be knight apprentices to learn fighting from the knights. Of course, knights without fame can only recruit civilians as combat attendants. Therefore, generally a knight has at least 3 combat attendants. Rich knights will have more combat attendants. However, the calibration that Marin set for Adler is 600 acres of fiefdom. Therefore, those knights cannot afford too many attendants, and 5 is about the same. In addition, those attendants are generally not heavy cavalry in plate armor. Because plate armor is very expensive, and war horses that can carry heavy cavalry are also expensive. Unless, that is a famous knight, his combat attendant is an apprentice sent by the non-eldest son of another noble family. In this way, the apprentice can pay for the cost of plate armor and war horses by himself. But generally speaking, the civilian attendants of knights are all light cavalry. Even the horses are not necessarily qualified war horses. But there is no way. After all, knights are divided into rich and poor. A wealthy knight, like a French knight with a fief of 1,500 acres, may fight with 2 or 3 heavy cavalry. A poor knight may charge with 2 or 3 half-baked light cavalry riding a nag. This kind of half-baked light cavalry has no problem fighting a favorable battle. Once they encounter a tough battle, they are likely to collapse and run away. Of course, there are worse ones. For example, when Marin just crossed over, not to mention the attendants, he only wore half a set of plate armor and no pants. Of course, Marin at that time was just a wandering knight. Without the title of knight, he was not a real knight. A knight with a real title and fiefdom can get 5 attendants no matter how poor he is. Once the monarch issues a conscription order, the knight must go to war with his men and horses. According to the requirements, each knight generally has to bring at least 10 soldiers. Among them, 2 must be cavalry. This is the minimum requirement. If a knight is rich, he can bring more men and horses. For example, some wealthy knights can bring 3 or even more cavalrymen to the expedition, and the infantry, that is, the conscripted peasant soldiers, can reach 25 people. There is no shortage of population in Wicklow County. The McMorrow dynasty of that year was able to survive tenaciously on the edge of the direct territory of the King of England, and its strength should not be underestimated. At that time, the population of Wicklow County reached more than 20,000. Even if it is not now, it can still hover around 20,000 people. Therefore, Marin's requirement for Adler is that 50 knights, each of whom must bring 3 cavalrymen and 25 conscripts during combat. In addition, 2 servicemen are added to manage supplies and help knights get on horses. In this way, during combat, each knight can send 30, and 50 knights can send 1,500 troops. Although the number is not large, because it includes 50 knights and 150 cavalrymen, the combat effectiveness is still good. Moreover, Marin plans to send instructors to help train those conscripted militiamen. At least, you have to learn to arrange the Swiss spear formation. In this way, the combat effectiveness will not be too bad. But 1,500 people are still too few, so Marin decided to send 500 Cossacks to Adler. In this way, when Adler accompanied Edward on the expedition, he could have 500 more fierce Cossack cavalry. The people sent by Marin to the Ukrainian region during this period brought good news. Many Zaporizhia Cossacks and Don Cossacks were willing to accept Marin's employment and recruitment and bring their families to surrender. But the requirement is, at least 1 bottle of whiskey, rye ergotu, a day. Marin readily agreed to this request, and then many Cossack families came to surrender. But Marin was not at ease with the leaders of the Cossacks, so Marin specially picked out the leaders and settled them separately. And those ordinary Cossacks were integrated into the German Cossack villages on the grasslands of the Jutland Peninsula in Denmark. As a result, Marin accepted more than 4,000 Cossacks. However, 500 thorns were selected from them. These 500 thorns were either former Cossack leaders or those with wild temperaments. If you want to make them happy, you must suppress them. However, the German Cossacks led by the German Cossack village formed by Marin were actually ordinary German serfs, and they could not suppress these thorns at all. Therefore, Marin simply picked out these thorns and formed a Cossack thorn tribe. Originally, Marin was worried and didn't know how to deal with these 500 Cossack thorns. But this time when he settled Adler, Marin thought of them. Those German peasant Cossacks may not be able to suppress these Cossack thorns, but Adler can. Adler is an authentic knight, and he is strong and has high martial arts. Although Adler can't beat a pervert like Khan, he is also a leader among knights. Even a pervert like Khan has to work hard to defeat him in a horse battle. Think about when Khan couldn't ride a horse, he was abused by Adler all day long. For nomadic people like Cossacks, they obey the strong the most. Want to suppress them? It's very simple, just fight them alone. In a one-on-one fight, it is estimated that the group of Cossacks are not opponents. Why? Although the Cossacks are fierce, their fierceness is mainly due to their overall ability. After all, a group of people who are proficient in riding and horse fighting rush up together, even if it is like a group fight, the power is amazing. In terms of personal strength, these Cossacks are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, equivalent to the strong men among ordinary people, or perhaps stronger. But Adler is different. Adler's physical fitness is that of a strong man, and he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and has practiced martial arts for more than 10 years. His innate strong body, coupled with his acquired martial arts training, makes ordinary soldiers no match for him. Even in the North Sea Army, only Khan dares to say that he can beat him in a horse fight. Therefore, Adler only needs to set up the ring and beat those Cossacks, which will make them lucky. Then, Adler can take this group of defeated Cossacks and follow King Edward's army to fight in Ireland. Moreover, these 500 Cossacks have strong personal abilities. If they are not strong, they will not become thorns. After all, if you don't have the ability to be a troublemaker, you will be punished soon. As long as Adler can subdue this group of troublemakers, he can lead this group of Cossacks, whose combat power is equivalent to that of elite cavalry, to sweep across the indigenous forces on the island of Ireland. However, Marin did not send these elite troublemaker Cossacks to Adler for nothing. When sending these Cossacks, Marin said that he would draw people from Wicklow County. After all, Wicklow County has a population of 20,000, which is considered a lot in this era. Marin's plan is to draw a few thousand people from Wicklow County to supplement the Scottish Highlands. The population of the Scottish Highlands is too small. The area is more than 10 times larger than that of Wicklow County, but the population is only a little more. Therefore, Marin plans to transfer thousands of immigrants from Wicklow County to the Scottish Highlands to speed up the development there. At the same time, they will also train future Highland soldiers. In addition, these thousands of immigrants coming to the Scottish Highlands will destroy the local population and ethnic structure. Once the single ethnic structure of the Highlands is broken, it will be easier for Marin to control the local area. After all, the Irish are outsiders and cannot collude with the locals, so they can only rely on themselves. And the local natives, after being inserted into the nail by Marin, it is difficult for them to unite and oppose Marin. Moreover, this is just the beginning. In the future, Marin plans to replace the population of the Highlands. After the island of Ireland is conquered by Edward, Marin plans to immigrate more Irish people to the Scottish Highlands. At the same time, if there are groups in the Highlands that are dissatisfied with their rule, they will also be forcibly immigrated to the island of Ireland. In this way, not only will the population structure of the Scottish Highlands become complicated, but the rebels will also be sent to the island of Ireland. Without their hometown, these people would not be able to jump. In this way, it would be easier for Marin to control the Scottish Highlands. Chapter 1098 New Hoffman Manor. Adler was very happy with Marin's proposal to exchange 500 Cossacks for thousands of immigrants. After all, that was 500 elite Cossack cavalry. What's more, this was not 500 Cossacks, but 500 households, with a total population of about 2,000 people. And ordinary families, even if there were 5,000 households, might not be able to find 500 elite cavalry. Therefore, Marin wanted to exchange 500 Cossacks for thousands of residents, and Adler was willing to do so. When he conquered these 500 Cossacks according to Marin's instructions, he would have 500 elite Cossack cavalry in the future. Including 50 knights and 150 cavalry, the number of cavalry in his hands will reach 700. Moreover, the combat effectiveness is very strong. Adler felt excited when he thought that he would lead 700 elite cavalry to gallop on the battlefield of the island of Ireland. Moreover, Marin also stated that he would provide all Cossack cavalry and knight attendant cavalry with Eastern European Mongolian horses with very low feeding costs. This kind of horse rarely needs to be fed with concentrated feed, and only needs to be fed with concentrated feed after strenuous exercise. Usually, it can just eat some grass and is very resistant to roughage. Unlike the European war horses ridden by knights, they usually have to be fed with concentrated feed, and the cost of raising them is very high. If all 700 war horses were traditional European war horses and were fed with concentrated feed every day, it is estimated that it would be difficult for an ordinary earl to afford 700 cavalrymen. If you switch to war horses that can withstand roughage, it would be easy to burst cavalry. The nomadic peoples in northern China are obviously poor, but every time they invade the south, they often have hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen. That scale would probably scare Europeans to death. The second Mongol expedition to the west dispatched 150,000 cavalrymen to sweep across Europe. If Ogidi had not died, and everyone had to return to their country to compete for the Khan position, it is estimated that the Mongol cavalry would have plowed Europe thoroughly. The way Europeans raise horses determines that it is difficult to expand the scale of European cavalry. After all, European war horses need to eat food every day, and European food is so expensive, it would be a miracle if there were too many cavalrymen. Therefore, facing the large-scale cavalry of the nomadic Turkish people, Europeans could only defend and resist, and dared not fight head-on in the field. And the reason why Marin introduced the rough-feeding Eastern European Mongolian horses was to form a large-scale cavalry unit. Only when the cost is reduced can the cavalry be expanded. And when the cavalry is on a large scale, the combat effectiveness will be stronger. In addition, Marin also plans to reform the heavy cavalry. This is because, although the Eastern European Mongolian horses are taller and stronger than the original Mongolian horses, they are only medium-sized horses and are not suitable for being the mounts of heavy cavalry at all. Of course, the heavy cavalry mentioned here refers to the European plate armor cavalry. After all, the weight is there, and no heavy horse can't do it. But there is a kind of heavy cavalry that does not need heavy horses, that is, the Mongolian heavy cavalry. In order to improve the mobility of heavy cavalry, Genghis Khan equipped most of the Mongolian heavy cavalry with leather armor, and the war horses were also wrapped in leather armor. In this way, the weight was greatly reduced. Of course, there are also heavy cavalry wearing the captured Song dynasty armor and Jin dynasty armor. Although it is said that this weakened heavy cavalry is indeed difficult to single out with European knights wearing plate armor. However, there are many Mongolian heavy cavalry. You touched dozens of knights. I touched thousands of weakened leather heavy cavalry, let's see who is more powerful. Moreover, the Mongols will shoot horses and make you fall off your tin can. In fact, Marin is also seeking heavy cavalry reform. For example, he plans to equip new heavy cavalry with rhinoceros leather armor, and even use rhinoceros skin to make horse armor. In this way, the mobility of heavy cavalry is greatly enhanced. Although there will be damage on the battlefield, because it is mainly civilian cavalry, not noble cavalry, it is no big deal to die a few. However, Marin did not take care of Adler's cavalry too much. In fact, for Adler, Marin sent him to the island of Ireland to play a real-life version of the mount and blade game. And Adler, a militant with a head full of muscles, seems to like this game very much. After all, riding and slashing is Adler's dream since childhood. In fact, Marin also wants to play this kind of game in person. After all, opportunities are rare. The natives on the island of Ireland are very weak, and there is no danger in playing mount and blade. But it was hard for him to give up such a big country as the North Sea Kingdom, so he had to let Adler go and play by himself. Not only did Marin want to play mount and blade, but even the old man Hoffman, who was already old, showed great interest in playing mount and blade on the island of Ireland. After all, as an old knight, he had hardly fought a war in his life. The most intense battle in his life was probably the battle in which he single-handedly rescued Lady Mary, who was in distress at the time. So, the old man became interested and wanted to put on armor and mount a horse to go to the island of Ireland with Adler to play with the natives. Marin was full of black lines. Nima, the old man of the North Sea Kingdom, was not a good man, but he actually went to Ireland to chop people in person, which was simply too out of tune. Moreover, the old man was in his 50s, and he was still going to mount and blade. Isn't this a joke? Not only did Marin oppose it, but Lady Mary also strongly opposed the old man's whimsical idea. In the end, old Hoffman could only continue to be his old man of the North Sea Kingdom. In order to make the old man happy, Marin learned from Liu Bang and specially rebuilt a new Hoffman Manor in the east of Auric, imitating the Hoffman Manor in Bochum, his hometown, and named it Hoffman Manor. Moreover, he brought all the farmhands from his hometown to the new Hoffman Manor and asked them to play with old Hoffman. Note, Liu Bang imitated his hometown Fengyi near Chang'an and built a new town. He also invited all the old people from his hometown to play with Lu Lao Taigong. This is the origin of Xinfen County in the Han Dynasty. Sure enough, Marin's arrangement won the favor of the elderly Hoffman. So he discussed with Mrs. Mary and moved to the new Hoffman Manor. But Mrs. Mary disagreed. After all, Adler's child Muti was still young and it was better to stay in the city. In this way, it would be more convenient to find two miracle doctors, Morigen and Bader, when he was sick. The old man had no choice but to say that he would go to the new Hoffman Manor outside the city to play more often. In fact, like Lu Lao Taigong, old Hoffman was not very adaptable to his current life. Old Master Lu is a commoner in the market. He is used to drinking and bragging with a group of common people who kill pigs and sell wine. After arriving in Chang'an, he was not used to the status of the emperor and could not talk with those ministers and nobles. It was not until Liu Bang built Xinfen town for him that he became happy. The same is true for old Hoffman. He is just a vulgar lower-class knight with little culture. Let him deal with those nobles, although he can barely do it, but he is not used to it. If it weren't for the help and guidance of Lady Mary, he would have collapsed long ago. Now, Marin trimmed the new Hoffman manor for him, which satisfied his ideas and needs. But the old man put forward another condition: look, do you want to bring my old friends here too? Marin immediately reacted. Old Hoffman and Old Master Lu are not the same. Old Master Lu is a commoner, so he can get along with the commoners and be friends. But Old Hoffman was originally a knight, and the farmers in Hoffman Manor were actually his subordinates, and they were not worthy of being friends with him. So, Old Hoffman was thinking about his knight friends in Mark. According to their ages, most of them were in their 50s or 60s, and they didn't have much time left. But, they are nobles after all, how can they come here easily? Marin was a little distressed. The farmers asked them to move easily, and those old knights, after all, were nobles, how could they move here easily? What's the matter? You build a few manors for them near the new Hoffman Manor, and they will definitely come. Fuck, just to play with you, I have to give away a few manors. Marin was speechless. But he still compromised. Marin ordered to build several knight manors next to the new Hoffman Manor and gave them to several old friends of Old Hoffman. The condition was that those old knights had to come and live here and often come to brag with Old Hoffman. However, the manors given to those old knights were all reduced in size. For example, each small manor only had 100 acres of arable land. However, this was given away for free, and their original old manors were not taken back, so Marin was still very sure that those people would come. However, it would take time to build the new Hoffman Manor and several other small manors. Old Hoffman said, I will go to Emden Harbor to watch the upcoming night tournament first. Chapter 1099, Amerigo is back. The night tournament held in Emden Harbor to select the knights of the fiefdom took a long time to prepare. Even if Old Hoffman wanted to watch it, he had to wait. It was not that the preparations were difficult, but that it took a long time to wait for knights from all over the country to come. In this era, information transmission was very inconvenient. If you wanted to deliver letters, you often asked the caravan to take them along. The caravans were doing business while walking, and they were often not in a hurry to deliver letters and messages. It was a miracle that the caravan's carriages could travel 100 kilometers in a day. Sometimes, in order to attract business, the caravan carriages would stop in a certain place for several days, which was very time-consuming. Therefore, although Adler's recruitment message could not be sent out, it took a long time to spread throughout Germany. Even if the message was received, it would also take a long time to rush to Emden. Generally speaking, the war horses ridden by knights are powerful, but their endurance is not good. They stop and go, and it is good to travel 100 kilometers a day. Unless you can be as rich as Marin, a knight is equipped with 3 horses to ride in turn, then it will be fast. As for ordinary knights, even if one person can take 2 horses to ride alternately, the squires ride inferior horses, and there are no horses for replacement. It is impossible for the knight to leave the squires and go alone, right? You know, when there is no battle, the knight's plate armor and lances are carried by the squires, and the knights are usually only equipped with a knight's light sword on their waist to deal with emergencies. And those who are only equipped with an inferior horse will never travel more than 100 kilometers a day, or even only a few dozen kilometers a day. For the poorer knights, the squires are not equipped with horses and can only walk, so the overall travel speed is even slower, and they can only walk 30 to 40 kilometers a day. What's more, Adler's recruitment message was also sent to the Teutonic Kingdom and the Livonian knights in Eastern Europe. Because the German wandering knights there are very concentrated and crowded. If the time for the wandering knights of the Teutonic knights and the Livonian knights to arrive is taken into account, it will be even longer. Therefore, Adler simply gave 2 months so that wandering knights from all over the country have enough time to arrive. Therefore, it will take some time for Old Hoffman to watch the knight competition. In fact, the knights were quite fast. After all, even the slowest knights could travel 30 or 40 kilometers a day. The German region is only 700 or 800 kilometers from south to north, and 20 days is enough to travel. The main problem lies in the transmission of news. If the Holy Roman Empire was a unified centralized country, the government might have established a post system in cities around the country to facilitate the transmission of news. For example, the Ming dynasty had a post system that regularly issued decrees and court reports. But the Holy Roman Empire was a fragmented country, and you could encounter a vassal state every few dozen miles. The transmission of news between countries is very troublesome. Even if a caravan passes through the border, it is also very troublesome. In addition to paying taxes, there are also various inspections. In addition, even if the news reaches the cities of various vassal states, the wandering knights may not receive it. Because most knight families live in country estates, and the news is even more difficult. Only those wandering knights who happen to be wandering in the city can receive the news in time. And the wandering knights who are temporarily staying in the country estate or have not yet left the house will need to get the news very late. After all, in ancient times, it was normal for country people not to enter the city for 10 days or half a month. What's more, entering the city also requires a city tax, which further reduces the frequency of country people entering the city. Although the knights are not short of money, that is the fiefdom knights with fiefs. The wandering knights have no land and are still short of money. Therefore, in this case, it will definitely not take 2 months for wandering knights from all over the country to receive the news and rush to Emden Port. In fact, there will still be many wandering knights who will miss it. Why? Because they went to the Black Forest to poach. When Marin first crossed over, he did poaching because he was poor. In principle, the land of Germany, including the forest, belongs to the lords of all places. If you want to hunt, you need the permission of the lords of all places, and you have to pay heavy taxes. But wandering knights are not ordinary people. They are warriors and don't care about the prohibitions of those lords. Therefore, many wandering knights who can't find a job for the time being will lead a team to poach in the Black Forest. And the lords of all places also turn a blind eye to this. Because these wandering knights are not easy to mess with. Even if this wandering knight can be dealt with, it will be very difficult to offend the family behind him. Of course, wandering knights are also very rules-based when poaching. Their rule is do one vote and change places to avoid making things difficult for the local lords. If you stay in one place for a long time to poach, it means forcing the local lords to take action against him. And if you pass by poaching, the lords will not care and just treat it as alms. If you go into the forest to poach, it will probably take a long time. If Adler's recruitment news comes at this time, these wandering knights who go into the forest to poach may miss it. Therefore, even if Adler gives 2 months, many wandering knights will miss the time. However, this is not a big deal. After all, Adler does not have the idea that all wandering knights in the country must come. Even some wandering knights may not be willing to come. Of course, the wandering knights who are unwilling to come are generally helped by their families to find a way, so they may not need this opportunity from Adler. Marin ordered people to build a huge competition venue outside the city of Emden Port, and built many temporary houses outside the city to accommodate those wandering knights. The reason why the competition venue was arranged outside the city was because the venue was large enough. And letting the wandering knights live outside the city was naturally because they were afraid that they would enter the city to make trouble. There are many villains among the wandering knights. Of course, Adler clearly stated that he did not want villain wandering knights, and those villains would not come. However, as a warrior, it is normal to have a bad temper. If the wandering knights fight, ordinary city guards can't stop them at all. After all, these wandering knights are masters who have practiced martial arts for more than 10 years. When martial arts masters fight, ordinary officers and soldiers have no ability to manage. If so many wandering knights pour into Emden City, there will be chaos. It just so happens that the North Sea Army often goes out to fight, and there are many military tents. Therefore, Marin simply built a huge military camp outside Emden City, with many tents set up in it to accommodate the knights who came to the competition. Anyway, these knights are not those literati, and they also have to fight. Building a temporary camp for them to live in can also let them feel the atmosphere of war. Moreover, the construction cost is low, and it is convenient to build and dismantle. Moreover, in order to prevent these wandering knights from making trouble when they enter the city to eat and drink, Marin decided to supply food to these wandering knights outside the city to prevent them from making trouble after entering the city. As for the types of food, Marin decided to supply them with Chinese fast food 1 meat and 3 vegetables for each meal. Of course, it is not paired with rice, but with kohler black bread, that is, black bread mixed with straw bran. After all, Europeans are not used to eating rice, and prefer bread. And Marin Lincoln supplies kohler bread, which is already good. The most important thing is that Marin plans to supply it for free. After all, they came all the way here, and they are all children of noble families, and Marin cannot lose his manners. Of course, for those knights and servants, it is not so polite. It is enough to give only a piece of black bread and a cup of boiled water for each meal. After all, wandering knights are all children of nobles, but those knights and servants are not, so there is no need to give them too good treatment. As for drinks, Marin does not intend to provide them. However, he asked the tavern owners to work together to open a bar camp next to the camp outside the city, specifically selling beer to the wandering knights, but not for free. After all, it was good enough that Marin treated these wandering knights to free meals and accommodation. If you want to drink, go buy it yourself. Just when Marin was busy preparing for the knights tournament, Emden Port suddenly sent back a piece of news that surprised Marin. Amerigo is back. Marin was overjoyed and quickly sent guards to pick Amerigo back. Amerigo's ability to come back alive showed that the Pacific route of the Ming dynasty was opened, and Marin was of course very happy. And this also meant that Marin's opportunity to go to the Ming dynasty had come. Chapter 1100, The Fleet Prepares to Depart. Yes, Amerigo is back. After leaving Keelung port last September, Amerigo's fleet followed the route indicated by Marin, first following the Kuroshio to the north, then arriving in the waters near Japan, and then following the westerly winds of the westerly belt, heading east. After arriving near the west coast of America, it followed the California cold current all the way south and arrived in Panama City again. However, after arriving in Panama City, Amerigo did not continue to go south, but stopped the ship in Panama's freshwater harbor. He himself, with several confidants, rowed on land, crossed the Isthmus of Panama, arrived at the Bay of Colón on the Caribbean Sea, boarded the new 250 class armed merchant ship that had been waiting there for a long time, and hurried back to the mainland. Because the new 250 class armed merchant ship uses an upper edge girder sail, it is very fast to travel through the Caribbean Sea and the east coast of North America. When crossing the Atlantic Ocean near Cape Breton Island, the sails were changed to square sails suitable for sailing with the wind. Then, more than 2 months later, Amerigo returned to the port of Emden. At this time, it was already the end of June and the weather was already hot. Of course, the hot weather here refers to the southern European region. East Frisia is located on the North Sea, and it is a westerly belt with constant sea breeze, so it is not very hot at all. Amerigo was just about to take a nap after landing, but he was asked by the guard sent by the anxious Marin to get on the spring-shocked carriage. So Amerigo simply fell asleep in the carriage. The carriage took a cement road from Emden to Auric, which was also very stable and did not affect Amerigo's sleep. When he arrived in Auric, the guards woke up Amerigo, who was sleeping soundly, and took him to Marin's office. At this time, Amerigo had a beard all over his face, and it was obvious that he had not been taken care of for a long time. His clothes were also dirty and sloppy like a beggar. But Marin didn't care. He went up and gave Amerigo a hug to welcome his return. Amerigo was also very tactful. He knew that Marin was not interested in him, but his sailing achievements. So he handed the logbook in his arms to Marin for review. Then, he began to report his experience of this voyage and answer Marin's questions. In fact, Amerigo was very puzzled that Marin could predict this route in the Pacific Ocean in advance. After all, it seems that no one has ever been on this route. Moreover, since someone knows this route, someone should have walked this route before him. Then, his discovery seems to be worthless. Even, it belongs to claiming the right of discovery. For Amerigo's doubts, Marin's explanation is very simple and rough indeed. No one has walked this route, because this route was predicted by the great sage Einstein using his prophetic ability. Amerigo was immediately shocked. Nima, there is such a saying. However, although he doubted it in his heart, Amerigo never dared to raise it. Because, to oppose this statement is to question Marin's identity as a disciple of the great sage, and it is also to question the gods. Amerigo dare not mess around with such a suicidal behavior. However, in the absence of any traces of the predecessor's navigation, it seems that only Marin's explanation is the most reasonable. And Marin also attaches great importance to this logbook. Because the coordinates above can be used as an important reference for future navigation. As long as you have these coordinates, in the future, as long as you are a captain who knows how to use a sextant and calculate longitude and latitude, you can sail along the coordinates. Moreover, this logbook not only has the route coordinates, but also marks where you may encounter reefs, and that sea area needs to be more careful. As long as you follow these reminders and pay attention to the relevant sea areas, there will be no problems. Of course, Marin also added a note to this logbook: there are typhoons in summer and autumn every year, among which August, July and September are the most dangerous. This note is very important, because in the age of sailing, sailors can't resist natural disasters such as typhoons. The existence of sails makes sailboats more likely to be blown over by typhoons. Even if there are 10,000-ton steel ships in the future without sails, they will have to avoid typhoons, let alone wooden sailing ships of this era. Of course, the life and death of ordinary sailors and even ordinary captains is irrelevant. This note is actually what Marin marked for himself. After all, Marin must avoid the typhoon season if he wants to make a trip to the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, even if Marin brings a fleet, he can't stop the typhoon. If you encounter a general storm, even if Marin's ship capsizes, you can still take a lifeboat to escape to another ship. But if you encounter a typhoon, I'm afraid there is no place to escape. Because the entire fleet may be finished. In fact, in the mainland, there has long been a fleet of up to 10 500-ton warships ready. They are ready to set off at any time. As long as they are ordered, they will leave their home port and go to the Ming dynasty. The home port of these 10 warships is very hidden, no longer in Emden Port, but in the later Wilhelm Port. That is the deep water port on the west side of the exit of the Jade Bay in the Landgrave of Oldenburg. It is also the deepest and best deep water port in Germany in later generations, and the largest military port in Germany during the 2 world wars. Of course, this is the best port after the steelmaking of ships. But in this era, it is not a good port. Because this is a seawater port, not a freshwater port. It has been said many times before that before the British Navy invented the method of nailing copper sheets to the bottom of the ship to prevent shipworms, wooden ships could not stay in the sea for a long time. Otherwise, the wooden bottom of the ship is easily corroded by shipworms, causing the cabin to leak and sink. Therefore, before the 19th century, most ports were at the estuaries of freshwater rivers, such as New York at the mouth of the Hudson River, London near the mouth of the Thames, and Hamburg at the mouth of the Elbe River. It was not until the mid-19th century, during the American Civil War, that the real ironclad ships appeared and the copper-bottomed wooden ships became popular, and the saltwater port had practical application significance. And Wilhelmshaven was also built in the late 19th century. Moreover, its important construction purpose is to serve as the home port of large German ironclad warships. Originally, Marin did not have the conditions to activate Wilhelmshaven. But with the emergence of nickel steel sheets and the success of Amerigos for armed merchant ships nailing nickel steel sheets to the bottom of the ship to prevent seawater corrosion, the existence of Wilhelmshaven became meaningful. It just so happened that because Emden Port is a trading port, too many warships docked there would scare others. So, Marin thought about it and simply moved all the 10 warships with nickel steel sheets on the bottom of the ship to Wilhelmshaven. After all, this place is more hidden and remote, and generally no one comes. By the way, Wilhelmshaven is still called Wilhelmshaven. As for the reason, because Marin is lazy. But to the outside world, Marin claimed that his second son would be named William, which is not a shadow. At present, Marin has a total of 2,500-ton warships, and plans to nail nickel steel sheets on the bottom of all ships in the future. In the future, they can all be hidden in Wilhelmshaven. Saltwater ports like Wilhelmshaven are generally rarely visited by people. The freshwater ports at the mouth of the Thamesway River often have a lot of people coming and going, and there are many people and eyes. After all, the banks of the Thamesway River are densely populated areas. However, because there are fewer sisal fibers purchased from the Aztec Empire in Mexico, there are not enough sisal ropes needed to make pulley steering wheels, as well as the tendons of ship cables and sails. Therefore, Marin can only put together 10 warships that use sisal fiber ropes and sails, partially used. More sisal fibers will have to wait until the Cuban sisal fiber is harvested next year. After all, Marin has ordered the planting of sisal in the hilly areas of Cuba, and the first batch of sisal fibers will be harvested by the end of next year. And this time when he goes to Daming, Marin plans to use these 10 warships. Marin plans to notify these 10 warships to set off as soon as possible. However, he did not set off with them. Why? Because this batch of warships needs to bypass Tierra del Fuego, the southernmost island in South America, and arrive at the west coast of South America first. Then, go all the way north to the Panamanian waters. Marin did not want to follow the fleet around the entire South America. He planned to let the fleet set off first. And he himself will take a ship to Panama at the end of the year. Then, cross the Isthmus of Panama from land, meet up with the fleet, and then go to Daming together. At that time, it was probably early spring. When he went to the Caribbean Sea, it was winter, and there would be no hurricanes in the Caribbean Sea. And there would be no typhoons in the Western Pacific in spring. As long as there are no hurricanes or typhoons, he doesn't have to worry about accidents. After all, a traverser has only one life, and it is best if there are no accidents. Caesar is still young after all. If he dies in an accident, God knows whether the North Sea Kingdom will collapse like the Alexander Empire. Moreover, the Knights tournament is about to begin, and he can stay to join in the fun.